makes these cups so great.
The Apex Racing team's renaissance this Summer Cup has been very much the story, and let's give you the rundown of the standings as we enter this Masters. With 3 rounds of this championship done, we started on rFactor 2, headed over to iRacing, and just a couple of weeks ago visited Assetto Corsa Competizione. Today, back to rFactor 2, of course. It is the Apex Racing team that lead in this Summer Cup, and because of the way that we match things up, first we'll be seeded against Fordzilla, and of course, with any knockout tournament format, we go from there. Some interesting matchups to look at, and Luke Crane, when you look at the lineup for today and our first heat's about to get underway, what excites you the most?
Just think it's a case of it's a fresh start for everybody, right? It doesn't matter whether you are seed 1 or seed 12, it's a case of you can just knock someone out straight off the bat here. Apex, of course, come in as the Summer Cup favourites, but maybe it's not their preferred platform in terms of rFactor 2. You've always got to be looking out for Team Redline. But again, for me, Team Fordzilla, is this the day that they really announce themselves? They have been the most unluckiest team out of everybody so far. And well, we get to see them first, and they get to go up against what would be the #1 seed. So if they can produce something here and take out Apex, oh boy, that would be a massive story for me.
I think, actually, the standings were so close that it's been split very slightly. It'll be Apex versus Carbon, that first matchup that we see. And we say it's 1-on-1, but in reality, Lewis, it's 3-on-3. It's what we've seen in the finals across of this journey that we started back in January, that best-of-3 finals. This time, though, just one race to get it done.
Yeah, of course, really the only time that you see more than one other team on circuit is when we go to that second chance race. All of the losers from the first round will get an extra opportunity to move their way through in the second chance race, where 6 teams will be moved down to just 2 from that. Then we'll have 4, again, from that point on, one mistake and you are out. These are just single races to move their way through. If Carbon don't beat Apex in that race, they go straight into the second chance race. Whoever gets knocked out from the quarterfinals, it's just one race and you're out. Same from the semi-finals. Before we get to the finals, and it's the same format in the finals that we've been used to over the ERL. So basically, best of 3, best team wins.
So today, where do we go racing? We go racing on the bumpy Sebring International Raceway. Not the traditional layout, though, the Johnson Club layout, the one that the NTT IndyCar Series uses when it comes here to test for its street courses. Not a traditional racing venue, and it was by far the closest track vote that we've had so far in 2022. Single-digit votes split Sebring from the other track up for voting in the Nürburgring. Luke, what do you think about this layout in store for us tonight?
Well, I voted for it because I love Sebring as much as it's a little bit of a nightmare with force feedback bouncing around all the way. I just think it's going to make for a very interesting race just because of that nature of the circuit, because drivers are going to be so offline so often because they're going to be side by side throughout this whole race, every single race, because it's so short. So the braking points are always going to be different. Some people are going to be braking with their wheels up in the air and unfortunately brake a little bit too late. So we're going to see carnage. We're going to see people take full advantage of that as well. And if you can get any kind of lead here or any kind of gap over your competitors, you are absolutely golden. But this is going to be close throughout all of our races today.
And Lewis, one quick question for you before we get underway. We're driving what car? A British touring car, and one that's got some new friends joining it on rFactor 2.
Yeah, of course. Had a couple of announcements recently that the Hyundai i30 is going to be joining the platform, as well as the Ford. Another couple of front-wheel drives to join. Of course, I've also got the Infiniti also on the platform, that one being rear-wheel drive. We're focused on just the one car here today. These are a lot of fun to drive. I've driven them quite a bit recently. Very, very tricky. Obviously, it's a fixed setup, as we had back in Donington Park. Now, from anyone who was around the VCO, any of the drivers that are in the ERL at Donington, there was a lot of talk that the setup was tricky, shall we say. I've not heard anyone complain too much about the setup today, but it's a tricky car to drive at the best times. Being front-wheel drive, you've got to know how to balance the understeer whilst trying to kick the rear out just a little bit by using the brakes to turn it in, particularly through Cunningham and that lot. It's a tricky car to drive. Those that know the tricks of driving a front-wheel drive, well, they're going to be at the front. That's why we see Redline up there.
Lewis likes some front-wheel drive. I do not. I would get in trouble if I said what I thought about front-wheel drive. So it's good that for this first heat of the night, I'm sitting in the stands watching with you as we get ready to head to Sebring for the first heat with Apex Racing Team getting ready to fight with Carbon Simsport. Lewis and Luke will talk you through all the action. Let's not dally around. Let's bring the heat here today.
Yes, indeed. Straight into the action then. Apex versus Carbon. What a sensational story Apex have had throughout the running of the Summer Cup. To come into this as the points leaders, they've had such an incredible run. They
absolutely have, and it's not really the biggest surprise. I think the biggest surprise is how bad they were in the Spring Cup, right? We expect Apex to be in and amongst it. Whether we expect them to be at the top, I'm not too sure. But yeah, it was really the big surprise that they just were not at the races, pardon the pun, when it came to the Spring Cup. But good to see them up there. And well, they got another chance here to indeed prove some of the doubters wrong.
Yes, indeed. We'll get ready to go racing for the first race here. First of 6 in round 1 as we get underway and the race down towards Cunningham and the first corner of this shortened Sebring layout. It was Johan Harth on pole position, leading from one of the Carbon Simsports cars that's trying to get its way around the outside already into the first corner. Side by side, it's going to be Apex leading first, third and fourth. Carbon on the attack though.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very, very good start there from Johan Harth, although it was a little bit bogged down on the first phase, but had the inside line through that first corner, lent on the Carbon Simsport car a little bit on the exit there, and again was just able to hold that inside line. So that's what it's all about. But as it stands, it is indeed very much looking good for Apex, but anything can happen in these cars, and it's very easy to make a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, you can see with the throttle and brake in the bottom right how much they're having to balance it already around here out towards Big Ben, towards the best overtaking opportunity on this circuit. And where will Carbon find their opportunity? It's down into the hairpin. You can send it here, but it's Valero that's trying to make the move, trying to get up into second position. At the moment, though, it's still Apex hanging on to the race lead. A reminder that when this race is done, whichever team is on top, they will go through. Whichever team isn't, they will get sent immediately into the second chance race. It's not easy and it is relentless.
Yeah, I will say one thing there. You saw into the big braking zone, into that again, the best opportunity to make an overtake into that hairpin. You saw Harth locking up there, and it was just every time he was up in the air on the bouncing on those bumps. So again, it's very, very difficult to hit your same braking point every single time because your wheels just aren't always touching the track. It's crazy circuit here at Sebring, and it's just one of its charms.
Yes, indeed. You can see there on your tower on the left, with it being Apex Racing Team first, third and fourth. Remember, it's the top 2 drivers from each team that will be scoring points. Points are essentially the position. Johan Harth with 1, Twojador with 2, Valero 3, Fluke 4, Vagrecki and Lukaszek in 5 and 6 points. You add them up together, the top 2 of each team would put Apex Racing Team on 4 points, and Carbon would have 7 because of the top 2 of each team, meaning that at the moment Apex are in the pound seat, but a bit of a mistake there from Johan Harth, and Twojador is going to try and get back underneath out of the hairpin up towards Fangio with that race down towards Cunningham. Once again, this is Carbon Simsports about to take over the race lead, but Johan Harth is not going to give it up just yet. Fastest lap of the race set by Twojador as we go into the braking zone of Cunningham. Johan Harth is trying to make it stick around the outside. There's almost a brush between the two of them, but they're making it stick just about side by side. Beautiful stuff at the moment.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff there from both drivers, and now you can see that Valero's almost trying to be the rear gunner here and trying to get involved in this battle to put a bit of pressure on the Carbon Simsport driver, but he's got it done. Half a lap it takes, but up into the lead then the Carbon Simsport driver will go. Ooh, bit of a nudge there, a bit of a contact. That was very much touring car action there. Slows them both down, and again, Valero is the one that can really try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Johan Harth instantly stay down the inside. He's just ridden into the back of the Carbon Simsports car that's leading the way. And what does Gal Valero do? Surely this has got to be a little bit of bump drafting to try and push Johan Harth. He's not going to be close enough either way to try and assist on that matter. Jamie Fluke's right on the rear end. It's Apex Racing Teams 2, 3 and 4. But Grecki's a little bit too far off the rear end of it. But as we approach the halfway point in this race, remember that 8-minute races, they're not very long. But with it being such a short lap, you've got loads of opportunities around here. To be fair, I'm surprised we've seen even this much action. I wasn't too convinced with how much we'd see around here, but instantly some of the big sends, a couple of little mistakes. Johan Harth dropping it just a touch to the hairpin, and he's opened the door for Carbon to maybe sneak their way through.
Yeah, 100%. Fluke right now just needs to really keep this gap between him and the Apex cars in front here, and the only way that they can lose out is if Fluke loses a position here to Vagrecki. So if Vegrecki gets up into P4, that would actually net give, well, we'd be tied, wouldn't it? 5 points each then for Carbon, simsport, and indeed Apex. But that would indeed put Carbon through just because they have the P1, they have the highest position.
Well, the fastest first sector has been set by Fordzilla, who's leading the way at the moment. Johan Harth and Garl Valero right on the attack. Half a second. This is a great opportunity for Harth. This has got to be the defensive move from the Carbon simsports driver, surely. What does Johan Harth do? We ride on board with Garl Valero. You can see Johan Harth looking to the inside, committing to it, but late on the brakes goes the Carbon simsport man. Covers him off by moving the braking zone just a touch over the nose of Johan Harth, who doesn't manage to arrest the car by diving it down the inside. It's still the same positions as we tick off another lap here at Sebring. And Fordzilla was doing a brilliant job just to try and hang on, but you can see how much pressure he is under right now, and you can see that Johan Harth is getting faster and faster.
It's really quite clever driving here. It's sneaky, that's for sure. A little bit of a move in the braking zone, but when you've got cars that are going this slowly, you can kind of get away with it here. There's a bit of an overlap there. It is. Johan Harth sends one up the inside. Bit of contact between the two of them, and now Valero trying to guarantee the Apex team safe passage through to the next stage of the competition. Not quite going to make that position stick there, but Johan Harth taking full advantage of the smallest of mistakes there from the Carbon simsports driver, and now Apex looking very, very strong, as they have done all summer long.
Oh, and Johan Harth makes another mistake. See that coming out onto Big Bend. He just kind of drove it in a little bit too hard. It wasn't even a lock-up, but it might just open the door because the drive out towards the hairpin's not going to be good enough. He's deciding which way he's going to go, and Johan Harth is just trying to hang on right now. Fordzilla looks to the inside once again, coming down into the hairpin, and who's not going to open the door on this opportunity. All 6 of them very, very close as we come across the line to start. I think the third to last lap in this race. 2.5 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for an opportunity to find their way past. We're talking about just over 60-second laps around here, and Johan Harth back to the front, taking control of this race, but it was this section of track where he managed to find his way through. Yeah,
can't believe how close they are, and that's the pressure. It's almost more difficult to lead a race in these types of car. I love touring car racing, very similarly to you, Lewis, and yeah, it's sometimes better to be in P2 than it is to be in P1, because you can force the mistake of the driver in front, but trying to push the car with no real reference point in front of you is so difficult, especially when you've got people in your rear view mirror as closely as what we're seeing here. But again, it's Fluke that really is in the sort of the rear gunner seat. He needs to kind of slow Vegrecki down a little bit here, or just keep that 0.4 of a second gap. I guess that's probably the best form of defense, is just by attacking at this stage. But yeah, if it stays like it is, they're absolutely golden here. It's actually Carbon simsport trying to make the move once again. Johan Harth on the defensive.
Yeah, we see Jamie Fluke at the moment, but it is the race lead where we're seeing the attack. The door might be open though for Valero to come straight back through and try and take over second position for Apex. This is going to be a drag race all the way around to Gunningham as they head through Fangio. This might be bad for Carbon simsport. They might drop back even to third position. I don't think it's quite close enough for Jamie Fluke to try and fight his way through. They're into the braking zone of Cunningham now. Garl Valero with a little bit of a mistake once again from Johan Harth, who's driven it in way too deep. Penultimate lap of the race. We're heading on to now up towards Tower Bend. It is an Apex Racing Team 1-2, but Fordzilla is trying to attack Jamie Fluke. Also in the background, straight down the inside, trying to make it a 1-2-3 for Apex, but he's actually might have opened the door for Vegrecki. Is there going to be a mistake from Valero? No, there is not. He's able to hang on to second position.
Oh, Vegrecki there.
Whoa.
Oh, big contact between Fluke and Vegrecki. I think the door was open, but I don't think Fluke closed the door as soon as it was open, but I think that there was already an overlap there, a bit of contact in the background, and this is again where the penalties do indeed come into play. So of course our stewards will be looking at all of this. For me, that's just touring car racing. I don't think there's anything too crazy there, and in all fairness, Apex are in a prime position now. They're in P1 and P2, a little bit of a gap now forming from indeed P3 to P4. Vegrecki kind of needs to help his teammate out here if they want to go and indeed get up into positions to qualify, but they need to get into the lead of this race, and Valero now, it is a case of slow the pack down, guarantee Johan Harth this victory, guarantee Apex through to the next stage.
Yeah, and Johan Harth just needs to adjust for the mistakes. He's driving in a fairly unfamiliar simulator. I think this is the first time he's racing from the Apex Racing facility in Corby, but alas, is leading from that position. Made a couple too many mistakes. You can see there missing the Apex 3 tower also. Johan Harth just needs to calm himself down, underdrive the car a little bit. One major mistake at this point, he could be straight down the road. Garl Valero could take the lead, but then Carbon simsports could come through and take over second and third in the race, so you can't really afford any of those mistakes. And like I said, we're yet to see from the race stewards as to if there is anything else to be held on for when it comes to penalties earlier on in the race. Not 100% sure myself. I kind of agree with you. I think we're just talking about some touring car racing here. I think it's going to get a little bit more fisticuffs as the evening goes on. Johan Harth, though, will depart what realistically is the final corner at the hairpin. Will race his way up towards the start-finish line to complete an Apex Racing Team 1-2 here to start out the evening. Well, they are continuing the way they've gone through the entirety of the Summer Cup, and that is by winning. What a fantastic team.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. It's what we've kind of expected. We should expect Apex to come through, but this circuit has very much shown that it gives opportunities to everybody during an 8-minute race here, and it's about whether your team can hold their nerve. And when it comes to sort of the team game, because at one point we had all 3 of the Apex drivers pretty much touching bumpers, it's then where can you hold your nerve there, because the Carbon Simsport team were right in amongst it. You could almost throw a loincloth over the whole field, and really Apex just held strong through there, didn't panic, and got the job done.
Yeah, super stuff. What a great way to start off. And I've got to say, what a fun little battle that was. Great stuff at the race leads. Fordzilla trying to hold on from the likes of Johan Harth and Gar Valero. What did you make of that one, Arjuna?
I think we're in for a fun night. This is a good track. It provides plenty of passing opportunities and sections where you can lose time as well, especially if you heat up the front tires, especially if you start to struggle. So Apex Racing Team confirmed to go directly through to the quarterfinal matchups. It will be Carbon Simsport heading into... Luke, can you help me out here?
Into the last chance. Yeah, last chance. No,
there we go.
After that, no races ever, forever, Summer Cup race qualifier thing.
You say it well, much better than me, well more than I could ever say that. Next up, though, Williams Esports versus Patrick Long Esports. I'll come to you first, Lewis, about this race. We've seen Patrick Long have some speed across of this Esports Racing World Cup, but Williams have come in with a lineup focused on rFactor 2 and have shown through the summer they are one to count.
Yeah, you got to remember that Williams Esports, when it came to the outright fastest single driver from round 1 of the Summer Cup, when we went to Donington Park in these cars, it was Jack Peathley that realistically was the fastest man. But Patrick Long Esports have got a couple of rFactor 2 specialists in here. Of course, Roy McDuff, we know he loves fishing, but he also loves racing on rFactor 2, and he'll be putting that on display as well, although not really much of a touring car specialist. But they're going right up against one of the hardest teams, and potentially one of the favourites to be heading their way towards the final later on.
We'll see if we get Rory McDuff's favourite hat on for today's race. So that's Williams versus Patrick Long. And from your perspective, Luke, when you're a team as big as Williams, you've got drivers that you can pull from across the sim racing universe. How do you even approach building a 5-man roster for this Esports Racing League?
Well, they've done it relatively well. However, I'm not a manager, so I have no idea in that regard, to be completely honest. But again, they've done very, very well. But I will add one thing. There's not been that one standout performance where we've gone, like, where we've been the whole broadcast, Williams Esports this, Williams Esports that. Like, they've just flown under the radar, but just always have performed really, really well. So yeah, it's a testament to them. And when they finally find their feet and they really are, you know, the final package, let's say, they're going to be so difficult to beat, because even on an off day, they get the job done.
Sorry, I thought you kept going. We've had mic issues so far through this broadcast. I thought it was just another one there.
Just an Arjuna issue.
Just the me issue. We call this in the software development world. A problem exists between keyboard and user. In this case, it's my brain. But I tell you what, my brain is ready to see some more racing. We're ready for Heat 2. It's time to see if Patrick Long Esports can stop Williams from working their way forward. Let's head back to Sebring. It's Lewis and Luke once more. Getting word that we're still getting ready to go. We're getting a little bit of kerfuffle there going on. So we'll talk about something new as we get ready to go racing. And it is, of course, our VCO Send It, our print magazine for the digital world. Luke, I know you've been working on a new article for the upcoming edition of VCO Send It.
Yeah, I had a chat with Enzo Benito, and it's just basically 37 minutes of me drooling. But you know, there is a market for that. Normally it's on OnlyFans, but today we're going to put it in Send It. No, we just talk through Enzo's career, really, from start to finish, and what it's called My Moment, and it's really just kind of figuring out what in his brain, what has been his best moment. And well, Enzo has got many of them. So yeah, it will be a really nice read. You'll also be able to get a link to the audio of it as well. But yeah, it was really nice to talk to him, actually. And he is just a very nice guy, a really nice guy, very open to, understands the world of sim racing, which I think is something that we are starting to find out from all the teams, especially like Unicorns of Love. they're so young, they're so good on camera. They understand that people need to know their personalities. They need to just let people in a little bit into their lives. You know, that's what streaming comes into it as well, of course. But yeah, Enzo's one of the, as much as he's still a pretty young man, he's one of the old school in terms of sim racing. But he gets it. So he was very, very open, and yeah, it will be a really cool read.
He's a young man, but a veteran in this esports racing business. But I'm getting word we are ready finally to go racing for heat number 2. So I'll step aside. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Lewis and Luke. Let's head back to Sebring. Let's see who comes out on top.
Well, Williams Esports have taken control in qualifying heading into this. Jack Keithley with Brzezinski alongside on the front row. We're about to get racing once again on this shortened Sebring race circuit with that race down towards Cunningham. We'll see who comes out on top. At the moment, it is Williams Esports as we race our way down. Jack Keithley into the off with a good launch as you'd expect from a touring car specialist such as himself. He's got his long-time teammate in Brzezinski alongside. You've got Luca D'Amelio instantly trying to get on the attack, but it's Williams Esports trying to make this a 1-2-3 straight away as Peter Bowiak's trying to get around the outside. He's more of an open wheel specialist, but man, he can make a touring car stick to a road. But it is Williams Esports right in control as Rory McDuff and Henry Drury try to attack Croatian.
Yeah, really nice work there from D'Amelio, actually, up to P3 here. There's some proper argy-bargy in the background here. And, well, neither of the Patrick Long Esports teams are going to go through, although, as I say that, there's an absolute send up the inside there, and Drury comes through, McDuff comes through. I'm not sure that's the most legal of overtakes. Touring car racing, and, well, that was brutal road rage racing.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit too much from Henry Drury, getting his elbows out a little bit. Of course, I'm pretty sure that Henry Drury is American from memory. Of course, Roy McDuff also American, Luca D'Amelio being the Italian on the team. But that one might be a little bit too much. So maybe Luca D'Amelio's got a lot to do in this race. He's right on the rear end of Brzezinski, and by right on the rear, or Keithley rather, has Keithley made a mistake? I think he must have done, because he's dropped back now to 3rd position. Jack Keithley dropped back behind not only Brzezinski, but also Luca D'Amelio as well. Watch out for this. It's going to be a pretty tough overtake because Jack Keithley's not going to sit there and wait.
No, absolutely not. He will try and make every opportunity his own as we see his WWE, WWF wallpaper in the background. He's also got Action Man curtains there as well. An absolute stud. We love to see it. And this is actually quite good for Drury. Drury will be... D'Amelio won't be liking this too much, but Drury will be loving this because he needs to catch up if Patrick Long Esports are to go through at this stage here. Also, I want to throw something out there. Have you ever seen Isaac Price and Jack Keithley in the same room?
No,
nope,
they're the same person. Exactly. It's official. They are definitely the same person from two other sides of Great Britain, but still, that's fine. We'll allow it. Jack Keithley, though, I will say, they're both very good at touring cars. I will say that. Jack Keithley, though, is arguably one of the absolute best that we've had in sim racing. Such a fantastic driver in touring cars. Does get his elbows out a bit, and he is not afraid of it. You kind of expect that from a touring car master himself. The only thing that I'd say that he's better at than just touring cars is racing around the Nordschleife. Patrick Long Esports getting a penalty for avoidable contact.
Oh, that's race over. To be fair, as soon as you get a penalty here, 1v1, 3v3 is pretty much done and dusted there. What was the penalty point said? I didn't see exactly what the penalty was. Yeah, I don't think it even had a value there. So maybe it did. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know.
What, do you think we're getting blind in our old age?
Yeah, I think we might be.
Well, here we
glorious ginger hair of Jack Keithley.
Here we've got a switch of positions from both of the Patrick Long Esports drivers in the form of Rory McDuff getting past Henry Drury. Peter Bowiak's right on the rear end to try and find his way through. Said before, he's quite good in open wheelers. The 2015 Formula Sim Racing World Champion, of course. He's a very, very talented driver when it comes to open wheels. But I have seen him race in stock cars and touring cars and God knows what. But this occasion, he is 6th in the race, trying to find his way past either two. He can't risk, though, making a bold overtake, let his frustrations get the better of him, because if he gets a penalty, well, that does affect the team.
100%, yeah. And Williams Esports, they're not here by accident, are they? They always make it to these Masters. They're always the sort of top 4, top 5 team. They know what they're doing here exactly, although you can see Burliak in the background is trying to make, he's like, I don't know what he's trying to do here, but it was an incredible attempt there to try and find an inside line. Never quite worked out there. Drury covering it off really nicely. And I'm going to go livery watch here. I really like the Patrick Long Esports livery. It's simple, but very clean.
Yeah, it looks like a race car. I mean, it looks great. A bit of a slide there from Henry Drury, who has to get on the throttle to try and save it. Bojak's getting down the inside in the same corner. They've made contact in before. Bojak straight down the inside. Clean move that one, potentially. Don't know how race control will feel about it, but Henry Drury, for me, that was a lovely move from Bojak, who's been squeezed a little bit, made the move stick, hit the apex, and got back on with it. So it's Williams in first, third, and fifth. Patrick Long in second, fourth, and sixth. And at the moment, that might become a Williams Esports 1-2 if Jack Keithley can find his way past.
Yeah, and really now it's all about just keeping your ego intact. Jack Keithley does not need to make an overtake here. He needs to just hold on to this P3. He's got no pressure from him behind. And the only way that this can go wrong here is if he tries to get involved in a battle that he doesn't need to, and there's coming together and they both end up off the circuit. That's definitely not what needs to happen here. So Keithley has been around a long time as well. Again, he's a young man, but as one of the elder statesmen, I guess, from the race room side of things, I would say, the more touring car side of things as well. He's been here many a time before. I think he'll play this very, very safely here, and maybe later on in the day save his elbows for later on.
Will say, by the way, there's an update from race controllers to what we saw for Patrick Long at Esports. It's not a penalty. It was a warning to Patrick Long Esports for that overtake from Henry Drury, who, by the way, just got his way back past Peter Bojak in fifth and sixth spots. They switch around once again. Rory McDuff is right in the mix of those two. The top three, by the way, have pulled away massively, including a 2.5 second lead for Kuba Brzezinski.
Yeah, well, they've ended up off the circuit half the time, haven't they? The back three. We saw in the first lap, Burliak had to run off the circuit by about 20 meters, so that would have been slower for sure. But they've just been battling crazily at the back there, and in these cars specifically, you just lose so much time running side by side. It's it's very, very difficult to be running the same lap times on your own on the circuit with the front-wheel drive cars we've got here. But when you're racing side by side with someone else, it becomes even more impossible to do so. But as it stands, it's looking super good for Williams. Williams just don't really tend to get involved in, and there's never really a storyline with Williams, is there? It's never a case of, oh, there's been some massive action in their race. It's just kind of, they just get the job done, and then when it gets to the later stages, they tend to get knocked out. There's never really any drama with them. So I don't expect anything more than they're just going to comfortably get through to our sort of semi-finals today, and then maybe produce a surprise, but I don't expect any fireworks.
Very, very solid lineup for them. You can see on the left-hand side, top of the left, that is Jack Keithley. In the middle, that's Brzezinski, and then the bottom, that one being Peter Bojak. When it comes to talent, this is a very, very strong lineup. Brzezinski is incredibly fast. Keithley's a touring car specialist and was the fastest at Donington Park, and Peter Bojak is one of the most consistent drivers in a race. Whether you need as much consistency as what he's used to across an evening such as this, you do need to get your elbows out and be a bit more of a sprint master, but an incredible lineup for the three of them. They could make their way to the finals. Like I say, I'd expect them very much so to get to the semis. After that, it is a bit of a question mark as Bojak's trying to get his elbows out with McDuff and Drury once again. McDuff, the head of this trio.
Burliak, park the car. Just park it. Don't get involved with this stuff. It's the only thing that can happen is something could go wrong here. But yeah, I think he's literally just done that, hasn't he? He's just gone, yeah, do you know what? You boys crack on. I'm not interested in this. The only thing I can do is really have an adverse effect on my team's performance here. I think Keithley's done the same. He's just stuck in behind P2. And that's experience for you, leaning on experience. They've been in this position before. They've made the Masters before. They've been in the World Cup as well. Like, they've just got a little bit more experience in this Patrick Long Esports. But I will say that they have really surprised me during this Summer Cup of Patrick Long Esports. They've done so well, along with Brabham as well. Brabham have been another team that really surprised me. And Coanda have really come out of nowhere, of course, and they really have performed well this Summer Cup as well. So it's good to see that there are new teams that are really in the reckoning each and every week.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Coanda have been potentially shock of the season as Peter Bojak's trying to get around the outside, so he's not fully done with trying to find his way past Henry Drury. But I think you're absolutely right as we head on to the final lap of the race with Williams in their position. For Bojak, you just no need to risk it. Back off, stay away, because Keithley can do the same. He's got 7 seconds behind to really back off D'Amelio as well if he needs to.
Yeah, well, it's something a little bit different here for Keithley, because the further they get on, it's kind of like, where can I figure out an overtake here on someone who's got similar pace to me? So it's actually quite good for their championship moving forward, I would say, trying to figure out where they can make overtakes and stuff against, because they wouldn't have been able to practice against anybody or another team during this. No one's going to go, oh, should we just do a little scrim? It's not like Call of Duty. Let's scrim together. You know what I mean? It's not quite like that. So there's racing against your teammates, and you can be argy-bargy with them, but it's never really full on giving it everything, right? So yeah, it's this could be good for them moving forward. But we're coming up towards the final few corners here. Lewis and Williams Esports, as per usual, just getting the job done.
Yeah, pretty calm performance, all things considered. They've done really well. Brzezinski, he's been gifted it a touch after an issue for Keithley. Brzezinski will come up towards the line and will take the second victory of the night. Williams Esports looking to book their place in the quarterfinals straight away as Jack Keithley will take third. Luca D'Amelio and Rory McDuff the highest place for Patrick Long, taking the team for that, the points for that team. But it does mean that Williams Esports will be progressing. Standout performance, got to say, from Luca D'Amelio, keeping Jack Keithley at bay for that long. I've raced with Keithley before in touring cars. That is not an easy performance, even over just an 8-minute race. Super stuff.
You've raced in quotation marks with Jack Keithley. You were on the same track as Jack Keithley. Nice.
I've battled with him. He might have had success ballast on. That's fine. Yeah, I've battled with him.
What did he have? Half a giraffe in the car?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 70 kilos, something like that. Yeah, it's all a bit of fun. It is all a bit of fun. But on this occasion, Luca D'Amelio hanging on to second position, but unfortunately not enough. Williams Esports looked pretty strong there.
And the fastest man at Donington was not the fastest man, at least at the end of the race here today. It will be Williams Esports, of course, going to the quarterfinals. We'll see what Patrick Long Esports can do when they head to that second chance smorgasbord of chaos race that we'll see in 4 races time. Next up, it's R8G and Burst, one team that we expect a lot from in the form of R8G, who visited the finals before. Another team, Burst Esports, that rFactor 2, Lewis, maybe we expect some pace, but it's not in a car they're very familiar with.
Yeah, they did get to the finals, of course, back in Zandvoort in the Spring Cup, of course, to take on Redline, if memory serves. It was a while ago, though, and I barely remember to breathe in and out. But Burst are a great team on this. And I will say, as much as Luke was saying that we've not seen drivers and teams battling out because they've not really had that much time to practice, a scrim, as you called it, we did see in practice Erhan Janowski and Jerne Simoncic having a bit of a ding-dong around here. So they have at least practiced a little bit between each other, although I would say that R8G are potentially the favourites to go through, but Burst are very consistent.
Luke, when you reflect on R8G and what they've done so far in 2022, what comes to mind?
I think at the start of the year, it was a case of they are the team that are going to challenge Redline in terms of just the grand scale of sim racing, the whole landscape of sim racing. But other teams have just taken it upon themselves just to get to another level again, and R8G are under a bit of pressure. Redline, they seem still like the big dogs. But I tell you what, just speaking about this race specifically, I think there's only 2 races where you can't really call a clear favourite, and I think this is the one. I think R8G and Burst, I think anything can happen here. So yeah, I expect this to go. I reckon we're going to be getting to the final lap here, and it's still not quite sorted.
Should be an interesting one, that's for sure. I mentioned earlier, this is a layout that doesn't traditionally see much racing. It's more used as a test bed for the NTT IndyCar series and various other US-based motorsports groups. But Lewis, I saw some chat in the virtual paddock. For some cars, there is an added complication: no start lights to figure out when to go racing.
Okay, so yeah, this is one thing where the rFactor 2 specialist will actually know a couple of little tricks where when you've not got any start lights, there's a couple of things in the black boxes in the bottom right where you can see when a certain timer starts. Essentially, that's when the lights go out. That is where it is. I think though we are ready to go, and we'll see this battle emerge. Of course, it'll be Burst versus R8G. I'm stepping aside this time. It's going to be Luke and Arjuna taking you through it.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it's, well, an R8G 1, 2, 3 here, as we are heading towards the race for the 3rd qualifying race to get through to the next stage of our Masters for the Summer Cup. And well, it is, yeah, it is. It's a 1, 2, 3 by the looks of things here, Arjuna. What are you expecting from this? I said it's going to be close. Are you expecting anything different to that?
I didn't want to be Mr. Negative, Mr. Naysayer. I don't think this is the one that I'm expecting to be too close. I think the next one with Unicorns of Love, Coanda Gaming, I think that's the one where I really have no idea who's going to come out on top. We've seen for R8G, when they come prepared and ready to go, they can beat anyone on their day. Is today their day? We're about to find out.
Yeah. We are about to find out, that's for sure here. We're just waiting for, indeed, everybody to ready up here on the grid, and then we'll hear the klaxon go off, which is always nice. It's a nice little sound. But yeah, it will be Yuyovsky, who is an rFactor 2 specialist. I was just about to say an R8G specialist. He is, to be fair. We've then got Toman in second. Shinjik is in 3rd position. Shinjik, who is one of those drivers that's been used as a rear gunner, but also has been right at the front for the team as well. That's how strong R8G are. We've got Umashima, who has been not quite the fastest in terms of the Burst Esports team, but it's the quickest today and has maybe found something a little bit extra here. Then we've got Michi Hoyer, who, if you've not watched him stream, you should absolutely go check him out on Twitch. And then we've got Simonchich down in P6 here. Only 3.5 tenths of a second separating all 6 of our drivers. They are all indeed ready here. Top 2 drivers in each team will score the points. And of course, you do not want your third driver or any of your drivers to be indeed getting you any penalties, because that will be added to your aggregate score. Well, just waiting for the klaxons to go off here then. So Yayovsky, Toman, P1, P2, here we go. We can hear them. And we are green light racing. I tell you what's a really good start from Simonchich. Simonchich is going to split then the 2 Burst Esports cars in the background, and actually not quite going to be quick enough here. And well, RHG are just going to be in formation, aren't they, and just make sure that no one can get through. Although I tell you what, you can see here that Umashima's looked to make a move there on Shinshik. Shinshik is going to defend for his life and just basically let the front 2 drivers of his team go, get out of the way. As a cone being flung over there in the background. No one likes to see a cone there. That's damage. That is not good there. I think that might be some sort of suspension damage, or maybe just decided to let the 2 quicker cars go, but that is not a good start there for the Burst Esports team, Arjuna. But RHG, well, they are looking very strong indeed.
Some degree, I wonder for Burst Esports, Simonchich, Umashima, Hoyer, open wheel specialists to all of their names. Simonchich, though, seems to know enough about TCRs that gets a little bit out of shape, yeets it to the floor, able to recover, but now drops behind Umashima. It is looking like RHG are strolling their way to the quarterfinals.
I tell you what, that looks cool. It's not quick. Yeah, I can't believe it, to be honest, already here. Oh, massive lock up there from Umashima. It's going to just leave the door open for Simonchich, who's just not close enough. It's not, you know, they're not letting these drivers go through on purpose. That's for sure, as they now are side by side. And I thought this was going to be close. I really did. And already, so I said we're going to be still looking for the result on the final lap. Looks like we've got the result on the first lap. That's just quite ridiculous here. And RHG looking super, super strong. But how much can you read into this? They've not really been challenged so far in this race. So how quick are they? I guess we'll find out as the championship does indeed go on, but it's almost like it's a little practice here where they're all just trying to draft each other and using each other in terms of teams. RHG with Yuyovsky and Toman and Shinjik looking so strong in these early stages.
You say practice. I think we have to emphasize just how crucial these laps are going to be for drivers to build up the confidence, because I think it's fair to say the vast majority of drivers assumed that we go racing at the Nürburgring. They thought that a trip to the Sunshine State was not on the agenda. So a lot of the drivers, when the tracks were announced 24 hours ago, started doing practice at the Nürburgring, at the sprint layout there. To flip the cards so dramatically, I wonder which team actually made sure to dial themselves in for the race that we've got as they come to the line once more.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it yesterday. I was just seeing Nürburgring, hashtag ERL Nürburgring, and I was like, well, I'm going to try and change that. And my one vote did make a difference by the looks of things, which is always good. New best lap time then for Yuyovsky, who's currently in P1. But I want to give a shout out here to Shinjik. So Shinjik, of course, who we've seen win races for RHG in our VCO Cups so far during the last, well, nearly a year, isn't it? I guess it is nearly a year. That's crazy. But he was playing rear gunner there. On the first lap, he really did give up his race. He was getting really mixy with Umashima and Simonchich, and he slowed them right down to force this gap. He's managed to catch back up to Toman, by the way, on his own merit, but he did hang back. He just went, do you know what? I'm going to force these drivers to be so slow, give our boys at the front there at least a second advantage, and that is the key to being successful here. Playing as a team, having someone who's able to be able to, you know, of course you need drivers to get the 1 point or the 2 points. You need to get the small amount of points as possible, but you need that one driver that can be clever on the race starts. Redline have been the best at it, haven't they? With their little roadblock system if they qualify well. And well, RHG there with specifically Shinchik has just proved exactly how important it is to have that one driver in your team.
I do wonder as well for RHG. It's not a car that we expect to see them compete in, whether it be here on rFactor 2 or any of the other platforms that they really race on in a regular sort of a form. But for someone like Yuyovsky, Shinchik, we've seen these drivers over recent years, not just 1 or 2, but years before that as well, compete in the likes of the BM M2 CS Racing Cup. Low power, smaller car, lower weight, relies a little bit more on the momentum. Yuyovsky won the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup in 2021. I wonder if some of those driving characteristics work quite well in this British touring car machine.
think it's game specific, right? I think if you can nail, we see this a lot on iRacing with the Coke Series drivers who don't do a lot of road racing, but when they do road racing, they are always in the top split, battling right in the front with the top drivers. If you can nail the physics in a racing game, doesn't matter whether it's front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, you know, oval, or any of the disciplines, the physics are the same, right? The tire model is exactly the same, so you're able to figure it out. That's where it comes into fruition, being a specialist on a certain sim. So that's what I think is really the main factor here.
I don't know about you, Luke, but I've, over the last, especially with this Esports Racing League, I've been trying to branch out and experience what the other platforms have to offer. I've stayed in my lane on iRacing for a long time, and I've been enjoying. It's not always the easiest process, but I've been enjoying the exploration and seeing what the rest of the community comes up with. We're a niche, and within our niche, we break ourselves into smaller cliques within our sim niches. So I like that this Esports Racing League encourages the likes of drivers. Umashima, only an iRacing driver. We've seen him compete across other platforms as well.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for all sims or all racing games. For me, sim racing is the simulation of racing. That's how I interpret the meaning of it. So it simulates racing, side by side, door banging, the works. So I think you need to figure out, when you're first in the sim, are you good enough to be a top esports driver? Do you have the potential to be a top esports driver? If the answer to those questions are no, you should be trying absolutely every single sim out there. You should be putting hours into all of the sims. There's so much out there on offer for you. It's as simple as that. There are such a small percentage of drivers that are able to compete at this level, and especially across multiple sims. So yeah, there's just so many different options out there, and you always have the gatekeepers of iRacing, the gatekeepers of rFactor 2, the gatekeepers of ACC. But there are so many other games out there as well as these to get your hands on, and just go out there and enjoy yourselves. That's how I see things anyway, Arjuna.
Oh, agreed. And one thing that I will say is I've heard a couple of comments from community members asking, well, why don't you include Gran Turismo as part of the Esports Racing League? Why don't you include Race Room? Why not WRC? These are all ideas that as we move forward, as we continue to flesh out the concept of this Esports Racing World Cup, we're open to everything. We've tried all the wacky stuff so far this year, and we'll try a whole bunch more. I can't wait to see what more things we'll trial out in this Esports Racing League.
That's the first thing I said. The first broadcast we ever did, Arjuna, together, after we did the debrief with Florian, I said, this has so much potential. Why can't we, in future years, have a World Cup, and not necessarily these Spring Cups, but the World Cup, where it's across 7 or 8 different titles, and you still only have 5 drivers, but you have to then have a console-specific driver for Gran Turismo or Forza. So then that limits your other 4 drivers, or you have 2 console-specific drivers, and then the other 3 are kind of more the PC. It's like there's so many different avenues we can go with this. There really are. And again, sim racing, for me, the simulation of racing. Yeah, anyone out there that just kind of like, oh, this game isn't good enough or you shouldn't be racing on that game, you should be racing on this. Like, you're just hurting the sim racing community, really, by saying that.
Yeah, no, I say yes, but I've been guilty of that in the past as well, right? When you just get so rabid about your fascination with one thing, you commit yourself. I like that we'll try out some more stuff, and with rennsport, a new thing coming to our sim racing universe, it's going to shake things up. It'll be exciting to see what that does to the situation. Just focusing on track for a second though, Luke. Toman has found some speed as close to the back of Yuyovsky. Is Toman the fastest driver RAG have through the course of a race distance today?
Yeah, and they've got to now figure out who's got the most podiums for the most valuable driver. So yeah, if any of them are in the hunt here, although they are both on the podium per se, I tell you what, you don't want to be that close to your teammate, that's for sure. Of course, they've got Shinjik that could back him up here, but yeah, you don't really want to be taking out your teammate at the end of a race. But I think that scared him a little bit. The gap's now come out. Yuyovsky's just going to be sitting there. He's going to have a bum like a rabbit's nose there from that. That's not ideal. But we are on the last lap of this race, Arjuna. It's been a phenomenal race for RHG, not so much for Burst.
It's been a good drive for RHG. Has it been a great race? You need racing action to deliver a race, but it's the type of performance that Lewis is wondering, do RHG have enough to work their way to the finals? I think this performance shows that he's right. At the very least, they can go to the semis. What can they do when things get more competitive? We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, heading up then towards the final corner here, and well, Erhan Yuyovsky, Toman and Shinjik, they have done the perfect team game here. P1, P2, P3. It's been a phenomenal performance from Yuyovsky and Toman. But I tell you what, I think you've got to hand it to Shinjik. Shinjik was really the key there. He just slowed down Burst at the start of this. and made it so that they could not really attack here. Gave the chance for Yuyovski and Toma to just drive away. And well, in team stats, they've been the best so far, really. But how quick were they? We'll find out when they come up against another team later on. But yeah, very, very interesting there. I'm sure you've got some interesting facts to bring out there, Lewis, about that race as well.
I mean, it was a pretty calm performance, wasn't it? I mean, Burst just didn't seem to have the pace that was noted in qualifying, and the fact of them being behind. I will say there was one thing that I did note from the race start, which you pointed out, Jane Simic having a good launch. Now, Jack Keithley had a very good launch in the previous race, and that tells me that some of the rFactor 2 specialists might know a couple of tricks about getting this car off the line, which I know it's not the hardest track to pass at in the world, but that could be a major advantage moving on in this competition.
We just think about how sim racing hardware has developed in the last decade. We've gone from, foot clutches to now very much like in the real world, dual hand clutches for many of these pro drivers. You wonder if they've figured out the right bite point to get these cars off the line at whatever launch RPM they are using. So RAG go through. Burst Esports to the second chance race, where they do have a slight uphill task based on the speed that we saw from them. Next up, this is the one that I think it's the wild card. It's Unicorns of Love versus Coanda Gaming. It's the pink versus the pink. And Lewis, I'll come to you first to talk about this matchup. We know the Unicorns of Love. We know where their home is, but you like to talk about the partnership with NetRex Grand Prix. What can Unicorns of Love to spoil the upstarts in Coanda Gaming?
They struggled a little bit on the first round of the Summer Cup. Obviously, whilst rFactor 2, from the NetRex point of view, is their specialisation, they've really kind of lent into that for this season. Will say, though, the issue that I have is that they've not really got they're not touring car specialists. And I know, obviously, as Luke was saying in the previous race, if you're good on one sim, then you understand how the sim works, and then you can kind of expand that across all cars. But still, this car is so vastly different to what they're used to. If we were talking about the Formula Pro car that we were dealing with last season, then yeah, sure, I'd say they're favourites to go through. In this sense, though, with how Coanda have been, how much they've learnt as the season's gone on, how much faster they've been getting almost each round we've been going, I'd say Coanda are almost the favourites to go through. It's a tricky one.
I think Coanda, at the very least, are looking to put points on the board as we build to the Esports Racing World Cup. We didn't mention at the start of today that the fact that they missed the Spring Cup, Luke, in some ways basically means that they aren't really looking to qualify for the World Cup. There's an outside chance of them doing that, yes. They're looking to win the prize money. They're looking to build up performance and confidence for 2023.
Yeah, 100%, and it starts with taking a big scalp out. People will be looking at rFactor 2 and thinking, Unicorns of Love aren't really a big scalp for this sim. They're a big scalp in this competition. They have actually managed to go out there and win one of our cups as well. Multiple cups, haven't they, with the ACC? So they are really a team to indeed beat. So it's just good for Coanda just to keep that progression. And also, when it does come to the crunch, and they are potentially in a World Cup in the future, when you look at all of the stats, because I'm sure people are writing down stats about their teams and saying who they've beat, who they've struggled against. If you know that you've got the upper hand on a certain team, whether it be on rFactor 2, ACC, or indeed iRacing, just chalking it up always is a positive.
Lewis, race control has been relatively quiet today. Is that because of this one-on-one format, or what do you think is the reason why race control is getting to enjoy rather than work?
Well, I mean, they've already really had the one kind of thing, which was Henry Drury against Peter Boyack in the previous race. So, in the couple of races ago. It's really been it. They've had a pretty calm time of it up at that point. Whether that continues in this race, though, we'll have to wait and see, because we're about to jump in to see Unicorns of Love taking on Coanda. I'm going to step aside once again. I'll be able to join you for rounds 5 and 6, or the 5th and 6th race for this, but you two have to take us through this one. Luke and Arjuna, take it away.
Here we are again then. So we are here for the 4th race of our qualifiers. We have got ourselves Unicorns of Love versus Coanda. And who's going to come out on top here? Arjuna, I think you're right. I think this is going to be a lot closer here. I think that Unicorns of Love will have that advantage just because they've managed to go out there and win races, and they've had win championships as well. They have that to lean on, and they'll be just on such a high in terms of confidence. But Coanda have been exceptional. They are P7 overall in the Summer Cup, as we discussed earlier on. And yeah, they have really been the surprise package. Well, maybe not surprise package. I think we expected them to be up there. But can they go deep in this competition today?
So you say that Unicorns of Love is full of confidence, quite rightly, I will say as well. However, Coanda are quietly confident. They are here to spoil the party. I've been following the drivers, the team manager on social media, Danny Gisa, and a lot of the vibes that I feel coming out of this camp are, they are here to make sure they are counted. They've done it so far across the 3 different platforms. Here in the Masters, they've got to do it against one of the few teams to have beaten the likes of Team Redline.
Danny can't even watch his own team here, which is quite funny. It is Benjamin Hitsten who's with P1. Milniak is in 2nd spot then. And then we've got Rolake, we've got Spork, Rainey and Hertzing as your 6 drivers here. And wow, I tell you what, it's a phenomenal start here. Then Milniak up into P1 and Spork is up to P2 momentarily here. Has the outside line though for turn number 1. Bit of argy-bargy, bit of door banging there as well, but they're being backed up here as well. Lorenz Herzing is very much backing up that Unicorns of Love team. Coanda under a little bit of pressure here, maybe going to be struggling to get through to the next stage. This is a great start for Unicorns of Love. Oh, big spin in the background there, I think. No, who was it? Was it Rainey? Yeah, it was Rainey then.
Yeah, Herzing got into Rainey as they swept through Tower. A little bit optimistic. You'd wonder if that's a bit of contact that Race Control will take a look at. What a start it was, though, for Milniak and Spork, able to command their way forward. Then I'll be thinking, though, about those penalty points. What does Race Control have to say?
Well, yeah, luckily it's not my job, so I'm just here to talk rubbish, and hopefully people understand that. So it's fine. Underneath the mobile bridge we go, and Unicorns of Love, again, just seem to be able to get the job done. And on ACC, they tend to win. But on every other sim since, obviously the World Cup didn't go so well, but since we've got into our, Spring Cup, now the Summer Cup, they've just found a different level. And again, that's confidence. Confidence of winning events. Confidence that your fan base, people in the chat are expecting Unicorns of Love to do well in these events these days. Doesn't matter what the sim, the name now has the winning pedigree to it. So Coanda under a lot of pressure here. And again...
You did it there. You said Coanda.
Did I?
I think you did. I've been trying to stop myself from saying Coanda way too many times. It's so easy. Okay, it might have been that, but it's so easy. And Coanda, I will say, when I look at some of their drivers, they are great. Look at the camera for Unicorns of Love and Colin Spork there. Sorry, very off topic here. Where is that wonderful team merch? I love the team shirts that Unicorns of Love. You went livery watching with Patrick Long Esports. I'm going livery watching with Unicorns of Love. That livery's great, the merch is great, I need it in my life.
Yeah, that is a good shout there. Obviously, I look phenomenal in pink, so, I'm just throwing out there to both teams here as we get a little bit of a replay here at the start. Is there the content? Oh, that's an absolute send here. Oh, I love this. We've actually got the incident on the screen and the penalty as it's happening. 1 penalty point there. What's it for? Well, it's for absolutely T-boning the Unicorns of Love car. It's not going to affect how the race comes out, I don't think, from this early stages here in terms of the collision, but the penalty point will as well. Off stage left we go, and I think, who was that? Who's just gone off there? Was that Rainey? It was. No, it wasn't. It was Hits. So Hits has just completely slid off the circuit there, and that is the nature of the car.
That replay, by the way, needs to go to a perfect timing subreddit. I'm sure there is one of them. I was just like, it couldn't have been more perfectly timed. In the incident for Hits, though, it is academic, with Milniak and Spork now breaking away from those behind them. The 1 penalty point puts to bed any chance that Coanda have of fighting their way forward. Now it will be about, in that second chance race, maximizing the points that they can get as we build to the rest of the Fall Cup. We're not far away from getting another cup focused this time on iRacing underway in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, Coanda here have got to, with Herzing and Roleke, they've got to just find some form in this race right now. They've got 5 minutes now. It's almost impossible for them to qualify through, but they have to try and find some form there. There's running wide, and then there's running that wide there for Lorenz Herzing, by the way. Like, that was ridiculous. If this was iRacing, you probably get 17 X's for that, just for that 1 wide there. You go off that curb a little bit and you get a 1X on it. Luckily, it's star factor 2, so get away with it by the looks of things. But yeah, this is just, I don't know, I was expecting Unicorns of Love to be good. I wasn't expecting them to be this good. And on this evidence, I think Unicorns of Love not only are going to be good at this stage of the competition, I think they could be a team that are going to go very, very deep indeed today.
I would struggle to disagree with you on that one. I think that Unicorns of Love, this performance is a statement of intent. These two teams came into this race tied on points in the Summer Cup. So through the summer, their performances have been basically the same. One struggled on iRacing, the other struggled, interestingly, on Assetto Corsa Competizione. They were basically, performance-wise, the same at Donington Park about 6 weeks ago. So today, for this step up from the Unicorns of Love, it is something the other teams will be looking out for.
Yeah, and it's a case of look at what Unicorns love of doing. It's they've got an ethos, haven't they? They're picking up young drivers so that they can, you know, bring them to the pace of the top sim races. Opposed to trying to get the finished article, they're trying to mold drivers into that, and it's just working. It is absolutely working. They're giving these drivers a chance at the top level, and yes, they may have struggled when it came to the Spring Cup on rFactor 2 and iRacing, but oh boy, are they looking fast now. Of course, it helps with the NetRex, you know, them being partnered with them and all that good stuff here, but it is still young lads given an opportunity and just flourishing. And like Herzing, Rolake, Hits, those are not slow sim racers. They are some of, like Hits especially, and Herzing, those two are some of the biggest names in sim racing right now across multiple championships, ladies and gentlemen. And Miliak and Spork, of course, have both got pedigree themselves, are just making this look so easy.
You're trying to get in there for that Coanda merch, and I do appreciate it. I think for Coanda, you know, the newest team on the block, the fact that they've got the established backing behind them and what seems to be a very good program, just like with the Unicorns of Love, they held a boot camp a couple of weeks ago. The Unicorns of Love have the advantage of being a full esports team, not just here in sim racing, but across of your first-person shooters and other titles as well. Coanda are trying to bring themselves forward as we see a warning for avoidable contact. Rolake may be getting just a little bit too aggressive.
Rolake getting a rollicking.
I knew there was a pun there, I just didn't know which direction I wanted to go with it.
Yeah, well, there we go. Got it out of the way for the day anyway. Yeah, I'm very surprised by this. Although, I will say one thing right now, Herzing and Rolake are closing the gap to the front two. So they have found something during this race that it maybe gives them more of a chance to go through in that last chance. No more chances after this race. So that's really the only positive they can take from it. It was a terrible start for the team. Unicorns would love to take a full advantage, but there is something here. They're definitely improving as the race is going on.
It's just getting those laps under the belt. We mentioned it last race again, right? With the limited practice time, less than 24 hours before the start of the event, drivers find out the two tracks, which you, the fans, will vote for on social media. A lot of drivers thought we're going to the Nürburgring, elected not to even download and buy Sebring to do any laps. So there are a lot of drivers really trying to pick up as quick as they can.
Yeah, that's always going to be a bit of a problem there. Oh, that's a mistake there. Herzing, in a rear-wheel drive car, you can get away with that. You can't in a front-wheel drive car, unfortunately. You turn the wheel, and unfortunately, you just go straight on. And you can see the tyre marks that were left in the background. So that's something you've got to learn there. Make sure you hit your breaking point. It's always better to brake a little bit earlier than it is to brake late, that's for sure. But yeah, you're right, and that's something these teams have got to learn as well. And we talk about the meta of winning these championships, and I know it bores people to death. But you need to be well accomplished at both tracks. You cannot take for granted what circuit is going to be chosen because the sim racing community is full of trolly buggers. It's as simple as that.
30 seconds to go, and I'm now just trying to think for Coanda Gaming, is this maybe a bit of a shock to them to be this far back? Yes, they've got the laps in, but they've only got a couple of, 20 minutes between now and that second chance races again? Those are some interesting track limits. If we were iRacing, it'd be a couple of bans being handed out right now.
Yeah, 100%. They are cooling the tyres down very significantly there with that way of driving, which we love to see, of course. Milniak has crossed the line then to start the final lap of today's race. Spork currently in second position, and then we've got Rolake in third spot. Herzing is in fourth position there for the Coanda team. It's not going to be enough for them, but this might be the kick in the hoop they need, Arjuna, if I'm honest. I'm not saying they've maybe taken it for granted, the speed they've had during the Summer Cup so far, but to be humbled like this, because this is humbling for sure, this might be the kick they need.
I like what Danny Geese, the team manager, just said in our Twitch chat as well, where he's just saying the guys are relaxed, things happen. Sometimes you're not the fastest on track. It's the reality of racing. Everyone wants to be the fastest. Only one can be number one.
Yeah, hilarious that Danny's typing that, but he's also got a whip out in the back, like we can't hear it. Just whipping them as soon as they finish here. We're coming out towards the final few corners then, and Milniak for Unicorns of Love. We thought this was going to be a tight one. In all fairness, since the shenanigans at the start of this race, it has not really separated that much. So I think Coanda have got some pace here, but Unicorns of Love, that is a delicious start to their Summer Cup Masters here for the ERL VCO. Milniak takes P1, Spork takes P2. It's safe passage through to the next phase of the competition. Coanda will be going through the last chance. No more races after this chance, qualifying last race phenomenon.
It's always an exciting time. It's the one time that we are going to see, you know, more than 2 teams out on track at any one time in these early stages, right? So these first matches are all 1v1. It gets much more difficult from here.
It certainly does, and that's just the nature of the competition. Lewis, anything there that stuck out for you that was made different from the other 3 races we've had so far?
No, I will say from what I was seeing on the timesheets, I actually think that Coanda were actually the faster of the 2, at least as an average between the 3, which does bode well going into the second chance race. Realistically, on their speed, they should be one of the teams to move their way through, and that's kind of any of the 6 can move through. But they're pretty quick. This is a quick heat between the 2 of them, but. I'm surprised it was that much of a walkover, to be honest. Obviously, there was a little bit of mistake coming into the first real overtaking opportunity at Tower. Is how it goes.
So Luke was wrong that RHG and Burst was going to be close. I was wrong that Unicorns of Love and Coanda was going to be close. Now we've got Team Redline and Triton. I feel pretty confident, Lewis, in saying this one will not be close.
No disrespect to Triton, they were pretty good on rFactor 2, and they're not awful on rFactor 2 at all. But they are more of an ACC / iRacing specialized team, or AC if you really want to really dig deep into the team's history. But realistically, Redline, they won the Summer Cup round 1, which was on rFactor 2. They've won on rFactor 2 quite a bit. They've won a lot of these. They're very good at one-on-one. They're just they're the almighty team to go against, which I'm pretty sure they would have seen on the draw, like, you know, coming into this, who they were seeded against. Triton would have looked and be like, oh no, it's Redline. Yeah, they're not going to be feeling good.
Luke, Redline were amongst the fastest in qualifying. They were amongst the fastest at Donington a couple of weeks ago. It is an uphill climb for Triton, but for Redline, surely they can't let the weight of expectations bring them down.
I think we're going to see them in the last chance qualifier race, I'm afraid. I think Triton are going to get the job done here, just to be edgy and cool. Yeah, Redline are probably the favourites here, aren't they? But at this stage of the competition, absolutely anything can happen. It's 1v1. One mistake from one driver, you know, you could collect your own teammate. It's just as simple as that. We saw Benjamin Hitz, one of the most successful esports drivers around, managed to just run out wide, drive like I drive through one corner. You know what I mean? It happens. So, yeah, as much as it will be Redline as the favourites, just don't write anything off here. And well, I'm actually going to disappear now, so I've just said loads of rubbish that probably makes absolutely 0 sense to the races, but Arjuna and Lewis will take us away from here.
So, are we about to be surprised, or is the expected routing about to happen? And immediately, you notice 3 Redline drivers, just 2 Triton racers.
Yeah, this is not me trying to be too harsh against Triton. Realistically, if all things go as the way that they should do, statistically based on the speed that we know from Redline, this should be a bit of a walkover.
It's a 1-2-3 for Redline in qualifying as we get ready to go racing in heat number 5 of the Summer Cup Masters on the road to the Esports Racing World Cup. The engines will begin to rev, the tension mounts in the air as drivers get set for what is an 8-minute race to determine if they head forward to the quarterfinals of today's action. For Charcot, for Blyer, they know the pressure is on them. They know they have got to stay out of trouble. The lights will come up, the engines rev, we go racing for 8 minutes at Sebring. It's a good start from the back end of the field. Siggy able to lead into turn 1. His teammates will try and block the path for Charcot and Blyer as they funnel into tower turn around the outside. Enzo Benito searches for the lead, but slots into second.
Yeah, Blyer and Charcot will go a bit of side by side. They need to not worry about tripping over each other. They need to find their way past Jeffrey Rietveld straight away. But the thing is, the danger at the moment is that the top 3, that Redline trio sitting first, second and third, they could run away if they're left to their own devices. One mistake though can open the door.
See if that mistake presents itself. We'll see if Siggy, Benito and Rietveld can build up a little bit of a gap. It will be a moral victory for Triton if they're able to stay on the coattails of the trio in front. It will build up their confidence if they have to go to that second last chance race.
See if there's going to be a big dive bomb from Dominic Blyer. He's just trying to hang on. They are obviously on the back foot at the moment with Triton only having 2 drivers versus the 3 of Redline. A bit deep into the corner goes Jacob Charcot. He'll hook it back up on the exit of the hairpin to finish the first lap though. Siggy, Benito and Rietveld separated by a second at the front. Blyer's on the attack though. He's very close.
Onboard look with Jakub Charkot, who sees his teammate think about the move in towards turn number 1. Or back out of it in that bumpy braking zone through the right-hand corner. Look at the wheel inputs being put on the camera that we're seeing. Look at the lines being taken as well. Plenty of drivers using all the track and then some as well. Rietveld very wide. Here comes Blyer on the charge.
Yeah, it's going to be a big sendo coming down. Oh, it's a little bit too deep going through the rabbit bend. I mean, it was a good little hold there. The thing is that as they're fighting, as they're trying to battle, it's allowing the top two just to break away. They are now a second clear of this battle for third. Jeffrey Rietveld under a lot of pressure. Dominic Blyer almost needs to get a little bit desperate here. He needs to send it once and complete the move in one go. Can't take a couple of stabs. It needs to be one swift movement.
Wraps around the monitors of Blyer. Great view of the action as ensconced in that triple screens. This is a man that we've seen find speed on all platforms, competes more regularly in Assetto Corsa Competizione, where he had success in SRO Esports this year. Also now trying to become a Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup competitor on iRacing, although the qualifying series has not been kind to Dominic Blyer. Fastest lap will go to Kevin Siggy with a 1:05. Siggy looks impervious right now. The pressure really is for Rietveld, who had that one moment coming through Tower Turn, but other than that, has looked nice and tidy.
Yeah, I've got to say, in the some of the previous heats, like the previous race, we were looking more lower 106s. Of course, to reminder that this is a fixed setup. Everyone's on the same stuff. We were looking at lower 106s. That 105.5 was a 105.6 for Benito, a 105.7 for Rietveld. That is very, very impressive speed, and they're already firing warning shots, not only to the likes of Dominic Blyer and to Jakub Charkot, but they're firing warning shots to everyone else that's already made their way through.
That was a smile on the face of Kevin Siggy, wasn't it? Clearly something was said in the ear that pleased the driver that leads the race. We'll point out as well that we talk about the most valuable driver, the driver that can rack up the most podiums over the course of each of the cups. We don't factor in the Masters though, because of course at least half the teams miss out on the opportunity to add. So your Summer Cup most valuable driver is Enzo Benito, tucked up in second. Again, continues to find speed no matter where we go, no matter what platform we're on.
Yeah, I've got to say, as we look at Dominic Blyer, we saw the webcam from Kevin Siggy. Now, normally we see him racing from the... I don't know how to describe it, because it's kind of like it's being built, but like the Redline esports facility, which they've already got a couple of drivers that race out of there. Of course, Kevin Siggy's been racing out there quite a few times. Rudy Van Buren's dropped by a few times and whatnot. Can see that Kevin Siggy is not racing from there at the moment, so maybe his house has got some air conditioning that might help. As obviously back at the heat wave, you know it is.
He'll work his way through that hairpin once more, which counts, I guess, technically as the final corner. If you don't want to count the not corners, that is Fangio that we work through now. I'm sure there's a track map somewhere that counts those as corners. It is not a corner if you are that flat to the floor. Onto the anchors again, they'll go. Triton starting to drop back now as well. Blyer has lost ground to Rietveld with 3 odd minutes left to go. Redline look on their way to the quarterfinals.
Yes, indeed. Like I say, so strong. They're arguably the favourites to go the distance, but when we went racing in the last round of the championship, when we had round 3 at Kyalami on Assetto Corsa Competizione, who was the favourite on that day? Well, it was Unicorns Love, and they didn't go the distance, so you never know when drama can strike at the moment for Team Redline, who are on the left-hand side of your screen. It's not striking them right now. Kevin Siggy at the top, Enzo Benito in the middle, Jeffrey Rietveld at the bottom, looking very, very strong and very, very calm in this race. On the right-hand side, you can see Triton, Dominic Blyer being the top one and Jakub Charkot being the bottom. They seem calm, but I think they should be a little bit more frustrated.
You don't want to let that frustration boil over. There's only one race after this before that second chance race, so Triton will know that keeping mental composure is going to be important. As always, you have the absolutely amazing camera angle of Jeffrey Rietveld, the bottom left portion of your screen. Word, by the way, from the Redline camp is Mr. Siggy is taking some time off, so not at the Redline facilities. That would appear to be his home setup as he continues to lead down into tower with just about 2 minutes left on the clock this time by. We mentioned that last round at Kyalami on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Let's shout out, let's celebrate the victory for GTWR. Yes, iRacing and rFactor 2 went pretty terribly for them in the Summer Cup, but to stand on top of Unicorns of Love, what a performance that was.
Yeah, of course, GTW are in close partnership with R8G, and they took it. A fantastic performance against Apex, who, again, showing how good they've been running over the Summer Cup to get to that final on ACC. Of course, I did steal a driver from a certain other team, but we won't go into that too much. Obviously, that's some of the politics and stuff that work in ERL behind the scenes of some of the teams, trying to look for other drivers from other teams that might well boost their form on some other platforms. At the moment, Redline don't need to look anywhere because every simulator, they are right at the front. And the times, I'm going to say, the times that are being set right now are very, very impressive. Dominic Blyer and Jacob Charcot, though, they have both got into the low 6s or the late 5s on the time sheets, which actually is very, very good. Could boost their chances in the second chance race.
Have to see what it's like when we get a little bit more traffic on the shortened layout at Sebring. You talk about driver swaps, most notably, of course, it was Tobias Pfeffer, who was with Altus Esports during the Esports Racing World Cup, joined as their Assetto Corsa ringer, if you will. Then, of course, after the World Cup, signed up with none other than Unicorns of Love. And what a performance we saw dialed in from him in the early parts of this Esports Racing League. At the line, I believe we have 1 lap to go, and it has grown the gap between Blyer and Rietveld in front, but all 3 of the Redline drivers appear to be relatively even on pace.
Yeah, I think Siggy's dropping back a little bit towards Benito and Rietveld, whether they're looking for a nice little photograph on the finish, or actually this could be, now I'm not going super crazy here because I know these are 8-minute races, but it could be a bit of tyre wear, which is actually a thing to a point in these cars. They do wear their tyres very, very quickly, and even over an 8-minute period, you will notice a very different level of speed from the start of the race to the finish. They do drop off quite significantly, even over a short period like that. I don't think it's anything that's going to really bother them too much, and this especially considering they're running 1, 2, and 3, but it is something to note potentially later on in the evening.
Well, and it's because, right, you put not just the turning load through the tire, but you put the power of the car through the tires as well. You're just throwing more load onto them. Front-wheel drive cars actually don't go through the rears that much, and sometimes you'll just replace the front set of tires, talking to rear-wheel drivers, and leave the rear 2 tires for the entirety of a full race distance in some of the longer 2-hour endurance races that these cars do go and race in. We thought maybe we'd see a surprise, but Team Redline were having none of it. Siggy will stroll his way forward across the line and take Redline to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Triton Racing, Blyer and Charcot have it all to do in the second chance race in just about 15 minutes time. A clinical performance from Redline. Lewis, Triton have some work to do.
Yeah, like we say, whilst some of these might be a little bit quiet, obviously what we're doing is these are basically the seeded teams against each other. So the team that topped all of the Summer Cup, Seed 1, the team that was 12th will then go head-to-head in what we saw a bit earlier on. So in this sense, from this point on, we might see a couple of the teams be quite far away through the rounds. This will not be as much of a walkover for some of these teams later on. They are going to have much, much harder times of it when they get into the quarterfinals, when they get into the semi-finals, and if they can, get all the way to the finals as well. Trust me, this might be some of the easy races they do all night.
Luke, I regret to inform you that your prediction again was wrong. You thought Redline might be upset. Triton, unfortunately, unable to deliver. But now as we look forward to BS Competition and Team Fordzilla, you started the show off by talking about Team Fordzilla. What do you think about their chances in this matchup?
It just depends if they manage to get through the race cleanly. We've seen so much misfortune for this team. BS Competition, we know, are going to be very, very strong. One of the stronger outfits out there. But Fordzilla are a dark horse. They really are. They are the team that can go all the way if all things go right. It hasn't gone right for them so far. And I mean, that's over the course of, what, the last 6, 7, 8 championships we've had. It's just not worked out well for them at all. But there's been so much misfortune, a lot of it, not even their own doing. So if they can just have a clean run, get themselves into the quarterfinals, maybe into the semi-finals, I think there's a lot of potential for this team, especially with touring cars.
Lewis, you and I were talking before we went live about the driver lineup for BS Competition. Some rFactor 2 specialists at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, a great bunch. Of course, Jonas Raivio, who's fantastic in pretty much anything you put him into on RF2. And then you've also got Alan Terzic and Ibrahim Khan, who they stole from Rockets as well. But a talented bunch. All three of them are rFactor 2 specialists. Fordzilla have less of the rFactor 2 specialists, but they do have more touring car focused drivers in the form of Petr Pliška and Gianmarco Verducci, Sean Arnold being their third driver, who's pretty good in basically whatever you put him in. It's a tricky one to pick apart, this one, because this one could be very, very close. Just depends on who gets a clean start. You've got a lot of touring car specialists in there, but for me, I'd actually lean a bit more towards Fordzilla. Sorry, BS Competition.
Oh, Fordzilla, that would be a little bit of a surprise given the form that we saw from BS Competition. Of course, BS Competition come into this matchup ranked second coming into the Masters. For Team Fordzilla, they are ranked 11th. So might be a little bit of an upset. We'll get a quick prediction, though, as we get ready for this final heat round of this Masters. We'll start with Luke. Who do you think comes out on top?
I will swing with Lewis here. Hold on, that's not the first time we've done that.
Darling.
But yeah, keys in the bowl. I think Fordzilla, if they get a good start, and we've seen that. Sorry, guys. I've seen
We are going to be taken off the air for inappropriate conduct on broadcast at some point. Oh, I love it though.
I tell you what, though, it's a lot of the same keys in this championship as well. So you have no idea who you're picking. But on the if they get a good start, we've seen if you get a good start in these cars and you can run out from the front, you're in absolute business here. And I'm probably just gonna stop. I'm gonna be taken off there very quickly.
Sorry, no, I think it was probably
away,
me. Yeah, it's a good job the big boss is not here to immediately take us off the air. Luke, sorry, we forgot Luke's prediction. Lewis, what about you?
Yeah, I'm definitely backing Fordzilla for this one. BS Competition are a great team with great drivers, but I've just got this vibe about Fordzilla right now in this car. And Gianmarco Verducci did really find his speed in this car at Donington.
Yeah, cool. Well, I guess we're ready. I've not been told anything, but I guess we're ready for the next race then. It goes back to our junior. It goes back to Lewis. Well, let's get it on.
The commentary returns to PT13, at least for the time being, but we head to an intriguing matchup with Fordzilla, 2nd through 4th in the qualifying, it would seem, with Raivio all by himself at the front. A unique thing that they get to do before we get underway, Lewis. They get the opportunity to practice some starts.
Yeah, they can obviously escape from this point and jump back to the gridding process and get ready for those lights to come on. Getting a lot of spamming this peach to help Alan Terzic. That's a bit of a stretch.
That's a reach.
Terzic, but each their own on that one. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a tricky one.
I know I didn't get my prediction out there.
Go on, you got to do it now.
Yeah, I don't have time, do I? I've got the benefit of seeing qualifying and the results here. So the question really is, to Fordzilla hold on to the position, or Terzic and Khan, can they work their way forward? Let's go with Fordzilla. The lights will start to come up and the engines will start to rev with all 6 machines on the grid ready to go for the final heat of this ERL Summer Cup Masters. The quarterfinals getting ready to get set. It'll be Raivio from Verducci on the front row of the grid. It's a good start from the Zebra on the inside on the run down into turn 1. Verducci stalls out a bit. Arnold with the attack immediately to the inside. To the lead, Raivio comfortably sails into turn 1. Verducci overcommit, but holds on to that car. Fordzilla look to hold on to their spot. Pliška to the back of the field.
Yeah, I think he got squeezed off a little bit there by Alan Terzic coming through Collier, but it's still Fordzilla in 2nd and 3rd. They really did need Pliška though in 4th position. That's a little bit dicey. As wrong simulator, mate. Alan Terzic has gone for it. He's gone for a bit of a spin right into the pathway of Petr Pliška.
Now, has that sealed this race for BS Competition? Is there damage to Terzic and to Pliška's machine? That was an uncharacteristic mistake, I think, for poor Alan Terzic.
Yeah, like I say, he was on the grass on the braking, which, again, wisely informed elsewhere that you can find some form of advantage by driving out there. In this, though, you will just go for an enormous spin, especially when you try and breathe on the brake pedal. And a costly mistake from Terzic. It is what it is, though. Like I say, you started the race out in that format. Really, Gianmarco Verducci needs to win this, and I cannot describe many drivers in sim racing that will be harder to pass than Jonas Raivio.
We'll get a look at that incident, I would hope, with 6.5 minutes left to go. Plenty of time left to go in this race. But again, if you're new to this format, the drivers score points based on their finishing position. You want the lowest number of points possible. So for rFactor and Khan, you take the top 2 drivers per team, 1 + 4 = 5. For Fiducci and Arnold, 2 + 3 also equals 5, but because BS Competition lead the race, they hold the tiebreaker. Here's a look at that replay. The left sides in the gravel, that was a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'd say from this point, Alan Terzic is a complete passenger. He's trying to keep it out of his teammate. He's trying to keep it out of Pliska. Pliska judges the wrong way. Got to say that. Like he was expecting Alan to fire straight across the racetrack and go for the up and under. Alas, that's not the case. For me, I think that's just it's a mistake. I think it's not penalty worthy or anything. It's just a mistake. It's an easy one to make.
You penalise the action, you don't penalise the consequence, and for Alan Terzic, it was a honest mistake. rFactor will go fastest though as he looks to try and break away from Fiducci and make sure there's no chance that BS Competition are going to be transferred into the second chance race. As it stands right now, of course, in control of this one. For Arnold, you maybe wonder if he plays rear gunner and tries to back Ibrahim Khan, Alan Terzic up into Pliska.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risky strategy. I think for now he needs to focus on hanging on to third and trying to get his teammate Gianmarco Fiducci to attack Jonas rFactor, who very close, separated by 0.7 of a second at the moment. Because if Fiducci can get through Jonas rFactor, then Fordzilla win. If that doesn't work out with a couple of laps left to go, then I think Sean Arnold has to play the team game a little bit and try to affect things. I mean, to be fair, Pliska might do the work himself. He might be able to find his pathway past both Terzic and Ibrahim Khan.
Riding on board with all 6 of your drivers as we work to the halfway mark of this final heat race in the ERL Summer Cup Masters. All 3 of the Fordzilla drivers appear to have your team merch on, but they've got nothing in the background, so maybe BS Competition takes the win there. I see all 3 drivers with the team shirt on and some merch in the backdrop as well.
Just disappointed that Alan Terzic doesn't have his yoga ball back out. By the way, I'm speaking of a yoga ball here, not a stress ball. But Alan Terzic did used to slap a BS Competition logo on a yoga ball, sat it in the background, and that was the team sponsorship. Alas, we're in much higher stakes now. You can see Jonas rFactor, by the way, who's on the top of the BS Competition tower on the right-hand side, wearing those yellow tinted glasses. Almost looks like Thierry Neuville.
Yeah, no, I mean, across of the sim racing world, I've seen more and more people take on those glasses. We spend so much time staring at screens nowadays. You do anything you can to help your eyes through the course of the day. But Pliska, though, still unable to find a way past Terzic. rFactor continues to stretch the gap at the front, but it is down now to just half a second. Fiducci going with rFactor. Arnold running backwards now into the tracks of Ibrahim Khan, who's attacking potentially for third.
Yeah, where's this battle going to kind of come from behind? Does Sean Arnold drop back? Does he try and push Ibrahim Khan, Alan Terzic back towards Pliska at the moment? No, he's sat there. He's letting his Italian teammate go on the attack for the race lead. These two haven't really raced each other too much. They don't really come across each other that much in sim racing terms. Gianmarco Fiducci, more of a race room specialist. They have battled out in various things, whilst Jonas rFactor is very much an rFactor 2 specialist. I think really the only time they would have really crossed paths in the Le Mans Virtual Series, where they're in 2 different classes anyway. But at the moment, Fiducci now needs to go to town, go to battle. There'll be 3 laps at the end of this one, so 3 more opportunities into each of these corners. For me, he's not close enough, though.
Lewis, we said PG-13. You can't say things like go to town on people.
It's not past the watershed. It's not even.
No, we're not even close to that.
No, we're in trouble. We've been taken off the air again.
So we had fun at Zandvoort with the Seagulls. The fun today is a very R-rated sort of a fun, but we are so glad you're joining us here at the end of the summer as we are truly getting ready to go on hiatus for a couple of weeks. We'll return in the full cup, of course, with 3 brand new cars focused this time on iRacing, as the Masters will see us go to iRacing. Of course, as well, $10,000 in prize money on the line here today. So there's plenty to fight for, not just points on the road to the Esports Racing World Cup. Should be 2 laps to go. Fiducci still hunting down rFactor, and he's got to be the one to get it done if Fordzilla are going to advance directly from here.
Yeah, if not, they'll be sent. Remember that we don't say goodbye to anyone. Whoever loses in this, same as the drivers and teams that have lost in the previous of the 5 races that we've had in round 1, they get sent to the second chance, the final chance, as Luke's been throwing loads of names around for it. Last time we'll see ERL Summer Cup, etc. That's where they'll get thrown to. So they still have that extra opportunity to progress, but you want to do it as fast as possible. What's happened to Jonas Raivio? Because I think he just dropped back, at least now time sheets behind Gianmarco Verducci. I think that might have just been a timing thing.
Yeah, I've had those moments as well when something glitches out and you're just like, what is going on? Fortunately, at least for Raivio, transient issue back into the controlling point of this race as they swing round again to the shortcut that brings you back up around to the big bend. So many different layouts can be run here, and you can use this club layout and you can use the other half of the track independently, running 2 different events at the same time. It's a great little feature that Sebring well and truly has. Here's that look though back in the pack as Pliska looks to work his way forward. If he can get past Terzic, he then has to get past Khan to swing the pendulum back in direction of Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, it could be a very important move. I hope they're kind of informing Pliska about that, saying, you know, if you get both these positions in one lap, by the way, that's a very tall order, but if you get both of them, then you might well move yourselves on. Jonas Raivio is about to start his final lap of the race, and this is the part of the race where we start speaking a little bit about tyres, because has Ibrahim Khan, has Alan Terzic overdone their tyres just enough that it's allowing Pliska back into the fight?
We mentioned it last race, the reality that even though it's just an 8-minute race, the way that you put all the load basically through the front tires, there is never a moment where they aren't doing some sort of work. It means they well and truly do go through the rubber a lot faster than any sort of other machine. You can see the pressure. Khan clearly slower, not just compared to Terzic, but Pliska as well. Running out of time though, just 3 more corners to go.
Yeah, there's not many more opportunities now not to get past 2 drivers. That's the problem for Pliska. He might be able to get past Terzic, but he's not going to be able to get past Terzic and Khan unless it's the most almighty of sends. Verducci's not had the pace to catch up with Jonas Raivio either, so it seems like Fordzilla are going to the second chance race and BS competition are moving on.
Terzic will cover the inside, force Pliska to back out and to fight through the second chance race. Jonas Raivio will lead across the line to take BS competition straight to the quarterfinals in the ERL Summer Cup Masters. Team Fordzilla fought hard, but it was not enough here today. BS competition on top.
And again, great performance. I kind of all came from the first couple of laps, really. I've got to say, with the issue there for Alan Terzic, that's really the only thing that would need to take any sort of look at from the race. And for me, again, it's just a nice little mistake. As we've pointed out a little bit before, race control haven't had that much to look into. I'm liking what we're seeing.
And kind of going to that as well, Luke, the first couple of races were helter-skelter, very, very electric. It's gotten a lot calmer since then.
I still think that was really close, though, wasn't it? You know, 1 position change. It was half a second between 2 drivers that it ultimately has put BS competition through. Fordzilla looked really, really good. Whether Pliska had damage from that incident early in the race will also be a factor because he looked quick. But if he had a damaged car, how quick could he be? But yeah, you're right. Like, I think the more experienced teams who've been here, done it, they kind of just know how to get the job done. And then you get the less experienced teams who've not necessarily been in this position, or maybe they've had some misfortune in the past. They're just kind of trying to rush things, trying to do things a little bit too quickly. And that sounds very strange for a race driver. But yeah, it's I think it'll get very fruity, especially in the next race. The next race is going to be absolutely bananas. But then when we get to the quarterfinals, especially semi-finals, that's where we're going to see people take chances all the time.
And we'll talk about those teams going into that second chance race in just a moment. But let's talk about the teams that have advanced very quickly, Lewis. The Apex Racing Team, Williams Esports, R8G, Unicorns of Love, Redline, and BS Competition. Over the course of the Summer Cup, these are 6 names that have been strong consistently as we've worked to here.
Yeah, and like I say, when we're looking at those, really, anyone can be a finalist. That's not me trying to play around and be like, oh, anyone can win. No, it is true, though. Redline would be the absolute favourites to go through to the finals, but we've kind of spoken about this before. Yeah, sure, they might be. But who joins them? That's the important thing. Who's going to take the challenge to them? Normally, as we've had these competitions, we've seen one favourite rise to the top, where it was on the likes of racing on iRacing with the Indy cars. Red America, it was Apex. They went through the finals and they won. Fair enough. This kind of format, though, it's brutal against mistakes, especially after the second chance race, which Redline and that lot aren't taking part in because they've already won and got their way through. The quarters and semis, one mistake, you're out, you're done.
Let's talk to you about those teams then in that second chance race. Carbon Simsport, Patrick Long Esports, Burst, Coanda, Triton, and Team Fordzilla. The 6 that will fight, only 2 will go forward into the quarterfinals when all things are said and done. 2022 has been a year of new things for VCO Esports, including this Esports Racing League. We have one more surprise that we revealed in partnership with our friends last Friday. Let's talk more about that right now. In partnership with our friends at IMSA, in partnership with our friends at iRacing, VCO is delighted to present to you the IMSA Esports Global Championship, a 4-race season in 2022 that will pay out $25,000 across 2 classes of competition as GT3s and TCRs crisscross around America as we deliver endurance racing action to you on the iRacing platform. Luke, I'll ask you about this first because you've been messaging me about this. You've been very, very excited. I know you love a bit of IMSA racing.
Yeah, I'm furious. I'm not going to be able to work on this one. IMSA is one of my favourite series to watch. So, yeah, I think it's an amazing partnership. I think it's a long time coming, to be completely honest. There should have been something a little bit sooner, especially with the success that IMSA had during COVID when it first kicked off, because IMSA had like its own esports series or similar anyway, and it was really compelling to watch. It was phenomenal to watch some of the best esports drivers, plus the actual racing drivers as well. I've got friends in the IMSA series who race in it, obviously, and yeah, it's a really, really cool initiative, and I just think this is the start of something a bit bigger as well. This is just the beginning. But again, I would love to be a part of it, but Arjuna, it is what it is.
He'll be working on me for the rest of the year, that's for sure. Now I'm getting in on the fun for this non-PG-13 stuff. I had to. Lewis, you and I have commentated on a lot of stuff together. You've commentated on basically everything there is in sim racing.
Thank you.
One thing in endurance racing that we miss sometimes on the sim world, but we like to throw in is safety cars. We will have that for the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, I've always said this before. When it comes to a certain series, I get it for wanting to be away from things like special events, like having safety cars and stuff, because sometimes you want to see the strategy of a race basically begin and end like all in one nice big package so you can see the strategy from start to finish. Sometimes though you like to see a little bit of drama thrown in, and there's no reason why you can't have a separate series where that is the case. I love the idea that that's part of it, because you've got to react more so than just go, well, what does that strategy sheet say? What does the spreadsheet say when it comes to fuel saving and whatnot? What are we doing? None of that. Just you've got to react to what's happening around you. I absolutely love it.
And to go to your point about special events for a second, the Apex Racing team, of course, dethroning Coanda at Daytona earlier this year. They had George Simmons working strategy in the background for them. Now, he's worked strategy for the McLaren F1 team in the past. Obviously better than the Ferrari strategist, that's for sure. But George Simmons might be one that participates in our TCR class. We also have manufacturer involvement. 30 GT3s with 6 manufacturers represented. We'll have the BMW M4 GT3, Ferrari 488 Evo, McLaren AMG Evo, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo, the McLaren MP4-12C, and the Porsche 911 GT3R. While in our TCR class, the Hyundai Elantra and the Honda Civic Type R will be the two cars in that class. Our manufacturers will be represented by a couple of teams in each one of the cars. There will be equal numbers of each of the cars as well. It is going to be exciting. More information to come, of course, as we work closer and closer to race 1 in your 2022 IMSA Esports Global Championship. What else do we have to talk about, though? Lewis, I'll come back to you for this. We are getting closer and closer to potentially another year of VCO Pro Sim competition.
Yeah, love the Pro Sim competition because again, it's one of those things that kind of provides something a bit more unique. It's always great when you tune on to. We've had it obviously with the BMW Sim GT Cup where Max Verstappen appears for a race. Or something like that. That's pretty cool when it happens every now and then. To have an entire competition dedicated to just that concept of having a sim driver teaming up with a pro, it's always fantastic. It's always a little bit leery. I've got to say, season 2 for me was a big improvement on season 1. I think we had a lot of fun there. I'm expecting more from season 3 as well.
I like season 2 because we got rid of that fun race and it was just all about the team game, right? And the driver swaps that we had. That was a lot of fun. Did see a question about IMSA and the safety cars that I'll just address very briefly here. No, it's not a competition caution. The safety cars will be only brought out onto track when it's warranted. Rules and regulations will spell that out a lot more quickly, Lewis.
Yeah, like I say, it's kind of one of those things that's got to play into it a touch, and teams will be keeping their eyes on what's happening around them, trying to predict maybe a little bit and getting to go ahead. Either way, though, we'll jump straight into the second chance race because it's me stepping aside. You two are going to take us through it.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It is the last chance, second chance, whatever you want to call it, race qualifying now, and all of the teams that have indeed not made it to this, or not gone through at the first time of asking, have a second opportunity here. Only 2 teams, though, can make it through. And who are your favourites to go through here, Arjuna? I've got 3 in my mind, but who are you thinking have got a big chance?
So in terms of pace, I think the 2 teams that looked good on pace, Team Fordzilla, potentially, I think Coanda and Triton in a similar bubble as well. I don't really know who to think, though, because the reality is this is the first time that we're going to see more than 2 teams out on track. There is going to be chaos, and it will start in qualifying.
Yeah, I agree. I think Coanda looked really good. They just got shocked by Unicorns of Love. I think they shocked everybody, actually, with how much pace they had. I think Triton are quick here. I just think Redline are on a different planet to everybody else. So that's why Triton maybe looked off the pace. So they'll be in and amongst it. And I think Team Fordzilla, I think they're very unlucky actually not to go through against BS competition. Again, it was 1 position. It was half a second between a couple of drivers that could have swung it there. I think they're the 3 teams. And well, only 2 of those can go through here. But there is always a surprise in these races as well. There could be a massive melee in the middle of it all. We just don't know.
I think we should expect some chaos. How much chaos is a question. And to go back to the point on the start that we talked about during the heats, the fact that there are no start lights, that you're going just off the chimes of the lights as they one by one illuminate virtually, and I do truly mean virtually here, how is that going to change the game when we now have, what, 17 cars out there on track? Yeah, well, that's going to change the game significantly, isn't it? Of course. It will be a case of if someone in front of you doesn't get off the line well and you do, you're going to be in a bit more trouble here, especially if it's a little bit further down the pack. And I think that the Triton team, having only 2 drivers, this could be a massive, massive plus for them because they haven't got to worry about their 3rd driver. They haven't got to worry about any potential penalties of a 3rd driver. They just know exactly what they got to get done. As Carbon Simsport momentarily went P1, P2, but then Gianmarco Fiducci, Blyer are now in 1st and 2nd. Umashima, again, has very much surprised me with his pace in rFactor 2, up to P3 as it stands. But Fordzilla and indeed Triton have both got a driver up in and amongst it. Yeah, they're all represented up there. Only Fordzilla really getting all 3 drivers into the top 10. Coanda with 2. So 2 teams early in qualifying, shaping up well. We did see, by the way, for Jurne Simoncic, just how much he was setting up out of the final corner to start the next qualifying lap. So clearly drivers think there's enough speed to be found that it's worth trying to do what you can to get as much time shaved off in qualifying as possible. Yeah, and it's because, as you rightly pointed out, you've got both inputs coming through the same wheels, right? The front wheels. So the tyres are going to burn out very, very much quicker, especially when you're on the absolute limit in a race. I guess, to be fair, there's no point across the day where they're not on the limit here during this competition. So it's, yeah, the tyres will go off just as quickly in the race, albeit they're a little bit slower because of the more fuel in the car. But it's Umashima here, P3, currently looking he's very low in his seat, isn't he? I guess that's quite a normal position. I need to be quite high over my wheel. Then again, that's why I'm a commentator and not racing. Umashima is one that races still almost a decade on from his first iRacing World Championship competition, races on a single screen. So he's got one of the more less sophisticated setups than others that we've seen today, including, for example, the likes of the triple screen setups. But what works for him works for him. Second, what a lap time it was.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm also one of those OGs that's still racing on one monitor, Arjuna, I'll have you know, so that must make me somewhat quick, albeit it is an old one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I technically only have one monitor as well. It's just 49 inches diagonally.
That's a lot of inches, Arjuna, that's a lot of inches.
It is. Packs a punch.
Yeah, well, okay, moving on. I think the most interesting thing here is it's 4 different teams as your top 4 right now, and then you've got Fordzilla, who've got themselves 2 in the top 5. You've then got D'Amelio, who's the first of their team down in P6, so not a great... you need to be backed up here with a second driver, and I'm looking a bit further down the order, and it really is Burst Esports, isn't it? It's Hoya and Umashima for Blast/Burst in P2 and P8. Is that enough to get through? I think it could be, although Sharkot is just going to made it... I tell you what, I've been wrong so often today. So often. But my predictions right now with Triton and Team Fordzilla is looking really good.
I think that's a big old slide for Michi Hoyer. I think that's probably that lap done and maybe qualifying over as well. I don't know if he's got time to wrap around the circuit and go again. But the margins are so small. The top 3 split by just under 400th of a second. Fordzilla looking good. Triton looking good. Burst not totally out of the picture as well. We've got a fight on our hands.
I tell you what, if you want to get the sim racing community riled up, mention the safety car. Jesus, they're watching the chat here. There's pitchforks coming out. Honestly, someone's going to be burnt at the stake by this way it's going at the moment. Yeah, it's very, very tight at the front end. You expect it as well, you know, as much as these drivers have been, quote-unquote, the slower of the teams here, they're still all phenomenally talented drivers. They're at this level for a reason. There's not a lot between the quickest and the slowest driver across the whole grid. It's really as simple as that. So, yeah, we expect it to be nice and close. In the race, though, if you can get a good start here, you are absolutely golden.
Fiduci found more speed. Where is Fiduci finding this performance? Pliska, Arnold, for 3 cars in the top 5. There they are.
Finally, Team Fordzilla. I've been predicting them to do something over the last few months, and well, there it is. And again, I've got no favorite teams. I could just see talented drivers, and when they all hook it up and get it right, there's just a tough cookie to crack, especially when you've got your 3rd driver also in the top 5. That is a phenomenal lap time there from Fiduci, a 105.4. Arnold very close as well. Umashima with exactly the same time, and that will indeed go to another decimal point there because Umashima did actually produce it first, which would mean normally that you would get the time, but it's obviously gone to the next decimal point, meaning that Arnold is a little bit quicker. Then we've got Sharkot in 4th position, Pliska 5th, Hits then in 6th spot, who we saw falling off the circuit earlier on today. And then we've got the 2nd Triton driver in Dominic Blyer, who's currently in 7th spot. So it's looking good for Triton. It's looking very, very good here. Well, as I say that, look at this, Hits now. We've got all of the, we've got Releke and Herzing then. All the Coanda boys are up there in the top 10 as well. So the 3 teams that we are thinking we're going to do some business here, they're all in and amongst it. This is going to be a fascinating race.
It's not just looking good for the drivers, it's looking great for us as fans, as spectators of the action that we're about to see as qualifying will draw to a close. Drivers finish the lap that they're on. We're in for a treat in the second chance race.
Yeah, I do apologise for the noises I was making there. I just didn't expect Fordzilla to have all the drivers up there. I didn't expect Sharkot to chuck his time up there. I didn't expect there to be 4 drivers within 700ths of a second. And as much as this is my job, I am also a fan and I do get excited every now and again, so apologies for that.
We have the best seat in the house. No matter what we're doing, we've got the best seat. We get to shout, we get to watch on, and we get to enjoy. Ben Hits, not tracking well in these opening 2 sectors. Don't think he'll improve. Sits in 7th.
Yeah, 100%. It's not gonna. It's just tough to. Those times are ridiculous, and the confidence now that will be in the Fordzilla camp, just because if they do make it past this phase, they know they've got the qualifying pace now. They really could be a danger for the rest of the championship. I know Fiduci is so good in the touring car. Arnold is just a bit of an all-round specialist. More of a GT car though, for sure. If he can find the pace like this, then they are, it's scary. It really is scary here. Looking good for Fordzilla, looking good for Triton, and of course Coanda making their way in and amongst it. We're in for an absolute barnstorm here, Lewis.
Yeah, I think so. Like I say, excellent qualifying from Fordzilla. Who else is going to challenge them up there? I'm not too sure, but right now Fordzilla just need to focus on nailing the start. We know that Fiduci's got the pace. We've already seen that in the race before. He was keeping right up with Jonas Raivio. They're a real team to beat in this kind of competition. I'm not saying they can get their way to the finals. They might need a bit of a lucky seeding going through from this point, but they're a super talented team, and we really are seeing it.
It's going to be an interesting race, especially off the line. I wonder where the last row of starters is going to be with the 17 cars. We're getting gridded up in just a couple of moments' time. Remember, we'll wave goodbye to 4, who will walk away with $250 after today's racing action. 2 will advance into our quarterfinals. It is going to be fun. And Luke, what a qualifying session that was as well. I know you were waiting for Fordzilla to put it in at the end. They waited. They took their time.
Yeah, 100%. But it's been coming, right? Qualifying's been one of the negatives of them. They've not been able to nail qualifying, and also in the races they just keep, because they're in the middle of the pack, they keep indeed putting themselves in positions where they will indeed get involved. That's what happens in the mid-pack. It is what it is. Anyway, enough of me waffling. Lewis, take us into this race.
Yes, indeed. You two are going to talk us through it, Luke and Arjuna, for the final chance race for a lot of our drivers. It might be the last time we see them in the Summer Cup. Take it away.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentle cars. It is the last chance, second chance race. They will not be racing in this cup again after this one if they don't make it into the top 2 race. And well, who is going to do the business here? This is going to be very, very much exciting. It's in Fordzilla's hands, I would say. They can actually manipulate this race nicely. They can afford Sean Arnold to back the pack up. He can lose 4 or 5 positions here as well, and all is good. Pliska doesn't need to be getting involved in anything here as well. Penalty points will have a detrimental effect on their performance as well, so almost worth parking the car up here. But you've then got Burst Esports, who've got qualified P3. Triton have got 4th and 8th, and then you've got Coanda 7th, 9th, and 10th. Oh, this is going to be exciting. Oh, okay, there we go. There's the klaxons. We're off, and we're going. We are green light racing here. I tried to get Arjuna involved there, but the server's running so quickly today, which is phenomenal to see. Umashima, by the way, an absolute flyer up to P2 here. Arnold is going to drop back. Does not want to be getting involved. There's a car sideways in the background there. Not too sure who that is. A car slides out on the exit of the corner. Again, that's Arnold, I think, for the second race in a row. We've got a yellow in sector number 1, and there's about 700 cars that could have caused that yellow flag there. Again, we saw a Burst Esports car facing the wrong way, pretty much all the way down the start, finished straight. Big news, though, is that Fiduci is in the lead here. Sharkot and Blyer up into, we're now 4th and 5th. Arnold and, well, Pliska's gone. Pliska's off the circuit here entirely. He's down to P14, and Fordzilla, again, seem to be getting involved in stuff they don't need to be getting involved in.
And already the complexion of this race has totally changed. For Burst Esports, yes, Umashima's second, but with all the struggles at the back, it's not looking likely that unless Michi Hoyer has a rocket of a race, they'll advance. What a mad scramble of a start. I did say, expect chaos when 17 rumble into turn 1.
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous here. So D'Amelio being in P3, and now McDuff moves up to P9. Does that put them in a position to potentially qualify here? No, I think it will still be Fordzilla and Triton, as we see Rory and McDuff actually just drop a couple of positions there. Absolutely mugged off. Michi Hoyer makes a move around one way. Herzing goes the other. It's very much a Mika Hakkinen, Michael Schumacher situation there with a back marker, albeit not with a back market there. As we can see, Rory McDuff there with his Man I Love Fishing hat. Yes, you can do the math there on that one. It spells a very cool word. But yeah, unfortunately, needs to more concentrate on getting back up the order here and moving up to try and back up D'Amelio. D'Amelio up to P2.
Umashima!
Umashima's gone here as well. And that then put, well, you can see him on the left-hand side of your screen there with all of the mud being kicked up in the air. As there's another car that's really slow through the right-hander. What's going on here? That's Michi Hoyer. So the Burst Esports here, well, they're just capitulating right before our very own eyes.
Yeah, this is dramatic. Yes, it's now Michi Hoyer off the road, lost the rear wing on his machine as well. What a disaster. Umashima, you'd assume, likely dropped it by himself from second, just running wide through tower turn. These cars always want to understeer when you get on the power, maybe just trying to push too early. Ran himself out wide. Fiduci, 3 seconds clear at the front of the field.
Yeah, and the big factor here is that Fiduci's not only got that 3-second gap. Sean Arnold, who's currently in 6th, albeit has had some mistakes being made in this race, right? Has no real pressure from behind. So P1 and P6 right now, they're going to be golden to go through here with 7 points. And it will be also 7 points for Sharkot and Blyer for Triton. So those two are going to go through with the same amount of points as it stands. But plenty of things can happen right now. Is it Patrick Long, Esports? No, Coanda. They're the next ones in line here. So they're on 15 points. So they need to get ahead of Arnold. And again, that's a double whammy because it takes a point away from Fordzilla, but also adds a point to Fordzilla, but takes away a point from them. So they need to catch up to Arnold. They need to put some pressure on, and they also need to force a bit of a mistake here.
Yeah, but with a slightly longer race compared to the 8 minutes that we had in each of the heats, we'll see exactly how it will shake up. Here's a look at the VCO replay of the start. It looks like just many three wide moments. Yurne's getting bullied on the inside. Then one of the, I would assume Mitchie Hoyer goes around. Bowling ball, straight down, strike. That is chaos.
Yeah, we just need the wee bowling sounds coming out right now, and we are golden. That is a strike. And teammates getting far too close there. Front cars kissing each other. Okay, we want to be friends, but come on, we've got racing to do.
I did say, right, that run down to turn one was going to be tricky. You can fit 3 cars just about through cutting up. Just about. They tried 4, though. That was the issue.
Yeah, I guess so. I just think you've got to be cleverer than that. As much as it's a short race, of course, we know that you've got to get the job done. I think everybody in this grid should anticipate that something like that's going to happen and just be a bit more cleverer and try and make up position, but everyone was just trying to force it through the smallest gap possible, and ultimately, as soon as one car goes round, everyone else is going to lose positions. Everyone's trying to move left and right, and then your reaction times become less and less and less, and then all hell breaks loose. But there are 2 teams right now who give no worries to that right now. That's Fordzilla and indeed Triton. We've got another replay here, Arjuna.
Oh, this is going to be happening to Umashima maybe, because he rejoins the track. You can see all by himself. Doesn't look like he was escorted off. And then as he tried to rejoin, Mitchie Hoyer gets tagged by one of the Coanda gaming cars. And is there going to be more drama? Ooh, he gets clipped by Rory McDuff and then rearwards into the tire wall on the outside.
Well, that's going to get some views on YouTube with that thumbnail, but ultimately it's not going to win some cash in this competition today, I'm afraid. Also, the ribbon popping off there, just to add insult to injury. Once again, front drivers, as it stands, D'Amelio 3 seconds now behind Fiducci. So Fiducci for Team Fordzilla with that 1 point. Arnold in 6th position, gaining 6 points. That's 7 in total. We've then got D'Amelio currently in 2nd spot. His nearest teammate is in 9th. That's 11 points. They need to gain around about 4 positions here. We've then got Triton, who are currently 3rd and 4th, so they tied with Fordzilla with 7 points. They will go through as the 2nd seed from this race, though, due to positions on track. Then there's Coanda. So Coanda right now are indeed on 15 still. They are catching up to Sean Arnold with 4 minutes 40 seconds to go. It's not quite going to be enough here. Sharkot is very close here to D'Amelio, and if I was his team manager right now, I'll be screaming at him, hold position. Do not do anything crazy. Your teammates behind you, you've got a gap to P5. Do not do anything silly. But these are sim races. There's no off button, unfortunately.
And with just 2 of their drivers in the field, you wonder how that changes the mentality for them. Do they think that, oh, we don't have a backup driver? Do we need to get past D'Amelio? I'm with you. I think they should just hold where they are with half the race in the books. I don't think it's worth fighting. Is the Carbon Simsport Fordzilla machines behind going to be able to close? That is really the question. To go back, by the way, Luke, to a point that you were making with, the drivers knowing that chaos was going to happen. Maybe they should just be smarter. In general, I think that is something that sim racing is still trying to figure out the balance of. How much does race control need to set the standards for a race? How much do drivers themselves need to just buck up and say, if I don't want to be driven through, maybe I won't drive through someone else?
I think the nature of this competition lends it to that as well because of the short format of it. But in general, sim racing is actually a lot cleaner than the real world of racing, believe it or not. If there's a smallest gap possible in the real world, they are sending it through. It doesn't matter whether it's going to cost them a couple of $100 grand.
My corner, mate.
It's quite ridiculous. And that's how it works. As we go a little bit further back here, Lukaszek here, leaving room for a car around the outside. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here, Arjuna.
And they're fighting for last place in effect right now. Mitchie Hoyer with the lack of downforce on the rear end because he's lost his wing. Yes, I know that's not actually how it's going to work, but it'll be Lukaszek who goes through. When you talk about the real world versus virtual respects and racing, I always think back to a race that you commentated on, Moritz Lohner, DTM Trophy, his first weekend of competition. Yes, he got a podium at Monza, but I think the thing he learned more than anything, if I'm on the outside, if the car's alongside me, I'm getting squeezed off to the gravel.
Yeah, he was trying to be nice and calm into turn number 1, leave as much room as possible into turn number 1 and be all nice. and then he realised that no one else is going to be doing that to him back. And well, we just finished, what, 4 weeks ago? We were at the Norris Ring, and that was one of the messiest races I've ever seen. And then the DTM race was also pretty much the same as well. But it goes for Formula 1, it goes for British Touring. British Touring cars has been atrocious this season, to be honest. Sim racing is actually, as crazy as that sounds, a lot cleaner than the real world.
Would like to get the opportunity to see what the chats are in the real world paddocks, because I've seen my share of cat fights in the virtual paddock. Really interested what happens when you're actually face to face with another driver. We focus in on Pliska after his troubles in the early stage of the race, trying to at least recover a little bit, because as it stands right now, he's got more racing to do. Fordzilla looking like they're going to the quarterfinals.
It does look very good for Fordzilla, and it does look very, very good for, indeed, Triton as well, as we see Pliska in the background here. And you just don't need to be doing this. You do not need to be doing this. This is the only thing this is going to do is potentially give your team points if something goes wrong. So, and again, you can't judge for what the other car is going to do. Again, this could be brilliant, and we want to see battles, of course, but you just cannot afford to be getting potential points here. Also, I've just been told, ladies and gentlemen, my mic is cracking. I will get that sorted during the quarterfinals, so I will be swapping my mic over. So to anyone out there thinking it's their setup, it's definitely not your setup. Again, Jake Sharkot currently in 3rd position behind D'Amelio. Just don't get involved. As we see a potential penalty, well, Burst Esports, a warning.
Yeah, just the warning. I think that was more, instigated by the half-attempted rejoin by Umeshima that forced Michi Hoyer then to go to the inside, then overcompensated, went even more to the inside. Maybe the creator of his own downfall, if you will. His teammate Umeshima is back in front of Rory McDuff, so I do get the sense he just made a mistake, trying to fight his way back, sits in 9th right now.
Yeah, well, and that's what you've got to do. Just don't do anything to, well, just the front guys just need to hold their position. That's as simple as that. They don't need to be doing anything crazy. And there's not enough time for anyone else to do any like 7 overtakes in 1 lap, I'm afraid. So it's just the hard work being done. And that comes from qualifying. Fordzilla, how they've ended up in 6th and 13th, I have no idea. They had 3 drivers in the top 5. But ultimately, yeah, they've ended up making a bit of a mess of it. And yeah, I'm not too sure if this is going to be the last lap of the race. It is. There's the flash of the lights there. So Finucci is going to cross the line for the last lap of this race. And that will be indeed safe passage through for Fordzilla, and by the looks of things, Triton Racing.
Confirmation that as it stands right now, pending race controls review of the opening laps of the race, doesn't look as though any of the teams that provisionally are advancing would be involved in any sort of incident. It does look as though it should be fascinating to see what Triton Racing can do with just 2 drivers as they work to a quarterfinals.
Yeah, they've done very, very well. They've done really, really well here to get the job done, but they did look like 2 of the faster teams in terms of the qualifying stages here as well.
So that was...
We'll feel a bit unfortunate with how things have gone, but here it is.
So that was a second chance race. We say goodbye to 4 teams, 2 advance though, to the quarterfinals, where again we'll resume the one-on-one hostilities. We'll be back in a couple of moments for VCO Esports and the quarterfinals of the Esports Racing League Summer Cup Masters. So 12 have been whittled down to 8, and we will continue grinding through this ERL Summer Cup Masters till just one is left standing as your Esports Racing League Summer Cup champion. My name is Arjuna Kangipati, alongside on VCO Esports with Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod as we get ready for, again, one-on-one matchups. I'll start with you, Luke, as we get rid of 4 teams. We got some very interesting matchups. Let's start with the first one of them coming up in just a couple of moments. It's Williams Esports versus R8G.
I think the battle between Red Luca versus Red Luca is the most fascinating one. I think he's got steam coming out of his ears trying to figure out what's going on. And then in another chat, we've got Honya who's just like this, just sat back in an armchair relaxing. Like, just enjoy it, guys. Don't worry about it too much. We'll do the math for you and get it wrong, but it'll be fine. Look, at this stage of the competition, Arjuna, I don't think it matters which teams we're up against here. It's going to be tight as a tiger. It's going to be, if you get through at this stage, you deserve it. It's as simple as that.
We are being brutal in the comms box today, that is for sure. Williams and R8G is going to be a close one, that is for sure. After that, we go to one that we've seen many a time on a different platform. Assetto Corsa Competizione has seen Unicorns of Love versus Team Redline a couple of times before. We see it today on rFactor 2 though, Lewis.
Yeah, when it comes to Unicorns of Love versus Team Redline, it's actually Unicorns of Love that have the better record. This is something very different though. Obviously, rFactor 2, them trying to take it on in Redline, sort of home ground. I have already messaged one of the Unicorns of Love drivers and I've said good luck, because they need a lot of luck in this one. They know it though. The thing is they know that the Redline pace is faster than them. They know they need a little bit of luck in this, or they need a very bold start. We'll have to wait and see though. I think that's going to be exciting, but I do think Redline, again, if we go on the go by the paper, Redline should walk that one. Sorry,
and then,
by the way.
And then a team that's had to wait since the first round of the heats, the Apex Racing team delivered, but then they'll go up against Triton Racing, who Luke in that second chance race showed composure, showed speed as well.
Yeah, I don't know how much speed Triton have because they came up against Redline, who've just been quite clearly the fastest, not only team, but all 3 drivers. Exceptionally quick, and probably if we looked at the lap times across the day, I would say all 3 of those drivers are probably in the top 5 of the day. Triton looked very comfortable in the last chance qualifier or second chance race, whatever we need to call it at this point, and they also seemed like they had a plan in that race. They knew they had 2 drivers, they knew they didn't have to worry about the third, qualify well, and then just hold position. They didn't try and get involved in any battles or anything like that, so they psychologically look really good.
And quickly, one more matchup, Lewis, for us to talk about. It's a repeat of what we saw in the heats as BS Competition go up against Team Fordzilla once more.
Yeah, which is exciting because we've literally just seen how that unfolded. It went in favour of BS Competition. Now Fordzilla get to prove they can actually do it. They did qualify 2nd, 3rd and 4th and were ideally going through until a couple of little mistakes. I know this is really sick because of what I said before. I reckon Fordzilla could do it.
But also, factor in, Pliska was catching the back 2 drivers of BS Competition with a damaged car for sure, because he ran into the back of, I'm not too sure which one of the drivers it was for BS Competition. There we go, Terzic, when he drove off the circuit. So factor that in, like, I think it's even closer than what we saw in the actual heat.
Well, Luke, I think we're ready to go racing.
Yeah, I'm off now, ladies and gentlemen, so finally got my mic working and they're kicking me off. But it's Lewis and Arjuna, they'll take us through our quarterfinals.
So here we go in qualifying for quarterfinal number 1. Some shake-up on the tower as we try and figure out exactly where we're meant to be. There we go. No Triton Racing drivers in this one. It is going to be Williams, of course, against R8G. 2 teams that should expect to be relatively equally matched, Lewis. Yes, R8G showed up slightly better on rFactor 2 at the start of the Summer Cup, but you look at their form through the 3 rounds that we've had, only 1 position, only 1 point splits the 2 teams.
Yeah, whilst we can see, of course, it's an R8G 1, 2, 3 in this qualifying session, Williams Esports 4, 5 and 6. If you were to ask me for a prediction between this, before taking a look at AS, just knowing the drivers and stuff, I would say that between at least Keithley and Brzezinski, those 2 are arguably the fastest touring car drivers out of this group. The fact that I know Keithley's just moved up into 2nd, the fact that R8G have been looking this strong so far against Williams, that's very, very impressive because I know that they're not exactly touring car aces.
For a second, I thought we had dived into the extended universe of the Cars world, and Jack Keithley would just become another supporting character along with the likes of Lewis Hamilton. As always, qualifying going to be important. The margins will be small. Chinchik currently sits on top with 2 minutes left to go, leaves him 2 laps left to put in if he's going to go quicker than the 105.151 that he currently has as the benchmark. Keithley, the Williams Esports driver, the outside of the front row, then RHG, lockout row 2 as it stands right now. We'll wait and see what Brzezinski, what Burliak can do as qualifying winds to a close.
I did manage to meet a couple of the drivers on this grid quite recently, all having a good bit of banter, being Marcel Chinchik, Erhan Yovski, and Peter Burliak and Yuri Toman. Met all 4 of them in London. Now, bear in mind, again, from different teams, they were hanging about with each other quite a lot, get along quite well outside of the paddock, and certainly did so there in person. But we all know it, that as soon as you get onto the track, it almost doesn't matter even if they're your teammate. You've got to go racing. You've got to try and send it. You got to get your elbows out a little bit. And I think that's what we're going to see here. Marcel Chinchik and Jack Keithley on the front row. Remember, it was Marcel Chinchik that really got into fisticuffs with Team Redline in the second of the final races back in Donington Park to start out the season.
Donington Park, very different track though compared to this. I wonder how much they've been able to carry forward, right? Just the surface itself. I mean, let's not even talk about the corners. The surface changes the way that you challenge the track.
Yeah, Donington Park's more of a traditional, more of a smoother surface. We know that Sebring is not any of that, of what I've just said. It's very bumpy, it's very harsh, it's very abrasive. Erhan Yovski, though, very good through the first sector, decent through the second. This could be good enough to put him onto the front row once again alongside his teammate Marcel Chinchik as he heads up towards the line. A bit of an improvement there is by 0.003 of a second. Erhan Yovski goes to second.
Yeah, and now looking great, you have to say, for RHG, locking out the front row. We've seen plenty of one-on-ones at the end of our Esports Racing League days, but this Masters brings the one-on-one format to a very different sort of an environment. The pressure cooker of just an 8-minute race, 8 minutes to secure your spot in the semi-finals of this ERL Summer Cup.
I'm just curious as to whether Jack Keithley's on a lap, because at the moment just third. He'd be a bit disappointed with that, but RHG really coming out, hitting quite strong at the moment. Keithley is done, so third is good enough for him. Marcel Chinchik looks to be on the pole. Peter Burliak, the one struggling a little bit more on speed, but you can see here, at least on this lap, first sector decent, second sector losing out a little bit, at least comparatively to his previous lap. Still think he's not going to improve a position, but might just do the time a little bit more. But he's very consistent when it comes to the race, so he's going to look after his tyres quite nicely. Marcel Chinchik well in control.
And we are back down to, I think, just an 8-minute race. So shave off the 2 minutes extra that we had for that second chance race. Good qualifying session for RHG, Luke.
Oh, they look good, don't they? Again, Williams Esports, they're just a team that tend to get the job done. And again, they're a team that will potentially do the same here in the race. I think RHG, again, are very good in terms of one lap. But Williams Esports just got something a bit special in terms of just flying under the radar. They've got to beat a massive, massive team at RHG in this format as well. It's not over for sure. Qualifying is massive, but anything can happen in these races.
So remember, the 4 teams that have already waved goodbye to us have walked away with $200. Those that walk away at the quarterfinals walk away with $450 as we pay out $10,000 in this Esports Racing League Summer Cup Masters. It's going to be a fun one. Start is going to be crucial, Lewis.
Yeah, very much so. Like we said, we've seen a couple of drivers having the technique on the race start. One of those was Jack Keithley. Now, he's going to be starting this race from third. If he gets that technique right, and then the 2 ahead of him kind of don't have that in their full book, it could be a very, very good start for Jack Keithley, where third position might not be too bad.
Well, I guess we get to see the racing action now, don't we? So we'll let Arjuna and Lewis take it away.
It's always interesting when the pressure cooker of qualifying brings one team to the top, one team with some work to do. It will be Chinchik and Yuyovski on the front row. Keithley, the best of the Williams Esports drivers. Inside of Yuri Toman, Brzezinski, Burliak round out the field for the Williams Esports duo. Lewis, if you are, I think Jack Keithley, you've got to attack at the start.
Jack Keithley needs to win. Right, that is the absolute basis, is that Jack Keithley needs to win this race. He then needs a bit of assistance from his teammate in Brzezinski or Boyak to move at least one position forward, and then maybe we'll see them move on. But R8G, the thing is all three of their drivers look very quick at the moment. They've locked out the front row, and Marcel Cinchik and Erhan Yovski, they're not afraid of getting their elbows out a little bit. And I know Jack Keithley, being a touring car specialist, yeah, those are two pretty difficult drivers to try and pass on this.
I think it also speaks volumes to the speed of the R8D duo on the front row to have out-qualified the fastest man at Donington Park earlier on in this Esports Racing League Summer Cup. A couple of drivers have had their practice starts. As we wait for the field to appear, we wait for the racing to get underway. Brzezinski, Burlak have also got to make sure they take advantage of this start. Toman's going to be trying to block the path.
Yeah, it's going to be critical for those two on the back row for Williams to also move forward. They can't just let Jack Keithley do all of the work. For R8G, Yuri Toman in the middle, he's very clean and very good about picking up his way up in order.
Luke Crane predicts Williams takes this in an incident field affair. Who advances first? The semi-finals of the Summer Cup Masters. A good start. Reaction to the lights from Cinchik. What can Keithley do to try and fire it down the inside of Yovski? Yovski immediately covers it off. Keithley defends as around his outside. Yuri Toman tries to make it RAG 1, 2, and 3. They'll still fight side by side as they funnel into the tower turn, but Keithley has the inside.
So smart from Yovski. Like you say, Keithley's trying to hang on to third position, does indeed do so, keeps Yuri Toman at bay. Yes, I know it's way too early in the day, but you do still have to think a little bit about times. Oh, I see it happened again! Jack Keithley with a massive moment straight over the inside. Yovski's gone off to avoid him, and Keithley's gone up to second. He's got a penalty though.
Yeah, immediately automatic penalty for Jack Keithley, so he's going to have to likely come down to the pit road, but what a mistake to happen again, and for the man that we've been praising as the fastest in the field in this particular car. Yovski immediately down the inside into the hairpin, back up to second. Toman, as a result of all of that carnage, has cycled to fifth. Brzezinski trying to look around the outside.
That was a 100% Alan Terzic moment indeed from Jack Keithley. He'll be very frustrated indeed. I've been told by Alan Terzic, he did message me after the race saying how difficult it can be to spot your point coming around there. You've got, because when you're riding in the cockpit, your vision's entirely blocked by that car ahead, and sometimes it's really hard to work out roughly where you are. You need to be so far over to the left because it's such a tight run through the Rabbit Bend. That right hand, that 90-degree right, it's such a tight corner. It's what makes it so difficult, and yet costly mistake from Jack Keithley, who receives a penalty automatically from in-game. That is nothing to do with our race control. Like you said, that is an automated penalty, essentially for cutting the course.
And just remind me and remind the viewers, Lewis, what is the penalty itself?
Drive-through, or could be a stop and go, but normally it's drive-through.
And if you're wondering where pit lane is at this unique configuration of Sebring, as soon as you fire out of the hairpin, get onto the power, look drivers left. There is a little bit of an access road that you use that brings you on towards pit road. We will see Keithley within the next 6 minutes drop from third, promotes Brzezinski upwards. Toman will jump into fourth as a result of that. R8G looking like they're on their way to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, technically race control can remove the penalty. They can take it off if they've kind of deemed that they might see it as basically being like, look, he's not gained anything from it, whilst the game is pretty strict with it, sending it straight away. Sometimes they might just remove a penalty. Again, I don't want to speak on behalf of race control. I'm just saying what could be done behind the scenes. They've got the power to do such things. Not sure what will be done on that that side of things. Either way, Keithley in third. Regardless, it's not looking good for Williams Esports. Yuri Toman sat on the back of Brzezinski and Keithley, whilst Marcel Cinchik's been able to pull away by 2 seconds.
What a start to this race from Cinchik, as building the buffer at the front he goes. Always great to see all 6 of the drivers on your screen as they fight hard in what is a electric short race. Looks like Keithley will pull to the side, let Brzezinski Toman run on through.
Yeah, so
and now
he's got that penalty then.
Yeah, and now the pressure's on for Burlak to try and rob Yuri Toman of fourth, and for Brzezinski, he's got to close as Burlak messes up the hairpin, goes straight on, basically give the win to R8G now.
Yeah, I did not see what just happened with Boeck there. You can kind of see he's on the tower on the left. He is the one at the bottom. That'll be extra frustrating, by the way, for Keithley, who's now dropped off of this train. Obviously, he's come into the pit lane. There is Boeck. Now, I know he has had some hardware issues before. For anyone, this is a long time ago, though, so don't worry too much. Anyone who remembers back to Season 3 of the rFactor 2 GT Pro Series, as well as the 2020 Formula Sim Racing World Championship, had a couple of hardware failures in that. But for Williams Esports, their lone car really in this race at the moment is Brzezinski, who's in third, obviously not in position. Boeck is as near as makes a difference out. Keithley is as near as makes a difference out. It could not have gone much worse.
Gregor Schill in our Twitch chat pointing out that Keithley looked a little bit upset. I think I'd be upset if that's how my lap one went, even if it was a self-inflicted mistake. And it will look as though it's the end of the road for Williams Esports here today. They currently sit 5th overall in the Esports Racing League standings. They have 119 points coming into today. They were a full, and this is where I have to put the warning, never trust the commentator's math. They are 37 points clear of Patrick Long Esports, who sit in 13th outside of our qualification spots for the Esports Racing World Cup 2023. You have to assume for Williams Esports, as long as it's not a disastrous fall, they are looking like they're on the way to the World Cup.
Yeah, also, as much as, it's a bit of drama that they all lose some points, again, this isn't the overall championship, and again, getting into the top 12 in that to build your way into ERWC II next year. When it comes to that, these Masters, they don't pay out that many points, really, in that sense. You're better off getting some good rounds on the build-up, like round 1, round 2, round 3, on each of the simulators, on the build-up to the Masters of each championship. That's kind of the critical thing. This is more about prize money and winning, essentially, the overall cup. The victor of the Summer Cup is the driver or the team that wins at the final here today. That's what we're kind of crowning in this. When it comes to the overall championship, if you kind of fall out earlier than you expect, it's not super bad.
I know what you mean, but I think there is something to be said for the way that the Masters would allow someone like Coanda Gaming to have made a fight for the World Cup. They currently sit with the 3 points that they'll secure today on 51 points, so a full 31 back from the Patrick Long Esports team. Let's say, for example, Coanda Gaming won this Summer Cup Masters. They'd be a full 9 points closer to Patrick Long Esports. I know I was sounding doom and gloom for Coanda earlier today about their chances for the World Cup, but the more I look at it, the more I look at their performances in this Summer Cup, a good full cup, Coanda might spring a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to do very well to continue on any further from the tournament today, obviously, because they've been knocked out. But you're absolutely right. If they get the full cup, absolutely spot on. Yeah, they've taken a few points from this. They've taken some great points from the Summer Cup. They might just challenge for those positions higher up as long as they can absolutely nail it. But they've been doing that this season, so there's no reason why theoretically they can't. So you're absolutely right. The thing is, as we know, when we're talking about this, when it comes to championship, when we're talking about the top 12 in ERWC II, for a team to enter that top 12, someone else needs to say goodbye from it. And that's where, like you say, this is going to get tight and testy in particularly the final couple of rounds of the full cup, which I am super excited for.
We'll talk more about those cars that will be racing later on today. As R8G lead with a lap still to go, Shinchuk from Yoyoski, Brzezinski, Toman, 2 retirees in the form of Keithley and Burlak for the Williams Esports teams. Just a reminder of who the 12 are currently sitting in qualification spots. Of course, Redline, R8G, BS Competition, Unicorns of Love, Williams Esports, and the Apex Racing team, the top 6. For the Apex Racing team, outside of the top 15, after the Spring Cup, what a turnaround the summer has been for them. Then yes, Heat, Burst Esports, Triton Racing, Arnage, Fordzilla, and Veloce are 12 teams. Yes, we've only seen Veloce in 1 of the 3 rounds of the Summer Cup. They're another team that needs a good full cup to secure their qualification for the ERWC version 2.
Final lap of the race. Time has ticked down to 0. Williams with 2 retirements from this race. Well, that does end their chances, even if there was some ridiculous long shot hope. It will be RHG moving on to the semi-finals. And I did chart the course just a touch to see who we could have as the finals. Could we see RHG versus Redline again? And the answer to that question is yes. In the finals, we could see RHG versus Redline again. And on this form, well, I'd say they'd be doing quite well. They're setting some great times. They've got great pace, and Marcel Chinchik and Yuyovsky look very, very confident.
Semi-finals are going to be intriguing, but what a chaotic race it was. The lap 1 shenanigans, and then after that, it devolved even further. Potential hardware failure for Burlak, but all of the chaos meant rising from the smoke. RAG become the first team to punch their way into the semi-finals of the ERL Summer Cup. Chinchik wins across the line, Yuyovsky behind him. Great drive for RAG, still plenty of work yet to be done.
Again, despite all of the issues for Williams Esports, you've got to say it's an incredible performance from RHG. Looked super strong, and whilst Williams Esports were having their issues, they didn't really care. They just kept to themselves, did their own thing, and came out on top. And they're the winners here in the quarterfinals, so they'll be moving their way into the semis.
We'll bring back in Luke Crane to talk about quarterfinal number 1. Bit chaotic on the start then, Luke.
Yeah, massively chaotic, but the thing I want to talk about is how important Shinjik was for them to get through the qualifying stage of this by being the 3rd driver and just slowing the pack up behind him, to then this being the number 1 driver. RAG have got so many talented drivers, and they're just all showcasing all their different little skill sets now, and that's the key. We know, we've seen this from Redline, we've seen this from Unicorns of Love, Veloce have won, Apex have won, and so have GTWR. Have I got all of them? I think I've got all of them. They have all 3 drivers firing on all cylinders, and they look really good.
Luke, I'll come back to you with a question. I was watching Moritz Lohner's Twitch stream a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of days ago rather, and he said something which really intrigued me. The fact that a win in the sim racing world is gratifying for oneself. It feels like the performance, you've earned your own reward. In the real world, it feels like it's a team reward because there are people helping to build the cars, right, to prep them. Does this format, does this unique tournament kind of make it feel like the real world where your team has got to deliver as well? It is a team victory if you win an Esports Racing League event.
Yeah, I think Moritz is more specifically talking about his little venture into iRacing, right? I say little venture, he's just at 10K. He's only one of 4 people in the world with 10K iRacing. But when he's doing his Porsche Cup races, he's doing it on his own, right? There's no one in his ear. We never hear an engineer. If he gets to the PESC series, of course, then it will open up with his Dur Esports team. I'm sure they will be supporting him in that. But yeah, it's much more gratifying for him when he's racing in a public, strength of field, 7K or whatever he races in, and he wins one of those because it's just all on him. But I think if you asked him during a DTM esports event when he's won that, or maybe the ADAC GT Masters he's been in previously, or even when it comes to, for instance, if he does racing something like PESC, I think he would say the same as what it's like in the sim racing world. You've got not only your teammates as drivers, because they're going to be feeding you information to make you faster, as you will be feeding them information, because as much as you want to win, obviously, if you can't win, you want one of those boys to win. For most teams, I'm not sure I could say that for every single team, but I think that's the difference. I think it's when you're just racing on your own, having fun, then yeah, of course, it's all about you. But I think even at this level in sim racing, there's always other people helping you to get to the top.
Think we're about ready, Luke, to go racing.
Yeah, well, there we go. You guys can crack on then and get involved with our next race. Unicorns of Love, Redline, gonna be a cracker.
So it is a qualifying sweep for Team Redline. Unicorns of Love are trying to spoil the party. They've got an uphill task in front of them. 1, 2, and 3 for Team Redline as they look to dominate quarterfinal number 2, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Now, with Redline's strength, I will say I was looking at qualifying whilst it was happening, seeing the times between them. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but Redline were around 0.7 of a second faster than Unicorns Love. This is going to be a tricky one for Unicorns Love. But again, drama, upsets, who knows what's going to happen. A bit of a dive bomb down into Tower or even the first corner at Cunningham. And that can open up the opportunity for Unicorns Love to maybe sneak their way through.
Lewis, I love myself a little bit of Sebring. I love the Nürburgring, especially when you add in the Nordschleife loop. Sebring is just one of those tracks that no matter how many laps you have, You're always finding another bump somewhere on track.
Yeah, Ewan O'Leary, he doesn't remember saying it ever. Ewan O'Leary, who obviously has jumped in for one of these before, did say that once this circuit needed to be resurfaced, you can throw him under the bus more so than me. He doesn't stand by that, but he did definitely say it on a broadcast once. For me, every single bump is character, and that is why we love this circuit, because it's still, even if you're super experienced, it's still almost unpredictable, because like you say, there's always a new bump somewhere.
I will just apologize for the technical issues that we're having. Seems like Discord is not playing nice for us. But we are ready for quarterfinal number 2. It's Team Redline that stand on top, looking to punch their way forward into the semi-finals. It's a great start from Unicorns of Love behind the Redline trio at the front of the field. Siggy will lead them into turn 1. Riedfeld looks to the outside as Spork tries to follow him around the outside of Enzo Benito, trying to spoil the party. Spork tries to fit the car there. Benito still covers the inside into tower turn. Redline still 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Spork's going to try and get around the outside of Enzo Benito. Might just squeeze him off on the exit attack. That's exactly what happens. So Colin Spork needs to bring it back on the road, not leave 2 wheels. Oh, goodness me, don't do it again, lads. Mlonak was nearly onto the dirt and nearly pulled a full-on Alan Terzic there, but alas, it is a Redline 1, 2, and 3. Colin Spork with the pound seat to try and do something for his team.
7 minutes left to go in this race. The pace from Spork is looking quite promising. I know you said the practice times weren't indicating we were in for a fight, but Benito is feeling so pressured, he blocked the inside before Spork even showed the nose into the hairpin.
Yeah, and you can see the Redline contingent just rolling on strong right now. They're under pressure in the early stages. Maybe they're trying to underdrive it a touch at the moment to try and make sure their tyres are good for the end of the race, but Colin Spork doesn't care about that one bit. He's going fully on the attack. Adam Rainey not able to keep up with his teammates Spork and Milnek at the moment. And so it really is swinging its way heavily towards Redline. Spork's just trying something to find his way past.
Still no separation though, and that is the crucial thing for me. Even after Spork ushered wide through tower turn, he's not been dropped just yet. Unicorns of Love came into this matchup, Lewis, with nothing to lose. Let's be real here. They were expected to head out at this point. They wanted to spoil the fun. They still have a chance, if you ask me.
Yeah. Like I say, it's only one mistake, one lockup, one minor issue. The issue for them is that Redline don't really make too many mistakes, so alas, it'll be even harder. But you never know with a race like this. I mean, like I say, we saw technical failures from Bowiak. That's not how you want to go through. You never want to go through with those kind of issues. But alas, that could be the opportunity that is opened up, and you take those. You can see on the left-hand side at the top, it's Colin Spork. In the middle, it's Adam Rainey, who, by the way, I think is taller than you. Before you get Mlanek at the bottom, Adam Rainey, I think, is 6'8", which is ridiculous. You can see Kevin Siggy on the top right has changed his lighting setup. No longer bright white. He's gone for a bit more mood lighting before we get Jeff Rickman and Enzo Benito.
So I was never the tallest man in sim racing, but I don't think Rainey is either, because I think Yuri Kastorp still holds the crown as the tallest sim racer in the world. I
don't know, because I think that Kastorp's 6'7". I think Rainey's taller. I think Adam Rainey, like I'm pretty sure Adam Rainey's about 6'8",
maybe
which is mad. If you want to irritate, by the way, they call him Irish.
Colin Spork running a bit wide on the sweep back up to the hairpin. He will lose time now, and I think at this point we can say it is likely done and dusted, but we're not even halfway through, so we'll wait and see if it shakes up slightly differently, but at this point in time would be totally shocked. I got told Yuri Kastorp was 6'9" at the last time. Yes.
Every time you go near him, you just kind of just look up constantly. Even you would, which is pretty mad.
Yes, true. Apparently, Danny Beresne is also quick, tall as well. We know he's quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is the thing is that obviously tall drivers, it causes issues when you have to race in other people's simulators. When you're racing your own, you make everything really, really comfortable. You need a massive, massive seat. But yeah, when you're racing by yourself, you kind of make it your own. I did watch Yuri Kastorp once race in a LAN event. Trying to drive in other people's simulators that had to work for someone that was 5'8". Quite funny, if I'm perfectly honest. Quite entertaining to its own degree, but probably less so for Yuri Kastorp.
Rietveld and Benito continue to run second and third. Redline well and truly on top. Rainey coming into this one, Lewis, what did you expect?
Oh, well, I mean, he's the reserve driver, right? He's the one that's kind of been thrown into it. You can see, really, by looking at the car, it says Noah Roivers on the side. He's not a touring car specialist. Again, it's very much an R52 specialist, is Rainey, but it's not really on the touring car side of things. He's been finding a lot of form in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship with a few top 10s in the season. But this is something entirely different, trying to take on a team the likes of Redline, really like what some of your first touring car battles. It's tricky. Collins Bork and Lineker are slightly more experienced in that regard, but not exactly like a book's worth of experience in comparison. They're doing a great job. It's just, this is Redline we're talking about. They are one of the strongest teams in the entirety of sim racing. We've seen that time and time again, and we're seeing it once more in this.
We always marvel at the adaptability of the Redline drivers. Whatever platform we throw them on, whatever car we throw them in as well, always seem to have speed. We have seen Benito as the staple of the lineup through the course of this Esports Racing League. We have seen the likes of Patrick Holtzman as well. There are many a strong Redline driver that we have yet to see in this Esports Racing League. The likes, of course, of Maximilian Benecke, Gianni Vecchio, or even the newly crowned 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, Diogo Pinto.
Yeah, like I say, a talented team among all of Redline. That's why they can jump over on any simulator and be strong. Look at what they've done in the Le Mans Virtual Series, etc., winning both categories in that. Such a strong team from start to finish, and it's amazing to see how strong they are across each of the simulators that we've got here in ERL. It's why I kind of want to see us expand sometimes the simulators and try and take on some of the other ones to sort of see roughly what can they do. Yeah, maybe get some race room in there, Rennsport as well when that eventually hits us, Gran Turismo, whatever. I want to see them try and find footing else. Actually, no, I don't want to see Kevin Siggy on race room. We've already seen him do that, and he's won on that.
Although
that title,
Kevin Siggy versus Moritz Lohner is a battle that I get excited for anywhere, especially when it happens on race room. Are we going back in time though? As by the way, 2 laps to go as we come across the line yet again. There is a big separation now between 3rd and 4th. Spork losing more and more time. Do we go back in time? Do we break out the sims that the likes of only Hugo Luis and Niels Naujoks will remember competing in? Do we break out Live for Speed? Do we go to Richard Burns Rally? We could go back in time as well.
Yeah, well, why not? I think sometimes we need to take a little bit of a jump back to see where we've from, to kind of understand where we're going in sim racing, because LFS is a classic, always will be. It's absolutely incredible to see that even now, there is a decent community behind it of drivers and teams that jump. What is happening?
Benito.
Did you see that from Benito?
Yeah. The wibble wobble back and forth.
I mean, he's okay, but I'm very confused.
Surely that was because he ran wide and off into the grass, because he's lost ground to Rietveld. That gap was what, 1.4, 1.3? It's now 2 full seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm genuinely baffled there. Maybe he drove, he was on the grass a little bit, and that's why he was trying to catch it, just trying to keep it pinned. But either way, a fair moment for Enzo Benito. Doesn't matter too much, though, because his teammates running 1st and 2nd are winning it regardless.
All 6 cameras up on screen, you can see the different driving styles and seating positions that these drivers have. Siggy in a, I don't want to say formula position, but it's a hybrid of a formula and a GT. Bottom left on the left side for your Unicorns of Love drivers. That is a very upright seating position for a couple of them. Only Rainey in your more traditional, relaxed, comfortable GT style seating position. This was the one where we wondered, would Redline stumble? Would it be the Unicorns of Love to spoil the party here on rFactor 2? That question has been answered emphatically. Siggy, Rietveld, and Benito are having none of it. Team Redline walks their way into the checkered flag. They are victorious in the quarterfinals of the Esports Racing League Summer Cup Masters.
Yes, indeed. And like we say with Redline and their strength, not sure who they'll be taking on next. Obviously, it depends on who goes through. Between, I think it's Fordzilla and BS Competition in that one, but I wouldn't want to be them. I'll just say that.
going to be fascinating, that is for sure. So, Unicorns of Love will at the very least walk away with $400 in their pockets as prize money, a couple of points on the board as well to the Esports Racing World Cup. What a performance from Team Redline as we get ready to see what it's going to be like now, as 2 more quarterfinal matchups still left to play, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Like I said, we've got Apex Racing Team versus Triton, but before we got the Team Fordzilla Racing Team versus Triton first, and then we go to the Fordzilla and yes competition. But for Apex and Triton, I've got to say, it definitely leans more so towards Apex.
It was a very interesting quarterfinal, watching to see if Redline were going to be able to break away. We have 2 more quarterfinals to come up. We're still dealing with some technical issues, so we're going to step aside, get them sorted, and be back for those final quarterfinal matchups. You're watching VCO Esports. We'll be right back. Well, it's been an interesting day so far as we welcome you back to the Esports Racing League Summer Cup Masters. It's been a ball this summer as from rFactor 2 we went to iRacing, then Assetto Corsa Competizione, and back to rFactor 2 and the bumps of the Sebring International Raceway. 2 quarterfinals are in the books, still 2 left to play out. It will be the Apex Racing team up against Triton Racing next. And Luke Crane, this is the one that I think you and I are very excited about. The 2 drivers for Triton going up against the strong form for the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, we're at Sebring International Raceway, and this is going to be absolutely superb. Love the fact you added a W to the name there. Yeah, Triton, just as much as we've seen it be a negative for teams when they turn up with 2 people, most notably Yazhi, Triton are making the best of this, and they could make a massive run here. If they can get past someone like Apex have a huge, Triton have a huge opportunity of making it to a final. I think they've got that kind of pace.
Going to be a very, very tough one, I think, because with just 2 drivers, you lose that extra shot to try and push your way forward. Qualifying is already over, by the way, so we're just a moment away from getting underway. We'll see what Sebring holds in quarterfinal number 3. And look at that. It will be Triton Racing that brings us to the green. Charcot and Blyer lock out the front row. Valero, Fluke and Hart will line up behind.
Oh God, I've got so many things wrong today, but I've been back in Triton with that 2 drivers all day long. Oh, can they do it? Can they go real deep into this competition? Could they potentially go all the way? Who knows? But they're starting on the best possible position here. P1, P2. They haven't got to worry about a 3rd driver potentially having shenanigans and having penalties. Oh, good stuff.
Valero has shown adaptability over the course of 2022. Now racing with the full Apex Racing team, part of their Apex Academy. Quarterfinal number 3 is locked and loaded. They'll rumble down into turn number 1. Charcot with a decent start. Blyer bogged down on the line will allow Valero to look to the inside into turn 1. Blyer goes defensive, almost makes it 3 abreast. Charcot overcommits, but still somehow Triton Racing stay 1 and 2. Claps in the background. What a start that was.
Oh, that's very clever for Blyer. That's perfect. He knew that he was going to have to go tight there to force Valero to go deep under braking, but as soon as he saw the mistake from Valero, pulled out as far wide as he possibly could, get on the power nice and early on the exit of the corner and maintain position. So he forced the mistake, then got out of the way of the mistake. That's brilliant. Absolutely superb. Take a bow.
Clean but hard racing. That's what we love to see. Valero as they rejoin the regular layout at Sebring. Up towards the hairpin, under the Corvette bridge they'll go. Valero's got the bit between his teeth. He needs to decide what to do with his compatriot in Johan Harth, racing for the very first time from the Apex Racing Team facility in Corby. Surrounded by teammates, got the pressure on him now to deliver as they fight to work forward. Charcot will lead at the end of lap 1. Blyer with a rocket of a launch covering the inside. Valero could do nothing.
Yeah, start of the 2nd lap. It is a phenomenal start here from Blyer. And I was thinking it was going to be a case of he was going to be under so much pressure for, the whole race here from those 3 Apex cars. But they have got some, Triton have got some unbelievable pace here. Apex, one of the favourites coming into this, of course, number 1 seed throughout the whole Summer Cup so far. And that's across 3 different sims, including rFactor 2. There's a cone flying all over the place as well. They deserve some respect. They've been flying all over the show, every single race today. But Triton, well, this will be the first shock, really. As much as the Triton have showed pace, Apex have been unbelievable this Summer Cup. So this will be the first shock. But apart from me, I've called it. Give me the shirt, Triton. Send me a shirt now.
You had a lot of things wrong at the start, but it was all because you were going to be right at the end. Here's
once.
Once, but I mean, a broken clock is wrong twice a day, so you still got one thing to be right about, right? Oh, big lockup from one of your Triton Racing drivers as I think that was Charcot struggled to get the car turned in. Still leads now by a full 2nd as he leaves Blyer behind. The pressure starts to be piled on. Fastest lap by Charcot, a 1:05.7, up there in terms of times we've seen today.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the qualifying lap times either, so I don't know if someone could grab that information, because that would be great to figure out exactly how fast they are. But again, to have all 3 drivers ahead of the Apex team, although I will give a shout out to the Apex team. They've got 3 different colours on the back of their car, which is it's not the first time I've mentioned it, but that's always very much appreciated for us commentators. But yeah, Triton doing a sensational job here. And right now, for Apex to go through, all 3 drivers have to overtake Blyer.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's not just one, but all three of them would. It's a precarious situation, but as Valero will run through the grass, will hold the position for now, you can tell how hard he's trying to push just to stay with, let alone try and look for a pass on that second Triton racing machine.
Yeah, got some chat saying that they're going to face up to RAG next, to Triton, and that could be where it ends for them. I think they've got some serious pace. I think that they could be the dark horses of the day. 2 drivers. Oh, what a story that would be if they can get to the finals here.
Dilp got that one final quarterfinal matchup, the repeat of our final heat races. BS Competition tried to once again come out on top with Team Fordzilla. Bit wide this time for Hearth as he slides through turn 1. Still, they look for all they can to find a way through, and while Charcot continues to run away, you don't get the sense that any one of those 3 Apex Racing team cars is fast enough. But if one was able to get past, to your point, Luke, where all 3 of the Apex cars have got to work through, they could play the team game. They could be bullying Blyer to the back of this pack.
100%. I've just had a message actually from Hayfen saying that Charcot's name's pronounced Harcot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, he needs to send a very polite email to his parents and explain to them why his name is now Charcot. In my opinion, it is what it is. But yeah, thanks for your information. Jacob Charcot leads the way from Dominic Blyer in P1 and P2. You can't break me that easily. I think people could be making this up in the chat, Juna.
Don't worry, I've heard my name butchered in all sorts of ways with some
kinky panties.
Oh, that one was in high school. That is for sure. Heard plenty more in my broadcasting quote-unquote career so far. My favorite, Aunt Juna. I don't know how that came about, but again, Valero just so committed to turn 1. This time he'll drop, not just out of the way for Hearth and Fluke, he'll drop back in this grouping. You'd have to assume if pushing too hard has left the pressure relieved on Dominic Blyer's shoulders.
Yeah, but fair play. At least they're absolutely going for it, right? You know, you can always push too far, but the fact that you're just going for it, you know, it looks almost impossible for them to make the positions up enough here to go through being Apex right now. But yeah, pushing tomorrow to be like, yeah, I gave it everything. There's not much else more I could do. Triton was superb.
The 2-driver lineup is not one that we've seen taste overall success just yet. Triton Racing showed in their heat race that they had some speed, but maybe not as much as Team Redline. We're rather unlikely to see the Triton Racing banner flying tall on top of this ERL Summer Cup Masters at the end of the day. It will be, what, 3 laps to go? We still got some time left. You can see how far behind Valero is. Hearth and Fluke a full 9 tenths away from Blyer. You'd be forgiven for assuming this one done and dusted. TCR cars, front-wheel drive cars, not necessarily one that everyone is going to be familiar with, Luke, and that's why we like these sort of surprises. Some of the other cars that we've competed in, GT3s on ACC in the Spring Cup, for example, that is something that a lot of these drivers had a lot of experience with.
You sit yourself in that surprise camp, mate. I've been saying this all day long. I'm sticking by it. I've been back in Triton to the hills. 3 things we've learnt here. You're trying to throw me under the buses, you know, predicting stuff wrong now.
Yes.
Second of all, Triton are here and they mean business. And thirdly, there ain't no party like an Arjuna kinky party.
Well, I've got to throw you under the bus because I get stuff wrong so often that I've got to make someone else get to that level as well. You have no idea how wrong I've been about. We've done a few broadcasts together, mostly, you know, VCO stuff. Yeah, I'm not as bad as Lorenzo Bonder when it comes to commentators' curses, but I've lost track of the number of times that I've been singing someone's praises, and as we're looking at them, as we're talking about them, they've been it by themselves. Lewis doesn't believe in a commentator's curse. I very much do.
Well, we know that Lorenzo not only butchers some of his commentary, but ruins entire events. If we go back to the 24-hour Infinity event that we had, well, he caused one of the biggest pile-ups I've ever seen. So, you know, I'm in the camp of Lorenzo, you know, do your thing, I guess, but that was wrong.
I'm all for piling on to Lorenzo Bonder, who will be back for the Fall Cup with our Portuguese coverage. Remember, we do have multi-language coverage available for you today, Hungarian coverage as well, as Spanish coverage available on the VCO Esports YouTube channel. For Hearth and Fluke, side by side for third, but somewhat academic as time continues to wind down, coming to the final lap of the race.
We are coming towards the final lap of the race, and I'll tell you what, a testament to Florian by letting us just have a bit of fun in these broadcasts, and this is what this format's all about. It's about having fun in the chat, it's about the drivers having fun, it's about us as commentators having fun as well. So yeah, take everything with a pinch of salt. We're here to entertain. Simple as that.
And again, our thoughts are with our boss man, Florian Hasper, the driving force behind all things VCO, who is unfortunately struggling with an infection, watching on from home, but we are thinking about him. We are rather disappointed we can't be here to celebrate the conclusion of the Summer Cup with the man himself. Back on to the regular layout of Sebring, they'll come. It's going to take me a while. It's going to take me a while to get that one right. Triton Racing, run 1 and 2.
I was saying that for Carbon Simsport earlier. I still can't pronounce his name.
I have seen some quite interesting names. Thinking back to the Esports Racing World Cup, when I landed up, I was like, I'll know these drivers. No, I looked at the entry list, I was like, okay, I've got some work to do. But the work has been done by the Triton Racing duo at the front for Jakob and for Dominic. Sterling drive in this third quarterfinal of the Summer Cup Masters. They will dominate in front of the Apex Racing team, one we expected to go far, but Triton stops the charge of Apex. To the semi-finals they go.
There's a car on fire. The fourth position, I think half is on fire, genuinely. Look, there we are. What? I've never seen that before. That's mind-blowing. And, well, again, tomorrow morning when you go, did I push the limit of the car to try and get through? Absolutely. Wow.
It's a good thing there's no damage bill to be paid as Triton Racing walk away as winners in the quarterfinals. We wave goodbye for the Summer Cup to the Apex Racing team. We're missing out, unfortunately, on Lewis McLeod, who's having his own technical issues. I don't think I've ever seen a car go up like that. I've seen plenty of engines expire. Don't get me wrong, Luke. It's happened to me in endurance races in the past. Nothing as spectacular as that, though.
I was at Lausitzring this year when Felipe Fraga's Ferrari went up. I've never seen anything like it, and that was quick to go up there. But yeah, I've never seen it in sim racing before. Johann's on fire. All the TCRs are terrified.
To be fair, Johann has been on fire for the last 24 hours, lost access to his Discord account, then lost access to his Twitter account. At the very least, he's been able to regain control of them. Here's the look at that VCO Esports replay. Yeah, that's spectacular.
Wow, that is... someone get a shrimp, chuck it on that barbie. That is warm. That is impressive. I've never seen... That's really cool. And again, and this is why, Red Luca, we would need safety cars in sim racing. Okay?
See, yeah,
full circle.
No, that's and to go back to IMSA, the IMSA Esports Global Championship for a second, that's the perfect example of why we would have safety cars. What you do is you say cars aren't allowed to reset to pit lane without permission from race control. If a car requires assistance, they aren't in a spot where in the real world stewards would be easily able to go and help out without putting themselves in danger, just like you would in the real world. In the virtual world, you throw a safety car, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. And just imagine if you've got the butt kickers, haven't you? And some people have the smell of grass being fired at them. Imagine if you had a simulator where it just gave you the hot impact in the back. Oh my God, what's going on here? Saying that in the UK right now, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I've heard the heat wave going not just through the UK, but through parts of Europe as well, has been one. To be interesting, we've seen the top half of Luke Crane. I don't think we want to see the bottom half of Luke Crane. 3 quarterfinals are done, though. Just one more left to go. And it is the one where we've got some form to go back and look at. With Team Fordzilla losing out to BS Competition in the heat rounds, Luke, well, they've got a chance for redemption. They've got something to prove, though.
Yeah, 100%, and I think it's going to go the opposite way around as well. I think Fordzilla had a little bit more in the tank. I think BS Competition were on the limit, and I think that Fordzilla made a couple of mistakes, and they rectified that when it came to the last chance qualifier. And I'm telling you right now, if you go through that last chance qualifier race, you're not taking anything else for granted ever again. So, yeah, expect Team Fordzilla to come out firing.
Has anyone ever approached you, Luke, saying, would you like to be the, in fighting games, your Mortal Kombat, you've got the person at the start of the round that says, finish him or whatever?
No, I've never had someone ask me to finish him before.
I will be your agent. I got to be careful how I approach the rest of that sentence you just said. But yes, I think there's an opportunity for you to become the voice of some sort of combat sport.
Nice. In a world.
Next Bruce Buffer.
Wow, okay. Yeah, no, definitely. Why not? If it pays good money, that's good. I'm happy, I'm down.
You've seen what Bruce Buffer wears, right?
Okay, are you trying to say he's more stylish than me?
He's living the good life, that is for sure. Getting word, by the way, that the quarterfinal number 4 delayed a couple of moments just while we wait for one driver to deal with his own technical issues. Let's see if we can bring in Lewis McLeod.
I doubt it.
Oh, there you go, Lewis.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Obviously, having my own minor technical issues. We won't talk about it too much, but clearly some of our drivers are as well.
Yeah.
What do I miss?
You missed a pretty interesting quarterfinal where Triton Racing, I think it's fair to say, dominated the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, well, what we actually saw is we saw Patrick Long Esports come back into the competition and they just won it. It's done. It's gone. A game over. Don't know how it happened, but it's happened. So, unfortunate, Lewis, but the show's over.
Just crazy. Yeah, I miss out on all the good stuff. It's fine. No, I did catch a very fiery car.
We didn't catch what you just said.
Each their own.
Unfortunately, Lewis, you tried your hardest. Your technical issues are still there. So we'll give you some more time to go back and figure that out. Hopefully, before we get to the finals, we can bring Lewis McLeod
This is good for me, Arjuna, because I can literally just invoice Lewis McLead's fee, which is like 6 figures.
Great idea. Yeah, great idea.
Lovely old job.
Yeah, I love it.
And he can't respond.
He literally cannot respond because he didn't hear what you said, probably.
Absolutely.
Give a shout out to Jamie Fluke for raiding our VCO Esports Twitch chat. Hope Jamie enjoyed his rFactor 2 experience this summer more than he did in the spring, where I think it's fair to say Jamie did not enjoy it. Although, after the disappointment of rFactor 2, what a run that they had on iRacing as they took Redline at Okayama in the V8 supercars all the way to the end. What a fun way to close out the Spring Cup that was. Getting ready.
But shout out to Jamie. He's been, one of the, again, still a young man, but one of the elder statesmen, if you like, of sim racing. But gets it. Whether he's won or lost, always raises stream. Understands that it's important to support these events and stuff. So yeah, massive shout out to Jamie, because it's not just the racing he's bloody good at. There's so many different aspects, and he's a major reason why this this little niche that we have of sim racing will continue to grow.
One of the nicest people across of our little niche.
Oh, I won't go that far.
No, I would. I very much would. Except when you crash into him, then it's maybe not so nice. But Jamie is always willing to have a chat, always willing to get you clued in on things happening inside of your sim racing world. Well, I'm getting word that Ibrahim Khan is getting ready to go racing for BS competition. So all our drivers are gridded up and getting ready to go for the final quarterfinal of your Summer Cup Masters. Here's the look at the starting grid. Again, it's mixed up, but it's a good qualifying performance for Team Fordzilla. Fiducci will bring us to the green with Pliska and Arnold 3rd and 4th. The best of the Zebras is Alan Terzic, with Rivio struggling in qualifying. He'll line up back in 5th.
I tell you, as Terzic has been taught to stay between the white lines, we could be in for an absolute classic here, Arjuna.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't make that same mistake that he did last time around. Again, remember, these two teams have fought before. I saw an interesting stat pointed out by, I think it was Luca in the Twitch chat, that Fordzilla have been in this situation on a couple of different occasions. It happened in the spring with R8G in the Masters. It happens to them again. So I wonder what you can learn when you go against the team that you've already beaten, though, Luke, because you know what you've done right. What more can you do?
Yeah, it's more favourable for the other party, isn't it? They know what they need to stretch for. It's very similar to look at Mercedes in Formula 1. Like, they could only improve by such an amount over the last 7 years, and then every other team's kind of caught up more because there's more margin to indeed progress into. That's the similar story here. That's why I feel like Fordzilla are favourites for this one. Minus the development of the car and stuff like that, but that's details.
They would have found so much in the fixed setup over the course of the hour or so that they've been waiting. But the lights will illuminate, the engines will rev, the drivers ready to go for the final quarterfinal of the ERL Summer Cup. Great start from Rivio, immediately fires it down the inside of Pliska, fighting free wide for 3rd. Terzic has got to the lead as well. Fiducci trying to block him, but Terzic overcommits, tries to get it back into control. Another crazy start, Arnold into Pliska. Khan holds on. What a mad scramble through turn number 1.
Oh, yeah, okay, hand over to me then. I have no idea what's going on right now, but it's Turzik that leads. rAVio's trying to get involved here as well. BS Competition, they have not qualified well. Another cone being flung off the circuit, but they have absolutely come to party in the race here. Send up the inside then of Gianmarco Finucci. Finucci holds firm, and he has got to chase down and get that victory, because as it stands, it is going to be BS Competition that will take 2 victories against Fordzilla today.
Another couple of clones go flying while the top 3 break away. Khan in some no man's land with Pliska behind him. Arnold, the one that felt the brunt of that turn 1 contact. He is down in 6th, dead last. They're side by side into the hairpin for 4th position as Pliska goes on the offense, trying to work forward to his teammate in Finucci that runs in 2nd, but leading across the line to complete lap number 1. Turzik redeems himself for the lap 1 drama that he caused in the first matchup in the heat rounds between these 2 teams. In front though of Finucci, who goes to the inside through turn 1. They fight door to door. It will give Finucci the inside if he can hold in its tower bend. Turzik wants to get it back though.
Oh, he's squeezing in there. He's going to have to use a little bit of grass for sure. Is Gianmarco Finucci, but he's held firm. He's got that overlap. And while he loves this kind of pressure, by the way, he loves it all being on his shoulders. He knows that if he stays ahead of both of these drivers, then it will be Fordzilla to go through. Has to hang it around the outside here. Will be squeezed off again. I still think there's enough room left there. And then through the next section of the circuit, well, Pliska, and I'm not too sure, is it Ibrahim Khan? Yes, Khan then. Both have having it coming together there for sure. Ibrahim Khan is going to be absolutely furious with how that's gone down. Ultimately, we haven't seen what the incident is, but he's the one who's come off worse off here. Gianmarco Finucci, by the way, has fought off both Turzik and indeed rAVio, holds on to the lead, and Fordzilla now are still favourites to go through. But this is what we want. Woo.
But with Pliska and Khan likely coming together, it's been a quiet day for race control. Will they determine the path to the semi-finals? And I'm glad it's not my job, because I have no idea what's going on. Finucci leads at the end of lap 2. What a move it was last time into turn 1 to fire it straight down the inside. There is some consternation on the face of Turzik and rAVio. They do not look best pleased. They look quite riled up right now.
Just trying to think there in the background. Is that bed covers or just a flag? It looks like bed covers, but I think it's a flag.
It's the flag.
Yeah, they're going to be, well, I can't see they're going to be furious. They're going to be unhappy, but Gianmarco Finucci has just pulled off a magician's trick in front of them. Like, they were both in a position to stop him from winning the race, and he's just gone, nah, I'm good. I'm fine. Like, pressure? What pressure? And now, really, it's all about, well, Pliska's not going to catch up. It will come down, I guess, ultimately to the penalties, potentially, if there was a coming together there. But it's touring cars. The stewards have been pretty lenient today, if I'm honest, Arjuna, and things have been let go because of the nature of the cars. And the drivers have reciprocated by driving very cleverly and very cleanly, I must add, as well. So it's worked both ways today. I don't think, again, we haven't seen it, but I'm not sure that at that position where it's not really going to make too much of a difference, it's going to be looked into that much.
Finucci fastest lap with a 1:05.7, just marginally slower than some of the laps that we've had in some of these other quarterfinal affairs. I'm watching live as Race Control inputs the incident and its decision into the sheet. I will get the update as soon as we can as to how this quarterfinal will be turned on its head based on the decision of Race Control. rAVio, after the pace that he showed in the heats, not necessarily as rapid in this quarterfinals. It's Turzik that's the one that's pushing. rAVio now almost 1.6 away from your race leader.
Is he going to back up Pliska here? Is that a decision being made? Is he going to back up Pliska and try and get Khan involved? I think the gap being 12 seconds is too much, but they've got to try something here. I think Finucci's the final boss at this stage. He has just managed to lose the lead, regain it, and is not even breaking a sweat. Again, a beautiful man, by the way. We'll throw it out there. Enzo Benito level? I don't know. Give him a couple of years. Who knows?
I was going to say.
Ridiculous sim racer.
Going to say, what happened to your relationship with Enzo Benito? There's going to be some conversations to be had this coming weekend, that is for sure. Winding down the times, this time it's Turzik that goes a little bit faster. These two locked, hammer and tongs, ready to fight to the end of this race. We still wait for Race Control to make their determination. If it's a no further action, Turzik has got to get past for BS Competition to go to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and he's kind of backed off a little bit here, and it might be a case of just trying to get trying to cool down those front tyres and maybe try and attack here in the last couple of minutes. We know it doesn't take really that much to close up to the back of another car, with this car specifically.
Well,
if
Luke,
you've got decent... Oh, hold on. Here we go. Sounds like Arjuna's got bad news for everybody.
I've got the news for everyone, and there we go, right on Race Control. 1 penalty point will go the direction of Team Fordzilla. It's BS Competition looking to go to the semi-finals.
Yeah, so they've just got to hold on to P2 and P3 now, and Fordzilla are, again, it's just misfortune, isn't it? Once, of course, I don't know whether you can call an incident misfortune, but something outside of the racing parameters is going to cost Team Fordzilla a chance of going into the semi-finals here. BS Competition, I think it's safe to say, have been kind of being given a bit of a freebie here, haven't they? It's, they've been put under pressure. They've looked like one of the stronger teams out of everybody anyway, and have faltered in this round. There's no two ways about it. They've faltered in the quarterfinals with their qualifying, and they've been given a free hit. In cricket terms, this is like being caught off a no ball. You're out, but then all of a sudden you're not out, and then you've got to take full advantage of that. BS Competition have now got to just run with this.
That is a reference that the Commonwealth and only the Commonwealth understands.
Yeah, true. Yeah, my bad.
No, don't worry. I did enjoy it, that is for sure. I would like to see the replay of what happened to Pliska and Khan if we get the chance with what should be 2 laps to go, because it's the determining factor of the race. It's what's going to promote BS Competition, like you said, after the struggle in qualifying, maybe losing out on lap number 1, very much being handed to them at least this point in time. 90 seconds left to go, so yes, it will be 2 laps to go. I'm seeing a lot of the rear lockups, and it's allowing Terzic to close and close and close. Bumper cars played through the hairpin. Terzic might want to get it done on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Again, it's just this is a case of trying to find a bit of form going into the next race. They're going to face Redline, we think, as we see. Oh,
clumsy.
Yeah, I need to see an onboard of that, really. He's kind of gone for the fake and then tried to go around the outside, and I think the braking zone has appeared a little bit too soon. But yeah, that is a slam dunk, as they say, in the world of racing and basketball.
Oh, a look to the inside into Tower. Fiducci getting a little bit squirrely. Terzic tried to squeeze it. Now, if I'm BS Competition, the team manager has got to get in the ears and say, you are winning this regardless. Only contact could steal the semi-final spot away from BS Competition. They still fight tooth and nail. Fiducci will slide wide. Terzic to the race lead. My, oh my, it's picking up.
Yeah, Fiducci was trying to get Pliska involved, of course. He was trying to back up the pack so that Pliska could get involved, gain the position, and then they would win by 1 point. So, yeah, very, like, clever. It's good to see that these drivers are thinking outside of the box now, but ultimately he's lost a position there. But he had to try that. He had to try something.
Here's a look at, I'm assuming on board with this moment, Luke, you'll get to see exactly how this played out. So it starts before they even get towards Tower Turn. As they sweep through Cunningham, you can see that behind Khan, it was just that opportunity that Pliska was waiting to find. A great run out of the corner for Pliska, not such a great run for Khan, who chops the nose off, and then as he tries to fake to the outside, yeah, slam dunk for Pliska.
Yeah, 100% there. It is what it is. Shame that that's how the battle would end, really. But in this nature of the competition, you've got to take chances when they appear, and that's why the stewards will come in and get involved. As you can see there, potential. Wow, that's a great move from Fiducci. He's forced a mistake, actually, from Terzic. That's really clever from him, because he's gone to dive and then not initiate contact. There is now contact as they come through the left-hander. This is exceptional stuff.
Race Control will be taking a look at it, that's for sure. Fiducci squeezed to the grass, almost turns Terzic as they work to the hairpin for the very final time. Rivio will send it to the inside. More contact with Fiducci and the Team Fordzilla machine. Absolute smorgasbord of chaos on the final lap of this race. Fiducci bundles his way past Rivio, tries to get past Terzic as well. Still bumping, still banging all the way to the line. It's Terzic versus Fiducci in a straight drag race at Sebring. Terzic will win, Fiducci behind him. Frustration for some, delight for us.
Fire in the background as well. I think Terzic might be in a bit of trouble here. I think he forcibly put Fiducci off the track. Again, I need to see it again. I think he's forcibly put him off the track, and that's different to intention. Making a mistake and having contact. That's intentional movement there, unless he had the car to his left-hand side. But yeah, as it stands, BS are going to go through, but that was a very messy lap from all concerned on that final race.
Word from Race Control, maybe not what you'd be surprised to hear. They do need some time after that race to work through, not just the final lap. I thought the first bit of swapping around between Terzic and Fiducci was on the line, on the limit, yes.
Exceptional, I would use. In my opinion, I thought it was exceptional.
Do you I don't think anything was wrong with the first drama.
Nope.
It's the second drama where things boiled to a point that we don't like to usually see.
No, 100%. But on the flip side, they've got to take these opportunities in these sprint races. It's, it's either you get that position ahead of you or you're going home, right? It's as simple as that. So you've got to expect it. But yeah, the way that ended, I think, well, again, it's been investigated. That's not our job, really. But I will celebrate the Terzic and Fiducci, the lap where they were just side by side with each other throughout. That was brilliant, and that was really cool to see. Shame the last lap ended how it did.
And a second Toyota goes in the bin with a blown engine. We hadn't seen it for a while, and then we got 2 in 2 consecutive races. What a treat that is. We waved goodbye to 4 more teams in this quarterfinals, though. The semi-finals coming up next. We're going to step aside on VCO Esports. We'll be right back with 2 more matchups in the semi-finals. Well, unfortunately, race control still toiling away. The paddock is fraught with tension. It is also a hot and stormy day for those around our VCO Esports paddock. We're going to need a couple more moments before we're ready to go for the semi-finals, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the Esports Racing League Summer Cup Masters.
We clear.
Tension still in the air, but from race control as determined in those last couple of laps of the final quarterfinal, we believe that it's BS Competition that advanced at the expense of Team Fordzilla, with the Zebras coming out on top for the second time against Fordzilla here tonight. We entered with 12 teams. We are now down to just the final 4, and Luke Crane, semi-final times. We thought maybe it would be Team Redline versus RAG in the final, with Triton will BS competition spoil the fun.
Well, BS competition have been given an opportunity here. They've got to run with it. As simple as what I said earlier on. Triton are the wild card here. I genuinely think they've got the pace to really mix it with everybody. So, yeah, this is the one for me that is just in the balance. I think Redline have got enough pace to get through relatively easily, I would say. This one, oh boy, this has got everything.
Triton Racing now, with the pace that they showed against the Apex Racing team, can they deliver again as we get ready for qualifying for the first semi-finals? It's Triton Racing versus RAG.
The semi-final. So yeah, here we are. Are we done in qualifying, or are we starting qualifying?
They are done with qualifying, I do believe.
So there we go. Jacob Harcourt / Sharkot is P1. We've got Shinjik in P2, Blyer P3, Toman in P4. It is beautifully poised here, but it's Triton who have got the upper hand, Arjuna. I'm telling you, they are going to win this. They are going to win everything. They're going to win the whole world. That is right.
What I'm now thinking about is how the quarterfinals played out, with Blyer getting the rocket of the start that it was initially a disappointing launch, but he then went, the second phase of the launch was actually really quite good for Dominic Blyer. So if he does it again, if he's able to work his way to the front, does this play out like the quarterfinal did for Triton Racing? Yeah,
that's what they're planning. That's what they're hoping for, right? I'm going to throw one thing at you. If they make it to the final, they are not going to be worried about any of the shenanigans about getting pole position for race 2. That is one thing out of their brains. They are just going to be focused on the races. That might play into their hands positively. Who knows? But we're here for the semi-finals, waiting for everybody to indeed line up here. And oh god, this is going to be so good. Triton, can they spring another surprise to everybody else apart from me? I've been backing them all day long. I'm just throwing it out there. It's not very often I'm right, though.
I think the key here is going to be for Toman. How does he get off the line? Because if he can be supporting Chinchik on the run into turn 1, if they can try and commit around the outside, we've seen a couple of cars overcommit. If they can get it done, if they can do it right, would not be surprised if RAG sweep to the lead of this race.
You watch it. Sharkot's going to move over, block the RAG, and leave the door open for Blyer. Here we go. Semi-final time, baby. And it is indeed Triton versus RAG. And, well, everybody gets a pretty sluggish start, actually. No one's got an absolute flyer here, apart from maybe Yuyovsky. As we come down towards turn number 1, then, it is advantage we head into the corner for Chinchik. Oh no, well, we've got an RAG car facing the wrong way there as well. Chinchik is, well, absolutely battling for the lead here of this race. And Sharkot's got to try and hold on. Does have that inside line here for the main braking point and should just about hold on. Hits the curb, bounces over the curb. And again, this is going to give an opportunity here for Shinjik. Oh, proper door banging, doors being closed. Brilliant stuff from both of them, actually. And again, he's made a mistake here. He's bogged down. Oh, door wide open for RAG. Contact between the two of them. And he's in the wall. Triton here in the wall. And Mal Chinchik is in the lead of this race. We need to see that again, Arjuna, but that was not interesting, to say the very least.
It started even before that. Not sure if you caught it, but Dominic Blyer runs stone dead last in our field of 5 right now, because into turn 1, Toman, I think it was Yuyovsky and Blyer all just came across one another, and it ended in disaster. It's an RAG 1, 2, and 3 right now. Based on the traditional penalty points that we've seen handed down by race control, I don't think there's a mathematical way that Triton Racing advance from here.
No, I don't think they do. I think the factor here is it might have almost been a case of him driving across the bonnet here to try and squeeze him out, and he's the one that's lost out. So anyway, we see the race start here. What happens into turn number 1? So we get a lovely slow-mo here.
Watch behind as well. Watch for Blyer, because that's the car to see into turn 1.
That's definitely what I'm looking at here. Blyer into turn 1. Do you know what? I'm not too sure what's happened now. I think Blyer's not really turned with the race circuit. He's kind of stayed a bit straighter than he should have done, and the RAG car's trying to get in early there. I'm not sure there's much more than a racing incident in that, if I'm honest.
I think I agree with you on that one. We'll see if now we're going to get a look at that turn 1 moment or after that. So here's the onboard with Blyer. Gets a bit of door banging once. He overcommits, and yes,
he did nothing wrong.
No, but there was contact from the side, but
yeah.
I just don't know what was going to happen because he had dived so deep into the corner. Was he going to make it, or was he going to run into the RAG car on his outside?
Yeah, well, that's you can't look at what just cause, can you? It is well, it's what we haven't seen the outcome of what you're thinking because of the contact from the RAG car, so we can't look at it like that. There's another cone there that's on its side. It's, again, the cones deserve some respect today. But for me, ultimately, RAG have turned into him. So yeah, there we go. So there's one penalty point there for I would assume that. So from the turning into him, and now we're going to see the. Oh, here we go. So this was the battle for the lead, and there was a mistake here. So there's the mistake from Triton, and then just leaves the door open here. Then it's just door banging all the way through the S's. Has the door been closed too much there? Probably. Do you know what? I think that might be on Triton. Though? Oh, I don't know. I think that might be on Triton. I think that again might be no more than a racing incident on first glance. So we need to see that 800 times like we saw the other one. And again, that's the beauty of being a commentator, is we get to see this multiple times. RAG right now have got P1, P2. They just need to stay in that formation, and they're golden here. You know, apart from if there's loads of penalty points that are added to their scores. But like you said, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to not be going through.
And the other benefit, right, for your stewards in the sim world is they're able to go and look at angles for incidents wherever they want. They can place the camera in the sky. They can move it through the course of the action. They're spoiled compared to what regular stewards get. This is great. This is from up above, literally right on top of Triton. He's alongside.
Where can the RAG car go? Where can the RAG car go there? It's squeezed from the Triton car. I don't think there's anything in that at all. Again, got Kashif racing incident. Okay, see it from another angle. I'm not sure what you're expecting from that, but you cannot just go to the apex like that when a car's alongside you and expect them not to keep their nose in there. So, yeah, for me, I think RAG are going to go through it. It's a shame how it's gone down, but here we are.
Looks like Race Control agrees with you on both bits. We saw the one penalty point, of course, for Yuyovsky involved in that contact with Blyer into turn one, and no further action for the second bit of drama with Chinchik and the second of the Triton racing machine. So it's a rather whimpering end, unfortunately, for Triton Racing, but they'll take a lot of positives out of this one. The performance that they had with just two drivers never giving up, there's a lot for them to reflect on positively heading into the fall.
But that is the negative, though, isn't it, of having just the two drivers, because one of them was taken out and the penalty point was rightly given, but they have no second driver then to back it up. So, unfortunately, if you're not going to turn up with all three drivers in that specific situation, I think there are some positives, and I think Triton have absolutely used that to their advantage. And by the way, I want to shout out their pace. Their pace has been exceptional today. Like, let's not take that away from them. And moving forward, we know how strong they are as a team, but results like this, or days like today, where they have been, I don't know, maybe the second fastest, I'd say, overall in terms of outright pace, that's going to really put them in good stead when we come to the full cup. But yeah, you need all three drivers, unfortunately, at this stage of the competition, because those things will indeed happen.
It's one of those things that makes this ERL such a unique format. The 5-man roster, the 4 events that we have in each of the cups, and how you utilize the lineup to deliver 3 drivers every single day that are ready to win. It's as simple as that. And we've seen some teams being able to make sure they always have 3 drivers ready to roll. Some, you know, the realities of the real world sometimes stepping into the way. Some have struggled to even put forward just 1 driver. So it's why for the Fall Cup I like that we haven't come in with a plan of when we're going to go racing, Luke. We're going to, after today's Masters, have a meeting with all the team managers, find free time for all the teams that works for them, so we deliver the best grid possible for the fall.
100%. We just had a question in the chat, how can they not show up with 3 drivers? Well, they have 5 drivers signed up, and this is, what, 3 months ago now, because we have all of the cups. We have the ACC, we have the rFactor 2, and we have the iRacing Cup. And this is the Masters. This is the 4th event. This is like the major, if you like, at the end of it. And you cannot add drivers during the season. So if you've told your team, right, 3 drivers, you are all racing on rFactor 2, the other drivers would have planned their holidays, and then if one of their drivers, what's happening in the world right now, there's the global pandemic that still exists, right? One person gets ill like that and you're done for, right? So it's very easily done. It's not a case of you can just go, I'm going to pull in X amount. I know there's some teams out there that would love that, to be able to change their drivers every single week, but it would defeat the object of the competition.
Should be 2 laps to go based on the time at which we cross the line, but if you're Chinchik and Yuyovsky, why don't you slow down and just cut this race short in by one lap? Why are you pottering around, basically with nothing on the line? Why not finish this race 1 lap early?
Well, because the more laps practice they can get in, really. I guess they're probably racing each other here, and they know that it's going to get tougher and tougher and tougher as they head to the final. They're more than likely going to be facing against the likes of, well, they're definitely going to be facing Redline or BS Competition, right? It's not going to be an easy final for sure. So you want to try and get as many laps in. You don't want to go into the final a whimper, right? You want to go in there nice and warm, ready to go. So yeah, that's the last thing you want to do is take a bit of time off your lap times. And I think they'll be racing to get that extra lap just to go, yeah, here we go. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling quick.
We'll see out of the final corner, not letting off the throttle. So indeed, they'll get one more lap of practice under their belts as they get steeled for a potential final matchup against Team Redline, again on rFactor 2. I still remember how dramatic the showdowns between RAG and Redline have been in the past. We've already seen tensions boil over. Will it happen again in the final?
Who knows? We've seen some, well, in this race on its own, some shenanigans, let's say. Whether we're going to see that in the final where the stakes are even higher, I'm almost sure of it. But it's best of 3, isn't it? It becomes a little bit of a different beast there. So I think we'll see what we normally see in the first races. It's pretty clean, right? Everyone's sort of almost figuring each other out, and then when we get to race number 2, it just becomes an absolute free-for-all. As you would expect, again, if you don't want to get too zeroed, you've got to take every chance in the book just to get yourself into that third race if you're 1-0 down, and ultimately you want to take every chance in the book if you're 1-0 up just to get it done in 2 races.
I think as well for, oh, there's a send by Yoyovsky. Does he overcommit? Does he get it stopped in time? That was beautifully done. A statement of intent for Yoyovsky heading to the finals.
Yeah, there is very much a clean sweep here for RAG. It's not the way they would have wanted to go about it, but it's the result they wanted here. But Ethan, Yoyovsky and Shinshik will indeed take P1 and P2. Toman is going to take P3. It's a bad day for Blyer and Charcot. They have been exceptional today, though. They've got so many positives to take away from this event. And again, I think on raw pace, they were faster than RAG here today. But ultimately, that's indeed not always how race results come about. So semi-final 1, it's going to be RAG that are going to advance to a final. Are we potentially going to see what we've seen a couple of times before already? RAG versus Redline or BS Competition. Stop that from happening.
And while unfortunately for Triton Racing, they're not going to advance any further, of course, with RAG emerging as winners in the semi-finals, they at least will walk away with $1,000 in prize money. So it's not like they leave with nothing. They also leave with points on the board to the Esports Racing World Cup.
And as they say, that is better than a kick in the nuts, that's for sure. So, yeah, not quite going to make it to the final. But again, there's so many positives to take from that. Momentum's a massive thing. I know we've got a bit of a wait before we get to the full cup, but knowing that you've got pace over big names like RAG, raw pace this is, and maybe potentially Redline and BS Competition, you know that next time out, those 2 drivers plus a third, who is obviously going to help them progress or challenge, you know that you've got a genuine shot on the rFactor 2 one. So qualifying for our World Cup, which is next February, right? Like, it just gives you so much more confidence moving towards that. So there's just, you know, as much as it's disappointing right now, there's so many positives they can take from today.
Let's talk a bit about the full cup as well while we wait for semi-final number 2 to get ready for us to watch the live action. Our cars have already been decided, and I like it because drivers know what to expect, and the teams can already start to do their preparations as we build to what is always a busy period for races coming out of the summer months. Of course, with Assetto Corsa Competizione being the focus of the Spring Cup, rFactor 2 the focus of the Summer Cup, iRacing takes center stage for the fall. We'll be going to iRacing with the iRacing IRO4, the Formula 4 car that we've got that produces some spectacular racing. I know you like it as well. Then over to the BMW M2 CS racing car on Assetto Corsa. Ooh, I like that you said that. And then Stock Car 2018 here on rFactor 2.
Yeah, that's, again, another incredible car on that sim specifically. I just hope that with rFactor 2 we pick tracks that are nice and open, really, like tracks like Silverstone potentially, those sort of wide circuits, maybe even Monza actually. That'd be a pretty cool circuit. But yeah, I think, again, the cars are phenomenal. It's all about track choices. I think that if we get them right, oh, we're in for an absolute cracker of a full cup.
Remember as well, so IRO4, relatively lower speed formula car, BMW M2 CS Racing Cup, also relatively low-powered entry-level car for those climbing up the ladders. In stark contrast to that is the Stock Car 2018 that we're going to be racing, the legacy NASCAR Cup cars with, what, 700, 800 horsepower? Yeah,
it's just complete opposite, right? And we will see teams come out of nowhere in that as well. I think we'll see the biggest surprises out of everyone in that specific car.
Well, back to Sebring and back for semi-final number 2. It's Team Redline versus BS Competition, who advances to fight with RHE in the finals.
So we're back to our final 3 teams then. Of course, RHE already through safely to that final. And well, who will be going home and who will be saying hello to RHE? Will it be Team Redline or will it be BS Competition? And by qualifying, it very much looks like it will be Team Redline. It's a 1-2-3 here, Arjuna. They've looked so strong today. I felt like there might be a couple of teams that might be able to challenge them. But by this showing, oh, I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah, in practice, it started off well, and I think both you and me were hoping that Redline would falter, so it would become the chance for someone else to spring the surprise, to have their day here in the Masters. But based at least on the times that we've seen through the day, the times that we've seen in qualifying as well, it looks a tall order for BS Competition to come out on top.
It does, but it takes one mistake. It takes one error. We've already seen cars colliding with each other and making mistakes. So we've also seen this with Redline in finals before and semi-finals before. When they get put under pressure, sometimes the pressure can indeed take its toll. So let's see how it goes down in the race. Because qualifying is one thing, racing is absolutely different. It's slower. You're not really taking the best line every single... Well, you're not taking the best line any laps, really, especially with these cars and how short the races are. So we're just about ready to go. Are we going to see a surprise here, or will it be Team Redline?
I find it hard to bet against the incumbents, if you will. I think Team Redline will control the pace of this race. For Terzic and Rivio, if they get a good start, it's all about turn 1 and getting in front of at least 2 of the Redline machines.
Yeah, if you do get up to that position, you've got Kevin Siggy to contend with, but you've got to get past Benito and Rietveld before that. Here we go then, semi-final number 2. It's Redline versus BS Competition, and we are green light racing here. And are we going to see that famous formation down in towards turn number 1 of the Redline crew? Are they going to provide a roadblock here? Actually, all 3 cars have got an absolute fly here. Terzic trying to go round the outside, almost has a little bit of contact with his teammate there, but the Redline team have absolutely done a dream job here. All 3 in the lead as we see a potential dive at the inside. Terzic had to go for it. They're still side by side. Cones flying everywhere. Off the circuit, Rietveld will go. But more importantly, the P1 and P2 are still in safe hands. Oh, was there a bit too much contact there, Arjuna? I'm not sure there was. I think that's touring cars at its best.
I think that was just leaning on Rietveld once through tower turn. Ran him wide. Contact between Terzic and Khan, the 2 teammates, as they sweep back towards the hairpin they go. What a aggressive bit of fighting that was. Crucially for BS Competition, 1 Redline car now runs dead last.
Yeah, that was a very wild zebra there over the curbs for sure. Siggy, Benito still leading the way. Raivio, Terzic, and then Ibrahim Khan are in. There's another cones getting flung off here. They do not like the cones here today at Sebring, that's for sure. And Rietveld then in behind, and I'm not too sure if that's actually the worst thing in the world, having Rietveld close in behind. He's obviously got pace with his qualifying lap times, and if he can just get in amongst the BS Competition cars and start battling with them, and it could just make this almost a bit of a freebie for the front 2 here. Again, another cone. Come on, guys. God, imagine, I don't know, whoever's been marshalling this circuit and putting those cones back out here, they have earned their money today.
Justice for the cones, and support our marshals, the incredibly hard-working marshals that put those cones back every single lap. The gap between Rivio and Benito is now over a full second. I get the sneaking suspicion that with just over 6 minutes to go, Rivio, if he's got the speed, he's got to show it now. They can't keep running wide, pushing the car too far off the track. As soon as you get off into the grass, you lose some momentum, you lose ground to those in front.
This is scary, isn't it? Like, we pick these different cars to see how teams adapt. And Team Redline just keep coming up trumps, right? Even if they don't win the event, they're so close, as we see Rietveld here trying to indeed just take these BS Competitions cars on 1 by 1. 5 minutes 40 seconds to go. It's going to be very difficult to get it back up to P3 here, but if someone's going to try it, it's absolutely going to be Jeffrey Rietveld. Down in towards the hairpin we will come, go late on the brakes around the outside. Actually, he's going to force a mistake here, I think, on the inside of Ibrahim Khan. Going to try and then switch it around the outside. Actually, no, Ibrahim Khan done a sensational job there. Hit his braking point, even under that amount of pressure. As you see a potential fake, then it's another fake around the outside. Movement 3 times there as the aggressor, Ibrahim Khan, hangs on.
Nice fighting, but for Rietveld, all it's really done is peeled Khan off the back of Terzic and meant that if Rietveld gets through in the next couple of corners, he's now got 2 seconds to close to Terzic and Rivio in front. At this point, it looks somewhat academic, and we're really just waiting to see if Benito can hold the gap consistent with Rivio. As always, great to see. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Redline versus BS Competition. And again, Khan goes defensive, stops Rietveld from going into the hairpin.
Yeah, again, you go really deep under braking here. Khan, like, it looks really good in terms of defensive, but he will bog down through the middle of the corner, and again, it just slows them both down. You'll see the gap come out here more and more. So again, it looks great. Oh, a great defensive bit of braking, but you will just lose so much time through the middle of the next corner. Siggy and Benito, by the way, different planet, aren't they? They are on an absolutely different planet here. Rietveld is only in that position due to a bit of touring car contact, to say the very least here. Raivio and Terzic just don't really have an answer to the front two. They look unbelievable, and the fact that, you know, Siggy or Benito could be that #1 driver, right, for Redline in any car. Rietveld could be that #1 driver. That's the telltale sign here. They've got 3 drivers that are just a different world, different planet. There's another cone being flung across the circuit there, and we just had some graphic come up. Not sure what that was, if it was relevant or not, but here we are.
Lucas just pointed this out in chat, but I've been sitting here marveling at it through the course of the day. The fact that, yes, we have seen a couple of other Redline drivers, the Patrick Holtzman, I think Chris Lullen, we saw one appearance from him as well. But for the most part, Redline have kept the driver lineup consistent. We're not talking about the 5-man roster. We're talking about the 3 drivers that show up every couple of weeks in this Esports Racing League. The fact that these 3 drivers are being allowed to focus on this one competition, I wonder if that's helping them in some ways. Yes, they have to adapt a lot to the different platforms, to the different cars, but when you're allowed to put a lot of focus on just one championship, it really does help, Luke.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, am I right in saying that in the World Cup they had 2 other drivers that were not Thompson and Lullen, and so they've not changed since then? So they've had the same 5 drivers for this whole Summer Cup and the Spring Cup. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Lullen and Thompson came in after the World Cup.
Oh, you mean
again? Yeah, I don't think they raced in the World Cup for Redline, did they? Another cone being flung off again.
Well, Lullen. I'm trying to figure out why we're talking about Josh Thompson right now.
Maybe I'm getting mixed up with
You have got me very confused, because we definitely have not seen Josh Thompson in this Esports Racing League or Esports Racing World Cup. Still fighting 5th and 6th. At the front, the gap continues to grow. Siggy and Benito running away.
I'm not sure who I'm thinking of then. Yeah, oh, he did Infinity. There we go. That's why I'm getting confused here. So many different competitions. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Redline, since the World Cup, haven't changed their lineup at all. Like, again, I know we're specifically talking about rFactor 2, and they have the same lineup each, like Sim specifically. But yeah, just I think having that camaraderie between 5 drivers, knowing what they need to do, knowing who they're going to get on with and practice with every single championship. You're right. Continuity is massive.
Luke is the one that's breaking out the stat sheet for us to make sure that we are correct. Holtzman and Lullen, we saw them before. Benito, quote-unquote team captain, because we see him on every different platform. Yeah, for the most part, we have seen the same 5 drivers, but in this ERL, the Summer Cup in particular, we've only seen 3. That consistency is important. Still looking at the potential for Rivio to try and close, but that gap now up to 3 seconds to the race leader.
Yeah, there's no chance of that closing, I'm afraid, here. Benito isn't, he's like 9/10 behind Siggy, not really having a dirty air effect at all either. He's been able to take the best line possible around the circuit. He's just managing the gap here perfectly well. And you see Rivio's got Terzic in the back, his back rear view mirror. That's not going to be doing him any favours, to be honest. He's not really going to be able to push, because he's always, it doesn't matter whether it's your teammate or not. You can never really relax the cars behind you. So again, he runs wide there. So I've been right once today. That's good. But yeah, the Redline guys are just doing what they need to do here. They got a very good break early on. I say good break. Rietveld went backwards, didn't he? But they held on to the P1 and P2, which is the most important positions. Only 2 drivers count for your points, and they've run with it. They are going to be heading to the final. They easily go into the final as a favourite as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think we saw RHG try, but that was in a car that they had a lot more experience in that Formula Pro car. This is one where the level is a little bit more equal. RHG didn't have that benefit of experiencing the car and knowing what they can do. Redline, surely your favorites heading to the finals.
Yeah, 100%. But RHG, again, you know, they're a team that have got some serious pace, but they've also got the racecraft, and they've got the knowledge, they've got the experience as well. There's, you know, no particularly new drivers to the world of sim racing, right? They've been around for a long time, so they know that it's not just about being the fastest out on race circuit. It's about utilizing every single part of the race to your advantage. Get a good start potentially as well, and also I think Yuyovsky has just got that rFactor 2 knowledge that not many others have. He's someone who's been a world champion on rFactor multiple times, right? So he could be the joker in the pack for RHE.
It's all going to be about who stays out of trouble, I think, because getting off the line, we've seen drivers come into difficulty with that. And if you survive turn 1, yes, we've had races with chaos, but most of the time, it gets clean after that.
Yeah, 100%. We're heading towards the final few corners of this race then. Redline have looked good. They've looked really, really good. Shame the semi-finals have gone like this, unfortunately, but that's just sometimes how the cookie does indeed crumble. One thing that hasn't crumbled is Team Redline, as Siggy then rounds the final main corner, if you like, of this circuit. He is indeed going to come across the line here and pick up P1. He's actually been smiling today, which, if you've been following sim racing for a long time, Kevin Siggy is not the biggest of smilers. That is a fact, although the last sort of 12 months, he really has opened up as a human being. Enzo Benito will take P2, the most beautiful man in sim racing. Fiduci's a close second. And then we've got Braivio and indeed Terzic, with Ibrahim Khan picking up P5 then for the BS competition team. Rietveld not quite able to get it, as there's contact there, wheels flying all over the place. And Rietveld, well, that's just kind of the ending. That kind of sums up his race there, to be honest, the way that ended.
So Team Redline, winners in semi-final number 2 as we get set to the finals. We think we have a certain Lewis McLeod back. Oh, there he is.
Maybe. We'll see how long it lasts, though. That's the thing.
So you've been
You've
been hopefully trying to watch on as much as you can as we work through the semi-finals. Lewis, is it any surprise that's Team Redline versus RHE?
It's what we were talking about before, but before we even came live, the two we're kind of looking at as being our finalists today, it did look like it was going to be along the lines of it being a Redline RHE. It's no disrespect to any of the other teams, so drama can and normally does happen in this style of racing, but when you've got two teams that are so focused like this, it's no real surprise.
Luke, in your perspective, I know you were very excited about Triton Racing. They definitely were one of the best performers so far. Before we head into the finals, of course, who is your surprise in terms of disappointment? Who did you think would do a lot more coming into this Masters?
I don't think anyone's disappointed me, to be completely honest with you. I'm the first one to throw shade on people, so that's a surprise to everybody. That I think everyone's really performed to their maximum. I think it was pretty much expected that RHE and Redline would be in amongst it. I think Triton, on raw pace, should be in the final. The way things go down in these races doesn't necessarily mean you make it to the final. And I think Triton actually could have really give Redline a run for their money. They had some serious pace. Is this the final that everybody at home probably wants to see? Absolutely. Are they deserved finalists? Yeah, definitely.
So get ready for that best of 3 final. Remember, we've only seen these one race matchups. Now it's a best of 3, the similar finals that we've seen all the way through this 2022 journey that has seen us land up at this Summer Cup Masters. And of course, that top 4 invert. Luke, you were postulating that if it was Triton Racing, they wouldn't worry too much about that. But with 2 3-man teams ready to go battling, they will be thinking about that top 4 invert for race 2 of the finals.
Yeah, can you stop using long words that I don't understand, please? Like postulating. Where does that come from? I think you make stuff up half the time.
Yeah, I study for my SATs. I got to make sure I use those words.
We had SATs when we were in year 6. So well done on doing them when, how old are you, 27 or something?
Yeah, I did them when I was much older.
Yeah, wow, that's impressive. But yeah, I think it would have been a positive for Triton because they wouldn't have been they would just be thinking about racing. Don't have to worry about any strategy or anything like this. Just get across the line as quickly as you possibly can. Jobs are good and don't worry about pole position or anything like that. But it's not them in the final. It's RHE versus Team Redline, of course. And we're going to see shenanigans for that pole position on the second race, that's for sure.
We missed talking to Lewis about the Full Cup, so I'll bring him back in to share his thoughts on the 3 cars that will be competing later on this year. Of course, the iRacing IRO4, the BM M2 CS Racing Cup car on Assetto Corsa, and then here on rFactor 2, Stock Car 2018, all 700, 800 horsepower. What are your thoughts given what we've seen so far this year?
Well, I mean, you know me, I've driven the IRO4 a fair amount, normally sideways into a corner and then eventually backwards into a barrier. But the IRO4 is a lot of fun. It's a great race car, especially if you give it a decent length straight, but it's one that you can actually race pretty much anywhere. The M2 CS Racing Cup is basically a road car that's got some fancy race stuff on it, and that's about it. And so for that on ACC, that's going to be great. It's also something that we don't really see being raced that much. And then the stock car on rFactor 2. Now I know that it's kind of it's a NASCAR and stuff. Is people look at it and be like, that's a bit weird to throw. I like it, and the idea that it's something different, it's something odd, it's something that I can almost guarantee the rFactor 2 specialists haven't spent too much time getting used to, and so for that sense, it balances the field a little bit more on RF2. I'm all for it. I think these are three great choices.
I wonder to some degree if the fact that the stock car is the choice for rFactor 2 helps out maybe some of our iRacing specialists a little bit more, Luke. Because I don't know about you, I've done many a road course race in an oval car in iRacing. Whenever on the NASCAR weekly series go to the Charlotte Roval, Sonoma, whatever it may be, I'm there in a stock car.
Yeah, I've not been part of these conversations, so are we potentially able to do ovals? Are there ovals in rFactor 2? I don't know, but
there are ovals in rFactor 2, yeah.
Is it just going to be road? Because that I think might be. That'd be amazing. I think having an oval 1 week, or maybe for the the Masters or something, just to really spice things up. Although it wouldn't be on the Masters, would it? Because it's on iRacing. But yeah, I just think it's something so different. But again, like I said earlier, Casey Kerwin's probably the best person to use as an example here. If you understand the physics of a racing game, doesn't matter what car it is, what track it is, you understand the physics of the racing game. So I don't think it'll be too. I think the rFactor 2 specialist will shine more than everybody else.
Going to be very curious how the full cup plays out. The final chances, of course, for teams and drivers to score points on the road to the Esports Racing World Cup 2023. Here's a look at our Summer Cup bracket as 12 become 2 as we get ready to crown your Summer Cup champions. Of course, what a set of heats that we had in round 1. The quarterfinals delivered some excitement, some tension, and some race control decisions as well. Nice and clean for the most part in the semi-finals, and now it is R8G versus Team Redline as they get ready for qualifying session number 1 in the best of 3 finals. Of course, remember, this is where that prize money will get paid out as well, with the winner walking away very, very happily with $3,500. It's prediction time before we get underway with qualifying, and I'll start with Lewis first. Who are you thinking is going to come out on top here?
It's a tricky one because we've seen these two go toe-to-toe in this car on this sim before, because we saw it at the very start of the season. It was Redline that came out on top of that. But I think, for me, R8G maybe a little bit faster with Marcel Chinchik and Erhan Yovski. Yuri Toma's got a bit of work to do. But I'm feeling a bit more R8G on this one, if I'm honest.
Luke?
Oh, it's just... I think this is the closest in terms of talent in a final we've ever had. I think this is as close as it gets because I think Redline are exceptional. I think R8G are more rFactor 2 based. I think this is the only prediction I've got is this going to race 3.
Agreed. We have seen that trend as well of only taking 2 of the finals in the last couple of rounds. So I tend to agree. I think we're breaking out that third and final race on the finals, but we are ready to go racing. Let's head to qualifying.
Yes, indeed. And here we go. We can see the qualifying session is underway. Enzo Benito on his outlap getting ready to fire it around again. Pole position, this has not been the easiest circuit to race out. We've seen some great moves, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to talent like this where they don't really make mistakes and stuff, I think pole position is going to be very important here, Luke.
Yeah, I think it's the race start as well, isn't it? The race start is the most important thing. If you can get a nice run down towards turn 1, be on the inside as well, you've got a massive chance of making up a position. But actually, on the flip side, the way the nature of the first 3 corners go, if you're on the outside and you've not had the best start, you can also make up time. So yeah, if you can gain a position or be in the lead of the race at the end of lap number 1, then you're in a really good spot. So qualifying is massive, but it's not the end of everything.
Let's take a look then on board with Enzo Benito as we can see him wrestle his way through tower. We've seen plenty of laps done of this shortened circuit here at Sebring, which has been it's been quite good. Johnson's Club is the layout. It's nicer and short. You kind of cut across here and then you enter on turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. This complex here out towards Big Bend, and this is like one of the most important corners on the circuit because it leads all the way up to the hairpin, which I'd argue is the best overtaking opportunity on the entire circuit.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Again, if you get a really good exit through the right-hander leading onto this straight, yeah, it does open up an opportunity of making a move down the inside here, and there's plenty of room to make that move as well, because it's quite, like, the track limits there aren't crazy. but you just see how bouncy the car is around here. Sebring has got that nature of the bouncing or the bumps around it all over the place. But also, you're fighting the car through every corner. It looks like rallycrossy when they get onto the gravel of a rallycross circuit. You can just see it. It just looks like the front, again, just doesn't really want to turn, and the rear is just forcing the car to get round.
Yeah, and like you say, it's how you drive an front-wheel drive touring car. You've got to know some of these tricks as to how to get them around. Some with a little bit more rearward brake bias, try and get it kicking the rear out, because obviously you can't do it with your right foot. You've got to do it with your left somehow, indeed. Nice, tidy lap from Enzo Benito there to set a 105.1.
That's the fastest of the day by a considerable margin as well.
We've seen a couple of 105.1s. Obviously, we haven't seen the qualifying session, right? So we can't really judge too much. I'm pretty sure we've seen a 105, a higher one. I think I might be the fastest of the day, yeah. But very, very impressive. Thing is, I think RHG can do low 105s as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, this should be as close as it gets. Although, as it stands, it's 1-2-3 right now for Redline, which is worrying if you are RHG. But there's still 3 minutes 40 seconds to go. And I would imagine it's a quite short lap here as well. Pit lane's short, so well, if we can find the pit lane, that is. But I imagine it's short. It's somewhere. It's just a couple of. It's like a really tiny village festival of tents. Where you've got a little cider tent there. You've got some jam tents as well, and then some pit tents. Yeah.
And this is intense.
Marmalade. You've said that joke twice today.
I know, but
both times it's been awful.
I didn't say it live, so I've got to commit sometimes.
So
well, you gotta do it every now and then. Obviously, it is Redline 1, 2, and 3, RHG 4, 5, and 6 in this session. They're about to start or continue on with their second qualifying laps. With it being such a short lap, they're gonna get a couple more. You've got plenty of time to kind of get a few laps in rather than just the 1 or 2. It's not a super pole session.
No, 100%, yeah, it's with that short lap, but the tyres just go off so quickly. You can see here that Shinjik is purple through Sector 1, but he's then yellow through Sector 2, so that's not even a personal best. That's a slower time than he's produced already. We will see if he has managed to improve on his time. The target time being the 105.179 that Enzo Benito has produced. He will stay as far left as he possibly can here. Oh, it's purple in the final. It's pole. There we go. So
wow.
It's a 105.169. Nice.
Said before that we reckon RHG can do the low 105s. That 105.169 from Marcel Chinchik, I will say, probably won't be enough for pole position. At the moment, he's got 100ths back to one Redline driver, 200ths back to the next one, and then 2/10ths back to this man, Kevin Siggy, who's improving in the first and in the second. But it's not by enough to challenge for pole position. He gets to just about a 10th off of that pole time. Really, Marcel Chinchik needs the response of his teammates right now. Erhan Yovsky and Yuri Toman, 2 and 3/10ths off of pole each of them. They need to really find a bit more time right now.
I'll tell you what, the sound of these cars when they chuck up the mud there does seem like a rallycross event. It really does. They do sound like supercars. Yeah, Siggy's done right. He can't do a formation lap and then won't be able to complete the lap, right? As soon as he gets to 0, is he done?
No, on rFactor 2 you can complete the lap,
okay.
so you are able to finish. So if you leave the pit lane now, you've still got 1 minute and 30 to get round and start the lap. Here comes Enzo Benito, 2,000ths up and then 600ths up. This could be the pole time. Is it going to be a 105.0 from Enzo Benito? It's not good enough. He must have lost the time in the hairpin. Yeah,
the only place he could have lost it, right?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Simple as that. That is ridiculous. Still an unbelievable time. This is me and you, Lewis, going, when he lost all that time, that 200ths of a second. He has a horrendous lap time there. I could only dream of doing that. Yeah. Oh, hello, 2 wheels. Love that. Cheers, Toman. Oh, that looks cool. Not very fast, though.
No, this is not going to be an improvement from Yuri Toman, who really is on his final time lap of the session, because these are really, it's only the 1 lap that you get on these tyres, with him being basically a quarter of a second down in the first sector, and with that substantial moment, shall we classify it as. I don't think Yuri Toman is starting anywhere other than 6th position. But Hanyovsky improves, gets within a 10th, gets to 4th. That could be important.
Ethan Yuyovsky, as I say that. Graham Carroll calls him Ethan Yuyovsky, and it cracked. Every time he said, Ethan for RHG, and I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, Ethan Yuyovsky. I'm like, what? He goes, oh, sorry, yeah, I just call him Ethan. Like, this is ridiculous. But yeah, Erhan P4 as it stands. Shinjik P1, Benito, Rietveld then are in P2 and P3. That's important, though, for Yuyovski to be P4, because, again, when it comes to the race number 2, when it is indeed reverse top 4, that could help them out. Again, if the race finishes like that, we know that anything can happen in the race. But Shinjik, who has done every job in the world for RAG today, he's been the rear gunner and he's been the race winner. He's on pole.
Very interesting qualifying session. Sorry, I thought Lewis was going to.
I was ready to chime in there.
Because he's been talking all day.
Thanks, mate.
He's got to get the bus. He's under his word count that his contract stipulates with a 6-figure contract, so he's got to get the words out there. Just give him some time. But Lewis, when it comes down to this, you predicted R8G. I mean, qualifying, it's always hard to judge the race pace. Getting off the line, we've seen how difficult it can be.
Yeah, the thing is with R8G and some of the things that they've changed around with their camp generally, I mean, what an incredible signing for them to have picked up Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman, which obviously happened towards the start of this year. An incredible duo to have picked up from Varga Sim Racing, which is the team they used to be a part of with Mikhail Smida, who's gone off to go and join Redline. Those two are incredible. Now, Marcel Chinchik is very, very fast. He's very, very aggressive, sometimes too much so, as we saw at Donington Park. And it kind of begs the question if he can kind of keep himself within himself in that sense, because he's certainly got the speed. And then you've got Yuri Toman, who is so good at picking people off from carnage. And then Erhan Yuyovski, who for a long period of time was basically classified as Mr. rFactor 2. It's a very promising lineup. And if there's any lineup that can challenge R8G, it is that, for Redline, it is that one. I can get my words out.
You can. So you got to make sure you get paid. Best of 3 finals. Qualifying for race 1 is already done. Remember, qualifying 2 is a top 4 invert. There's no qualifying for that second race of these finals. Let's find out what Sebring's got in store. Luke and Lewis will take it away.
Well, we've made our predictions to a certain degree. Obviously, you think this is going to be a 3-race final, which I absolutely agree. But who do you think is going to win this first heat?
Oh, I have no idea. So Redline have made this look so easy today, right? And they've made it look so simple. And this happens quite often with Redline as well, until they have a team put them under a bit of pressure, and they just are a different beast then. They have 2 gears. They either go up a different gear and become even harder to beat, or they get complacent, they make mistakes, they start getting greedy in corners, they start diving, they start making a few errors here, which we saw especially during the World Cup. Actually, we saw that a few times. If they can get up into the lead, I'm expecting this to be a bit of a formality in race number 1. Shinjik, though, we know is an unbelievable front runner, and if he can get a launch off the line, well, he's in business. Yuyovski, Mr. rFactor 2. Ethan, can he get a good launch off the line?
Well, we're about to find out the first of potentially 3. It's a best of 3. Whoever wins 2 in these finals takes not only this round of the Masters, but also the entirety of the Summer Cup. Who's it going to be? Marcel Chinchik on pole position ahead of Enzo Benito as we get racing underway here at Sebring, as there's already a great launch from Jeffrey Rietveld, who's got fully alongside. A super start from the Dutchman. He's got alongside Marcel Chinchik, sending it in. It could be a Redline 1-2 after we've exited Cunningham, but Marcel Chinchik manages to hang on to second position, and it's a charge in the background from Enzo Benito, who's dropped back a position, but he's instantly on the attack and defending from Erhan Yuyovski, but he's straight down the inside into tower, nearly clipped the rear end of Marcel Chinchik.
Oh, under a lot of pressure now from Yuyovski as well here by making that dive up the inside. Lock up again there from Benito. Up onto 2 wheels. Will be slow once again as they head towards the midway point of lap number 1. An incredible start there from Rietveld. And again, after what happened to him in semi-finals, he will be over the moon that he's been able to rectify this as we get a lovely onboard here with Yuri Toman. All 6 drivers still in the hunt here, Lewis.
Yeah, Redline, R8G, Redline, R8G, Redline, RNG. That is the order at the moment. Who is going to attack first? At the moment, we're on board with Yuri Toman, who's just a little bit too far off the rear end of Kevin Sigke, who would not be pleased to find himself in 5th position. I don't think he'll be smiling too much at that. You can see your competitors on the left and the right-hand side of your screen. R8G on the left, Redline on the right. And this is going to be a tense battle. The top 2 are pulling away just a little bit. Erhan Yuyovski, don't worry about that. It was a bit of a timing thing, but he has dropped back behind Enzo Benito, so he's still in 4th position. Marcel Chinchik needs to find a way through ASAP. If he does so and holds on to that position until the end of the race, then R8G will win, as long as Erhan Yuyovski can stay in 4th. It's pretty tense out there.
This is what happens when you've got 3 drivers that are capable of winning. Rietveld, who was last in the semi-finals, he's managed to get into the front here in the final. We had Shinchik earlier, who was the last of the RAG cars, backing up traffic to get them safely through in the heats. He then went out and won in the quarterfinals, in the first quarterfinal we had, and now he's in second. But look at this, it is Redline, then RAG, Redline, RAG, Redline, RAG. There's nothing to choose between these 2 teams. It was all about who could get up into the lead at the start of this race, and it's Jeffrey Rietveld done the job here. Late lunge potentially from Benito, not quite close enough there, but that would have slowed Shinjik down on the exit for sure, because he was just about ready to cover him off.
Yeah, I mean, that was so late on the brakes from Enzo Benito. I thought he was going to clout into the rear end of the Hungarian that's currently sat in second position. Marcel Chinchik, we ride on board with now, right over the rear end of Jeffrey Rietveld. You can see the slightly differing lines. Chinchik using pretty much every single millimetre of the road possible, where you've got the slightly more refined, more calm lines at the moment from our race leader. A bit of a lock-up, though, coming down into Tower. A wider entry from Marcel Chinchik is going to be a little bit too wide. We'll get off of the grass before they break, coming down into Robert Bend. And all of them, again, are still in this train. Just a reminder again, the positions are the points, so it's the same as what we've seen throughout the entirety of the day. If you're just joining us now, Rietveld, who's in first, will score 1 point, Chinchik 2, Benito 3, Yuyovsky 4, Siddiqui 5, Toman 6, and then it's the lowest points wins, essentially. It's the top 2 from each team that scores. So in this case, because it's a first and a third for Rietveld and Benito, Redline will score 4 points. They will beat out the 6 points of RHG.
Yeah, 100%. That great work there, Lewis, and make sure everyone understands how it's going. Rietveld still leading away, and we saw that Benito on the previous lap, we'll see again if anyone's beat that fastest lap, but he got the fastest lap. So not only is Rietveld able to just drive away, Shinchik is looking in the HUD at all times as Benito once again goes very deep under braking. But Shinchik's seeing it in his HUD. He's seeing that the guy behind him is faster than everybody. This is a mistake from the leader. Rietveld runs off the circuit. Is that the potential penalty though? And a slowdown, not sure if it is, but as it stands, well, Rietveld makes a mistake. He's recovered really well though.
Yeah, he was super wide coming through Collier before they get into the braking zone of Tower. I don't quite know how he got out that wide. Clearly, the car's starting to understeer just a touch. Rietveld, though, will be feeling the pressure of Chinchik. He'll be feeling the pressure from Benito. He'll be feeling the pressure from Yuyovsky, Siggy, and Toman, all in tow. Again, the differing lines as we head down all the way towards the hairpin. You can see almost trying to break the slipstream rather than taking a defensive line. Jeffrey Rietveld's trying to break the slipstream of Marcel Chinchik and cause him to look too much more in his mirrors. But he's gone deep again. He might open the door if he keeps doing that.
Well, actually, in all fairness, he's closed up to Rietveld as well. Like, it seems like he's been able to nail that braking zone. I think Benito's also got a little bit more in terms of braking here than the race leader, but Rietveld is not too worried about it. Still 0.3 of a second as a lead. Another dive potentially here from Benito. He's alongside a little bit here, then has to get absolutely 100% pressure onto the brakes, locks up a little bit, and now lost a bit of momentum here. And Shinchik has got a bit of a freebie lap here, I think, where he can really go out there and attack our race leader and Rietveld.
Okay, you're Enzo Benito, we're on board with now. If you're in this position, I know what Enzo Benito's like, I know he's going to attack, but realistically, do you attack? First and third is good enough to win. You've done enough of these, you've taken on RHG in enough finals to know that first and third is enough. Do you attack or do you play a slightly wiser card?
I think that he knows that if these two in front battle, Rietveld is not going to let Shinchik go through in one corner. It's going to take half a lap. He needs to be close enough to take full advantage and take the lead himself as well. So I think he's absolutely going to push here, although he's lost a bit of time over that last lap for sure. The gap huge. Rietveld runs wide here, and Shinchik all of a sudden looking absolutely wondrous as he closes up to the back then of Rietveld.
Yeah, could the tyres be playing their part in all of this? I don't know, because like I say, in races like this, when you're on it as much as you are, well, RHG are going on the attack as one looks with Chinchik. Yuyovsky's also looking in the background to find his way past. Benito has made a couple of mistakes over the last lap or so, and you can see the tension is starting to build on the shoulders of Team Redline. 2 minutes left to go. It'll be 3 laps. Is this the opportunity for Yuyovsky? He covers off Kevin Siggy, a driver who he's battled with time and time again. The two of them have finished first and second in the opening 2 seasons of the rFactor GT Pro Series. They know how to battle for championship. They know how to battle on circuit, and we're going to see them battle again here and now.
But this is not only for the insurance policy of winning this round, this is Kevin Siggy battling for pole position in race 2, remember. Imagine Redline win this race, but also have Siggy in P4 here, which would guarantee them 3 of the top 4 spots on the grid. This is massive right now. Kevin Siggy knows how big it is, goes for the fake, and then decides he's actually not going to go for it there. But actually that's a mistake from Erhan Yuyovski. Oh, he's forced a mistake. He's going to get the move done here. Oh, it's P4 for Siggy. Team Redline in an unbelievable position now.
Absolutely amazing from Kevin Siggy. That is how you race. He's got inside Erhan Yuyovski's head right there. Yuyovski's going to try and bite back straight away. He's trying to squeeze his way around the outside. There's not enough room there, and he's dropped back to 6th position behind Yuri Toman. He tried to force the gap. He tried to force the position. Was he squeezed off, though, by Kevin Siggy, who's presently in 4th position? The race control need to jump in. We head back up to the battle for the race lead. Penultimate lap of the first heat here in the final, and Marcel Cinchik, well, at the moment, it doesn't matter if he takes over the race lead because Redline are winning this heat.
Yeah, and right now, it might even be in the favour of rFactor to let Shinjik win the race, because they would then have P1, P2, P3 for race 2. As crazy as that may sound, let RHG win the race, and then you're in an unbelievable position here. Actually, no, that wouldn't work out. Oh no, it would. It definitely would. So they'd have 6 points, and there'd be 5 points for Redline. So yeah, Redline would actually win. Here's a replay. It's what I'm looking to see. I don't think Siggy did anything wrong there. I think there's too much momentum around the outside. I think Yuyovski's tried to pinch Siggy onto the apex to make him slow on the exit, but he just wasn't really there. And here is the battle for first. I think Redline let him have it. Just absolutely let him have it.
I'm not sure if they will, though, because Marcel Cinchik's got alongside. Rietveld is sending it in, but he's gone in too deep. And that's Marcel Cinchik then up into the race lead. It could be for nothing, though, because with a 1st and a 5th, that's 6 points. With Rietveld and Benito 2nd and 3rd, that will be 5 points. And Redline will win at the moment. He needs Toman to find a way past Kevin Siggy, but Siggy is hanging onto the rear end of Benito.
I'm getting the fingers out. That was a mistake there from Rietveld.
Yes.
He knows exactly what he was doing there. Have we seen him run wide there at all during the whole day? No. That was an intentional mistake there, and that is the meta of how to win these events. They're going to win here while not winning the race per se, but they're going to have a front 3 going into the 2nd race. Team Redline showing exactly how to get things done.
And is this 2 hands on the Summer Cup? Marcel Cinchik will come out of the hairpin, race his way around Fangio up towards the line. Marcel Cinchik is going to do what he needed to do for RHG, but his team weren't there to back him up. It's Cinchik on top from a trio of Redline, Rietveld, Benito and Siggy, with Toman and Yuyovski behind.
Oh, he's giving him back!
No, it's after the line. Don't worry, don't panic. Do not panic. We have crossed the line. You're getting me panic then. from how that is in the race, unless race control have something to say about that incident between Siggy and Yuyovski, it is 1-0 to Redline. What do you think about that one, Arjuna?
Regardless of the incident, and I'm going to quote Luke and say it's not my job, so fortunately I don't have to decide it. Regardless, the reality is Team Redline will be 1, 2, and 3 in the 2nd race of the final. So it's going to be a very tall order for RHG to work their way on through. But Lewis, when you look and you reflect on the first bit of racing that you've actually seen in a little bit of time, what surprised you?
I mean, to be fair, just how close they were, which I know is crazy. We've spoken about this before when we've seen some of these battles in the finals, and we're always like, oh, it's as close as it could be, and then sometimes it's just not. This is kind of one of those ones where they are... Each of the 3 drivers are separated by the smallest of margins. Yuri Toman was the one that was the slowest in qualifying, but really you could only classify him on an actual lap as maybe being 2 tenths slower. That's more than enough to keep up in the slipstream. That's more than enough to get involved in the battling. It's incredibly close out there, but it's the strategy masterclass again from Redline. They just know what to do. They know how to attack and when to attack.
So Lewis thought it would be RHG. Luke, you didn't think that was necessarily the way to think about the finals. How do you feel about your prediction after 1 race of 3?
My prediction of 3 races is absolutely gone out the window. There we go. It's done. It's this is a Redline win, I'm afraid, here. They are different, and it just... When you're battling at that level, and maybe, you know, they've got someone in their ear in terms of a coach or a manager going, look, we know now that you can just be 2nd, 3rd and 4th and you start on the front row. But if the drivers have figured that out themselves whilst also battling at that level, that's clever. That's a difference between being Redline and RHG at this moment in time, because I don't think there's anything in terms of pace.
And Luke, this is kind of important, I think, in some ways for Team Redline, right? Because they left the Spring Cup with the most points. They didn't leave considered as your Spring Cup champions, because that is the team that wins on the Masters Day. They're not necessarily thinking about the points here today. They're thinking about becoming the Masters, being your Summer Cup champions.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about the cash now, isn't it? It's, again, this has no reflection on the World Cup now. This is all about making as much cash as you possibly can. You're in the final. You're not there to come second now. Simple as that.
Getting ready then for that second race of the final. Remember, again, it is a top 4 invert, so 5th and 6th won't be swapped around. It will be a Redline 1, 2, and 3 to get us underway with the second race in this best of 3 final. Still plenty of potential action left to go. Race control getting very ready for what hopefully is another quiet day, because there was no penalties out of race number 1. Race 1 did go indeed to Team Redline. We are ready to go though for race 2. Can Redline sweep this in 2? We're about to find out.
Well, I don't think we're done with drama yet. Whilst it's a Redline 1, 2, and 3, and RHG 4, 5, and 6. I think RHG are going to get their elbows out. They have to. They've got nothing else to lose in this. If Redline win this race, then it is 2-0. It is already gone to Team Redline. But I don't know. I felt there might have been a few more mistakes in that race than I expected.
Yeah, 100%. It's 2 of the best teams going at it. It's as simple as that. And you know, as much as pressure for normal people like me and you, Lewis, mainly me, you make mistakes all the time. I do it on iRacing specifically all the time. But when you are at this level, the difference between being fast and great is being able to deal with that pressure. And both teams are very good at doing that. Redline just a little bit more so.
I mean, if anyone's seen my exploits in Friday Night Prime Time in the IRO4, they'll know that I am very much accustomed to making mistakes. These drivers, certainly not so. But I will say that I know Rietveld made in, again, big air quotes, mistake. I'm in your camp with that one. I did see quite a few mistakes of them. Rietveld and Benito missing the apex into the hairpin a couple of times. I think the pressure, I don't know if it's getting to them. I think that might be the wrong way of putting it, but it's certainly weighing on their mind.
Yeah, I'll let you tell them that, to be honest. That sounds like a you conversation with Team Redline. I'm just gonna, leave to it.
Well, we'll see. Siggy, Benito and Rietveld, Chinchik, Toman and Yuyovski, Redline and RHG apiece. Yuyovski, who we're on board with on this race start, directly behind his teammate Marcel Chinchik. Redline getting these superior starts from first, second and third. Yuri Toman with a penalty for jumping the start straight away. He's already out of the race. You can see how much further he's dropped off. He's done. I think he might have stalled the engine or something. Yuri Toman is already out, so RHG are down to 2. That is one hand on the trophy, plus a couple of fingers for Redline.
Yeah, this is, well, I don't think the only thing more they could have on the trophy right now would be toes. I think they've got all 8 fingers and 2 thumbs there on the handles. This is bread and butter stuff now. It's just about managing this race. You've done the hard work. Race 1, getting you those grid positions. You've had the best start possible here. Front 3. Have we seen any of the Redline guys being overtaken when they've been leading 1, 2, 3 so far? If we're going to see something special, it has got to be Shinchik and Yuyovski going and finishing P1 and P2. Simple as that.
There's got to be a first time for everything, though, and could this be the first time for them to lose a 1, 2, and 3? I just don't know. One thing we do know, though, is that if RHG are going to take this, they have to really, really work for it. They still can. A 1-4 would be enough. They've got a lot of Redline to overtake and in not very long to do it. But between Marcel Chinchik, between Erhan Yuyovski, who knows? Maybe it is possible. Maybe it is just in the realm of possibility. With Kevin Siggy leading the race, though, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, it is in the realms of possibility for sure. Of course, these two are sensational drivers in their own right. Rietveld, by the way, P3, making a little bit of an error there. But you've got to think that Redline are going to be clever about this. As soon as Rietveld feels like, do you know what, I'm probably not as quick as the guy behind me here, he's going to back him up, right? If you give a 1.5 second advantage to Benito and Siggy, they're not in the tow of them anymore. Those two can just drive off into the distance with each other. There's just so many different factors here that I just cannot see it happening. And again, I want to make this exciting for all of you watching at home right now, especially you, Florian. But it's just so difficult for this to happen. And again, you can see it already happening here. Rietveld is definitely making that gap to the front two as another cone gets flung off here. Thankfully, well, I think it's going to be the final race of the championship, to be completely honest. But the gap, look at the gap growing there. Team Redline, they are quick, but they've got every ounce of sim racing covered, haven't they? They've got the psychological aspect of it covered. They've got the strategy aspect of it covered as well. And there's another cone being hit there off the circuit. It's just been an absolute masterclass from them today. And I would go as far to say this is the best we've ever seen them in the ERL.
I agree. I think they've just had everything covered off so beautifully. When you... I'll say it now. I think that the move that Kevin Siggy did on Erhan Yovski is, as much as it was a mistake from Yovski, I'd say it's still one of the moves of the tournament from start to finish, for the entirety of the Summer Cup, purely based of the mentality side of it. It was absolutely sensational. Kevin Siggy got into Erhan Yovski's mind in the same way that Marcel Cinczyk needs to get in Jeffrey Rietveld's mind. But right now, the pressure's not really on Rietveld, because yes, he's sat there with two R8Gs directly behind, but all he really needs to do is just sort of kind of hold it there, or at least hold them back for long enough that Siggy and Benito run from the distance. He's defended for races that are much longer than 8 minutes long, so the idea of doing it for another 4.5 minutes, it's probably not super crazy for him.
No, for me that would be scary territory, to be honest. Anything over 20 seconds of defending, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of this. Also, to anyone watching at home, apparently my mic's got some issues in terms of it's really loud when I start talking. I can only apologise. We've had a few issues today, audio-wise. Hopefully you can bear with us. It's the final race, and yeah, we're doing our very, very best here. But lots of parameters. There's lots of heat in Europe right now, and it's playing up with so many different things. We've actually changed from different sound things. We've gone from Discord to TeamSpeak. So yeah, just bear with us. Into this race though, Redline looking absolutely scrumptious, I think is the word right now. I just can't think of any other word that's not been used already. Incredible stuff.
I was going to say, and then even my technical issues stuff. We've not had a good day of it in the thankfully, our Genius camera is not turned off, so there is at least that. Someone's camera who has turned off is Marcel Cinczyk, because obviously on the left-hand side it's R8G, on the right it's Redline, and it's Marcel Cinczyk who's the camera that is missing as of this moment. Then you've got Yuri Toman and Erhan Yovski on the left, and on the right it's Kevin Siggy, Enzo Benito and Jeffrey Rietveldt. Always love looking at the faces of all of our drivers and stuff, so we kind of get a look into the personality, not only of who they are, but also of their rigs.
Rietveld's gone for a different angle of, you're not supposed to be watching me, but you are.
You love
Do you feel
that
good about
angle.
that? It is, though, isn't it? Look at the angle. It's just like, oh, are you sure you're supposed to be here? My camera angle is making you question that, isn't it? And you enjoy it, though, don't you? That's the kind of camera angle it is. It is what it is. Also, I want to say a shout out to Mike as well. Mike, who's had to deal with everything that's gone on today, done a very, very good job. He doesn't normally, but today he's done very well.
Well, dealing with our garbage day in, day out, sometimes it's a lot of work, unfortunately, for our broadcast director, Mike Yao. But alas, today has been a challenging one. Not so much for Redline. They've got 3 more laps to tick off at the moment than running 1 and 2. I don't really know what will be going through your mind this, because I feel like the pressure's kind of off for them at the moment, with 1.1 seconds back to their teammate Siggy and Benito. How many races have they won? How many times have they been in this kind of position in the ERL or ERWC? Right now they'll be calm. As soon as that race start happened, as soon as they were comfortably 1, 2 and 3, that was it, calm as.
Yeah, 100%. They've been there, done it, mate. They've done it many a time, right? This is the position they train to be in. You know, they're never ever entering a sim racing competition to be anywhere other than this position right now. So this is what they train for. Again, when they're not in this position, that's when something's gone wrong, right? But today it's been absolutely perfect, and it's been every single round. I was hopeful that, do you know, I still think Triton would have given them a run for the money. I genuinely do. I really do. I think that they had something special today. How their quarterfinal went was, it's sim racing. That's just how it goes down. I genuinely think I'm not saying Triton would have beat them, but I think Triton have been the second standout team for me. But yeah, Redline, they're getting everything they deserve today for sure. Which
is impressive for Triton. I've said it time and time again. This is not their chosen platform, really. You know, they're more of an ACC team. Occasionally do the odd bit on iRacing, and on AC they've done plenty of stuff within the national side of Polish sim racing. But to say that they were as strong as they were with just 2 cars in a day like this, very, very impressive. Kind of akin to how we saw from the likes of Yaz Heat. Remember on the first time we went racing in the ERWC at Bathurst, they did very well with just a 2-car lineup there, getting all the way from memory to the semi-finals, if I remember correctly. These kind of performances we see occasionally. We've seen a couple of times now, and it sometimes just comes on their unfavoured team. It's what makes it so even more incredible.
Yeah, 100%. But again, it is what is expected, right? And I go from all 27 teams we had at one point during this Summer Cup. It's expected from all of them, right? They come up against teams like Team Redline, and that's the difference maker. But in their respective competitions that they come from, most of them are winners, right? Like every single person who's raced in this championship has won a championship somewhere. It's a ridiculous level, and the fact that a team can be this dominant in a final at this level, that's the scary thing.
I've been on some grids where it's against champions, not to the level of this grid, by the way, but I've raced with sorry, correct myself. I've been on the same grid as Marcel Chinchik and Yajovski and Toman and Siggy before, whilst the two Redline, they're putting on a show here. They are putting on a show. Enzo Benito diving it down the inside of Kevin Siggy. Meanwhile, in the background, Jeffrey Rietveld has to worry about Marcel Chinchik. Maybe there is more life in this race.
Imagine they bin each other off here and it goes to a race 3 just because they wanted to mess around here. I think it's going to be a case of they're going to go over the line in formation here. It's going to be the red line arrows coming through. But yeah, a little bit of fun here. Benito now leads. He's the most valuable driver from the Summer Cup as well. Of course, he's won about 700 podiums. He's been ridiculous on all 3 platforms as well. So yeah, impressive to see. He's a little bit of a fake move there from Kevin Siggy. But yeah, just a little bit of fun here. Round the final few corners here, Lewis. Team Redline, oh, they look good.
How calm do you have to be to have RHG all over your shoulders and you're still here for a little bit of fun? Enzo Benito will cross the line ahead of Siggy and Rietveld. It now is confirmed as 2 hands here in the final of the ERL Summer Cup Masters. The Summer Cup is going to Redline. Chinchik and Yajovski tried whatever they could, but they did not have the pace. It's frustration for RHG. For Redline, it is joy, and you can see that on their faces immediately. They loved every second of that Arjuna, and I do not blame them. Absolutely incredible.
Back in, of course, Luke and Lewis. What a final it was. Again, only requiring the best of 2, Luke.
Yeah, I think I gassed up Mike a little bit too soon there. He just chucked the winners out. He's laughing in our ears going, what am I doing? Yeah, they've fully deserved it. But I'll say the one thing, they've been smiling on camera all day. We never normally see them really, smiling outside of the races. They're just kind of really in on it. And then at the end, they're like all celebratory. But they've been so cool, calm and smiley the whole day. They felt confident from the race 1, haven't they?
Does that impact them as you think about it now, not having the points maybe out of the Summer Cup, but walking out on top?
I mean, to say with the Summer Cup how things went during the Summer Cup for them, Spring Cup is what I was trying to say actually. It was a bit of a shame to see them not come out on top because we know what Redline like. But it was the Masters were on ACC. It wasn't their chosen platform, so it was expected they maybe weren't going to take the crown of the Spring Cup. Coming into the Summer Cup, coming onto rFactor 2, a chosen platform for Team Redline. The expectation was they were going to do stronger. Maybe this was their time. And I would say that carries over onto iRacing and the Fall Cup as well, with one specific exception, and that is Apex. I just got a feeling that Apex might be able to give them a big run for their money in a few months' time.
Especially since the focus is on iRacing, right? The fact that Apex delivered the type of Summer Cup that they did, despite it being focused on rFactor 2, a platform that they really did not like in the Spring Cup. It's a remarkable turnaround. Still a long way to go, though, as you build to the Esports Racing World Cup. But it's time to talk to the Kings of 2022. It's been hard to stop Team Redline. Only a couple have been able to do it. Let's bring in Kevin Siggy, who is ready to chat with Lewis and Luke.
Yes, and what a stunning performance it was. But you lost the race, mate. Wow, what happened? You opened the door for Enzo, but it looked like you were having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, we were having a lot of fun, to be honest. I mean, he was being an absolute melon in the end, but we were having fun in the end. I mean, there was nothing really else to do because they just weren't able to capitalize on anything. So, I mean, we kind of joked about it during the race even. I was kind of making fun of him, so he kind of got me back on that one. So fair play to him. But it was an outstanding race for him. I think he had a mental pace in the end. Which is kind of sad. He kind of figured out the car a little bit too late, but it is what it is. He did amazing, and we pulled it off.
First of all, congratulations, mate. Also, phenomenal legs. But I will say, is this the most enjoyable you've ever been in terms of sim racing? You all seem smiley, like you specifically, Kevin, have never been the most smiley of people. But this last sort of 9 months, you really seem like you're enjoying yourself.
I am. I mean, sim racing as a whole to me is a really fun job, and especially if I'm doing it with Jeffrey and Enzo. I mean, two of my best mates in Redline and in sim racing in general. I mean, I just love working with them, and that's why I always have fun with them. We never argue. We just have fun. We just joke around every single time, on track, off track. So it's quite enjoyable when you're like within such a group to have fun and to kind of quote unquote like each other, you know, if you know what I mean. Like, not in a different way, but you know how it is. But I mean, I'm just enjoying every single minute of it, and you obviously can see it with my smiling when I'm talking to these guys.
Yeah, you certainly seemed to enjoy that one. Cheers, Kevin. We'll head straight over to Enzo Benito, or Jeffrey Rietveld, I think. Oh, no, it's Enzo. We're all right. We're taking a 50-50 guess, and it was towards Enzo, the other person who was smiling a lot in that final race. That, for Redline, looked like the strongest performance from our point of view that we've seen from you in the ERL, be it Spring Cup, Summer Cup, or even the ERWC. Do you kind of feel that as well? Because you were on almost a different planet.
Yes, it was most likely like it. I think we were 1, 2, 3 pretty much in the every race, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so yeah, it was amazing. Great effort by the guys, and not my favorite track, but surreal. Really good job.
First of all, again, congratulations. Kind of expect these results from you these days. I'll ask a similar question to what I asked Kevin, actually. How are you feeling within the team? It seems like you're all having so much fun, and there's so much camaraderie right now. Is this like the peak of sim racing for you right now, in terms of how you feel?
Nah, I mean, we just get along so well. It's insane. Like, we do have fun, but we are also like serious workers. It's like, I don't know, during these races we still have a little bit of fun, because I think that's what you should do. Like, even if you're racing competitively, you should still smile and have fun, because at the end of the day, that what makes a really good how do you say, humor inside the team. It's good, and then I think after that the pace comes as well, and yeah, I don't know, we just have fun, and we happen to win races as well, so yeah, it's great.
Seems like vibes are very good within Team Redline. Cheers, Enzo. We'll head straight over to Jeffrey Rietveld also, who joins us. And I kind of want to ask that this is another time you've taken on RHG in a final. It's happened in the ERWC, in the Formula Pro Car. It obviously happened not too long ago in round 1 of the Summer Cup, also at Donington Park. Is there stuff that you kind of learnt from Donington Park to how to race against them? Because this looked like even more of a comfortable performance than then.
I would say it's always tough to drive against RAG, you know. I mean, Marcel especially was super quick in qualifying, and he got the deserved pole position. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not necessarily that you can't really compare it to Donington. I think it's a completely different track, and in the way at Donington you could really overtake. Here it's super hard, so you need to have like a really good start and manage your tires, which I didn't do. I had a good start, but I didn't manage the tires that well in the first final race. So yeah.
Well, first of all, a bit disappointed you've given us a normal camera today, but you know, here we are. We can't have it all. But second of all, so are you telling me that wasn't an intentional mistake? And if it was an intentional mistake, who gave you the call?
Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
Oh, right.
Very good.
Well, who gave the call then? Who gave the call? Did you make the decision or someone else?
No comment.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers to Jeffrey Rietveld, to Enzo Benito, to Kevin Siggy, the entire team. A super performance all the way through the ERL Summer Cup, especially here today. They are our Summer Cup champions.
And it's just a crown that they very much have deserved after the opening half of the year brought so much success. We'll see if the second half of 2022 can carry forward this momentum as we build closer and closer to the Esports Racing World Cup, because the Summer Cup is done. Just 4 more events are left, but we focus in on February 2023 and hopefully in person Esports Racing World Cup. Luke, Summer Cup had many surprises. Apex Racing Team's great performances. Coanda on their debut showing up well. GTWR becoming a winner in this Esports Racing League. Who would you like to shout out as we close up the summer?
Apex as well. They became a winner. So Apex and GTWR, of course. I think Triton are going to walk away from this thinking we are improving. We're looking stronger as they move forward. So I think they're definitely the ones to shout out. But I do hope that now we've ended the Summer Cup, that tomorrow in the UK also ends the Summer Cup, because this is too far.
Agree.
Lewis, I mean, you agree with the heat point, but in terms of teams that pleasantly surprised you, who stands out?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Coanda to jump in and be so incredibly strong, very, very impressive. I think it's more, though, to focus on some teams that maybe had more of a missed opportunity. Fordzilla, being touring car experts and stuff, I think they might have wanted to have taken a little bit more. I think they still did a very impressive job, but I think on both round one of the Summer Cup as well as here today, they might have wanted to go, or expected to go, a little bit further. Same with the likes of Brabham Esports. Know that Matt Richards was a touring car master in round one of the season. However, see what happens behind the scenes. Hashtag no bias. But coming into the Fall Cup, that might be a team to at least keep an eye on to go a little bit further than normal.
It's been a fun summer as we focused on rFactor 2 in this Esports Racing League Summer Cup. Team Redline walked out of the spring as the ones to beat, but not as your Spring Cup champions. They correct that wrong today, Summer Cup Masters champions. The Fall Cup will see us head to iRacing as our focus, but two very interesting cars will greet us on Assetto Corsa Competizione and rFactor 2 as always. For now though, it is time to bid you farewell. Remember, lots going on in the world of VCO Esports, so stay connected to us on social media. You'll hear where we're going racing in the Fall Cup. You'll decide where we go racing this coming fall. On behalf of our team at VCO Esports, for P1 Gaming, the Sim Grid, our producer Mike Yao, Luke Crane, Lewis McLeod, and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, delighted of your company to close out the summer. We'll be back in the fall. For now, we celebrate Team Redline, your Summer Cup Masters champions.